Hey everyone, this is What If Fan bringing you another part of What If Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Please make sure to support the creator. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Also, a quick update, the story What If There Was a Different Luffy is going on hold soon, as we have almost caught up with the author. So once again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the next project should be on this channel. I'm currently deciding between these three fanfics. What if Ichigo awoke his true powers? What if becoming a mangaka in One Piece world? What if reborn as Gohan in future timeline? I will be setting up a poll for this, so please vote in the poll and let me know which story you'd like to see next on the channel. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 36 Arc 8. Scene change, Draken Workshop. Kizara and Valiona opened their eyes. They were standing in a world filled with yellow lines. Oh. I didn't expect you two to be here? Someone said. Kizara and Valiona turned to see someone sitting down on a chair. She appears to be a young woman with long eyelashes, snow-white smooth skin, ruby-color eyes, luscious lips, beautiful slender legs, a remarkable large bust, a well-curvy figure, and long horns on her head. She has waist-length pink hair with a silver shine. She tends to wear a light-colored dress resembling a robe of some sort. Who are you? Kizara asked. My name is Navi and welcome to the Draken Workshop. Navi greeted. I assume you are a guide for new dragons who learned how to enter the Draken Workshop. Kizara guessed. Correct, for now, Navi replied. So, tell us, how does this place works? Valiona asked. Our master is out there stalling against the skeletal dragons. Green orbs began to float around them. They saw that each green orb had a sketch of a different piece of armor. The Draken Workshop acts like an archive of different armor pieces and weapons different dragons created for their partner. You must choose the best fitting parts from all the sketches and put them all together. Navi explained. I see, Kizara said as she brought out Ryuganken. Oh. A weapon not made by a dragon. Interesting. Navi thought as she continued to float on her chair. Ryuganken. I know I am not your master, but I need to see draconic regalia. So, we can reforge you for our master. Kizara thought. Ryuganken glowed red as a pillar of fire surrounded Kizara and Valiona. Soon the pillar disappeared to reveal draconic regalia floating in front of them. Kizara let go of Ryuganken as it also floated beside it. Kizara and Valiona stared at the flood of armor sketches as they let their imagination run wild. This armor we're reforging is a symbol of our bond. Kizara thought. This blade was a warrior's tool to slay our kin. This time, this blade is a protector's tool to slay those who defy our master. Valiona thought. Interesting. Navi thought as she observed the armor and sword as it began to be surrounded by crimson, red, black, white and blue light. Scene change, outside. Ichigo continued to attack the skeletal dragon, despite knowing his attacks didn't harm it. During this time, the other skeletal dragon killed more dragons, creating more skeletal dragons in the process. Hurry Kizara. Valiona. Ichigo thought. He saw a skeletal dragon charging at a building. Ichigo heard screaming from that building. Ichigo sighed as he shunpaed in front of the building. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo shouted as he attacked the skeletal dragon, pushing it away from the building. Ichigo turned to the residents in the building. Get away! Ichigo yelled. They nodded and ran away from Ichigo. Ichigo spotted Rebecca and Kuchula in. They landed beside him. Any luck on defeating the skeletal dragons? No. Even the headmistress's attacks can destroy one. Ichigo looked to see the skeletal dragon from before returned with a few more skeletal dragons. Can you still keep going? Ichigo asked as he gathered his Ryatsu into Kokugetsu. I'm not the student council president just because of looks, Rebecca replied as she brought out her D-Bulg. Master. They turned to see Kazara and Valiona standing there with a large sword in their hand. Kazara. Valiona. Ichigo said as he ran to them. We have it ready for you, Valiona said. They handed Ichigo the new blade. It appears to be a large western broadsword. Most of the broadsword is crimson and silver. The right edge of the blade was black with red accents while the left edge of the blade was white with blue accents. During the reforging process, the blade took a new name, Kazara said. Ichigo nodded as closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Ichigo focused on the blade in his hand, trying to learn about the blade in his hand. Appear before me. Crimson Ryatsu began to gather around Ichigo. Forged by the Maiden of Light. White Ryatsu joined the Crimson Ryatsu. Forged by the Maiden of Darkness. Black Ryatsu joined the Crimson and White Ryatsu. Glare at all creation and display your ferocious might. The collected Ryatsu formed a giant pillar of Ryatsu around Ichigo. Dragon of Chaos, Bahamut. Ichigo yelled. A pair of large black and white wings destroyed the pillar of energy to reveal Ichigo wearing new armor. Ichigo's head is in a crimson helmet shaped, similar to a dragon's head, with silver horns. Ichigo's right arm is covered in white armor with blue accents. Ichigo's right hand ends with Kazara's head. While Ichigo's left arm is covered in black armor with red-orange accents. Ichigo's left hand ends with Valiona's head. On Ichigo's back, he has a pair of wings, one from Kazara and another from Valiona. Ichigo's chest and body is covered in crimson armor with golden and green accents. 1. Roar! A small group of skeletal dragon flew towards Ichigo. Ichigo raised his left hand. Kazara's head opened up. Bluish-white energy began to gather around the open mouth. Holy Retribution! Ichigo yelled as he fired a blast of bluish-white energy at the skeletal dragons. The skeletal dragons were instantly destroyed by the attack. Everyone looked at Ichigo as he lowered his hand. All the other skeletal dragons flew towards Ichigo. Both Kazara's head and Valiona's head opened up as two blades shot off from them. Kazara's blade was golden white with a blue edge. Valiona's blade was black with a red edge. Ichigo dives towards the flying skeletal dragons and began to attack them. The army of skeletal dragons stood no chance as Ichigo tore them apart with each swing of his blade. Ichigo killed the last of the skeletal dragons. Ichigo landed to stare at the final skeletal dragon, the original one. Roar! The skeletal dragon opened its mouth as black energy began to gather in its mouth. Ichigo had the blades disappeared as he pointed both of their heads at the skeletal dragon. Kazara's head and Valiona's head also began to gather energy. The skeletal dragon fired a blast of energy towards Ichigo. Chaotic Retribution! Ichigo yelled as he fired his attack. The bluish-white beam combined with the reddish-black flames. The two fused to one giant attack. Skeletal Dragon's attack was easily destroyed by Ichigo's attack. The skeletal dragon stood there as it was engulfed in Ichigo's attack. Ichigo flew back to Kazara and Valiona. How was the armor? Kazara asked. It felt good. It could sense elements from Ryugunkan, Great Red, and you too. Ichigo said. I also could sense holy energy from you, Kazara, Ichigo commented. Kazara nervously smiled. During the reforging process, I took a little holy energy from Longinus and fused it in me and Bahamut. The fusing portion destroyed my hellfire ability but gave me holy fire. Kazara explained. Ichigo noticed more people began to gather around them. Ichigo spotted Rebecca and Headmistress Io approaching them. Meet me in your office, Ichigo yelled. They nodded. Kazara. Valiona. Return to me. Ichigo ordered. They nodded as they returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo shunpaied away, ignoring the crowd. Ichigo sealed Bahamut and appeared in Headmistress Io's office. He sat down in one of the chairs as he waited for them to show up. Time skip, hour later. Headmistress Io and Rebecca finally returned to her office to see Ichigo casually sleeping on the couch in her office. Ichigo yawned as he woke up from his nap. Man, it took you two a long time to return. No help from you, Rebecca said. Many people are trying to find you. Find me? Ichigo asked. Yes, since people believe that you are an Archdragonar, Rebecca said. An Archdragonar? Yes. An Archdragonar are those who were given a special suit of armor and weapon by their dragon pal. It is the second highest rank for elite Dragonars. For the common people, an Archdragonar is equivalent to being a noble. Rebecca said. So, people want to find me to marry me. Ichigo summarized. Yes. Many people want to find you, especially since they know that you are powerful even without your dragon. I see. Ichigo said. Anyways. Headmistress Io interrupted. I need to talk to Ichigo alone. Very well, Rebecca said as she walked out of the office. Headmistress Io closed the door. Can you bring your dragons? Headmistress Io asked. Sure. Ichigo said. Kizara. Val Iona. Please come out. Ichigo said. Kizara and Val Iona appeared. Yes, Ichigo? Kizara asked. I asked to see both of you. Headmistress Io said. They turned to see Headmistress Io sitting in her office chair. I wanted to personally see you, Kizara. She said. Have you heard of someone called Valem? She asked. No, Kizara replied. Long ago, when God was still alive. Headmistress Io started. He created beings called holy dragons. The devils attacked the holy dragons. The holy dragons were difficult to damage. Only the strongest attacks would be able to damage them. One of those attacks managed to harm a female holy dragon. At the time, the couple didn't know that the attack managed to leave something remaining in the dragon. They soon gave birth to a daughter. That daughter was born with the ability to use holy and demonic energy. When God discovered that truth, He deemed her as an abomination and ordered her death. Despite God's efforts, He wasn't able to kill her. As she grew older, she founded a lover and had a child. God soon founded her. Despite their best efforts, they weren't able to defeat each other. In a last-ditch effort, He used His power and threw her into the reincarnation cycle. This wasn't strong enough to resist the reincarnation cycle and forced to be reincarnated. When she managed to rediscover her memories, she discovered that no one remembered her. She spent a long time trying to find out what happened. She concluded that God erased her existence from everyone's memories. Headmistress Io said. How does this relate to me? Kizara asked. She is saying that she is related to you. Ichigo figured out. I'm your mother. Headmistress Io said. They could see Headmistress Io began to glow blue. Everyone could see the aura of a giant blue feminine western dragon with white eyes staring at them. It reminded them of Kizara's dragon form. So, you're my mother, Kizara said. I am. They stared at each other in silence for a few seconds. What should I say to her? Kizara thought it and Headmistress Io though. Well, Ichigo said as he stood up. Since there isn't anything else to talk about, let's call Rebecca back in and end this meeting. Ichigo said. Very well. Headmistress Io said. She was glad that Ichigo stepped in to break their awkward silence. Kizara and Val Iona nodded as their heads and returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Headmistress Io called Rebecca back to her office. So, what do we need to discuss? Ichigo asked. You are certain that you don't want to interact with our world? Rebecca asked. I am. It will be hard for you to simply disappear. So many people saw you in the battle, with and without your armor. Rebecca said. Especially those from the royal family. Headmistress Io said. The royal family? Ichigo asked. Yes. Many soldiers died today from the skeletal dragons. They're coming here to mourn for the fallen soldier and meet the hero who defeated all the skeletal dragons. Headmistress Io said. Why should I meet these people? I am planning to leave this place with Yuzu and Karen. Ichigo said as he walked towards the door. Unless you wish to stop me. Please. Headmistress Io stood up. Our society needs to know if the Draken can return. We believe you and your siblings could provide clues. Ichigo stared back Headmistress Io. Why should I care? Based on what I've seen, your society doesn't care about the Draken return. Ichigo said. Then you leave me no choice. Headmistress Io said as she threw a marble at Ichigo. Ichigo easily dodged it. The marble landed on the ground. The marble shot a beam at Ichigo. Ichigo easily jumped away from it. The beam hit the chair and it was absorbed into the marble. Headmistress Io threw more marbles at Ichigo. Ichigo ran out of her office. Damn him. Headmistress Io said. She raised her hand out. The marbles flew back to her hand. After him. She ordered. Yes, Headmistress, Rebecca said as she chased after him. Headmistress Io sighed as she looked out the window. Scene change, and Salivan Dragon Our Academy. Yuzu. Karen. Where are you right now? Ichigo asked. We're in our dorm room. Yuzu replied. Pack your bags. We are leaving here. Ichigo ordered. Why? Karen asked. I will explain once I arrive there, Ichigo said. Ichigo founded Epona Halls and entered the dorm building. Excuse me, you are not allowed here. Someone said. Ichigo ignored her as he continued to climb up the stairs. Hey! She yelled as she followed him. Ichigo soon arrived in front of Yuzu's and Karen's door. Ichigo knocked on the door. Sir! The girl finally caught up to Ichigo. Ichigo turned to her. Yes? You are not allowed in this dormitory. There are only for female students. Don't worry about it. I am taking my sisters home. Ichigo said as the door opened. Ichigo quickly slipped inside and closed the door. Ichigo turned to see two backpacks on their bed. Ichi and II. What's going on? Yuzu asked. Ichigo sighed as he told Yuzu and Karen what he learned from Headmistress Io. I see. Yuzu said, shocked about what she just learned. You're planning to take us home, Karen concluded. I am. Suddenly there was a loud bang on the door. Open this door right now. Rebecca yelled. Have you two finished packing? Ichigo asked, ignoring her. Almost. Yuzu said as they resumed packing. Once again someone pounded the door. Open this door right now. Or I will break down this door. Rebecca threatened. Are you two done? Ichigo asked. We are, Karen said as they put their backpack on. Their familiar laid on their master's shoulder. Ichigo broke the window with his fist. He grabbed Yuzu and Karen. Hold on tight, Ichigo said as they jumped out of the window. Suddenly the door opened as Rebecca entered to see the broken window and the deserted dorm room. She looked out. She couldn't find them. Damn it! She said. Ichigo shunpaid Yuzu and Karen away from the town into the forest. Ichigo let Yuzu and Karen go. Ichigo summoned his car. Yuzu and Karen entered the car. A Garganta opened up as Ichigo drove in it. Scene change, Koho Town, underground trainer. Everyone was talking to each other. The peerage members each took turns telling each other their past and abilities. Suddenly a Garganta opened up. They stopped talking and stared at it. Ichigo's car drove out of the Garganta. Ichigo parked the car in front of the peerage members. Ichigo, Yuzu, and Karen exited the car. Yuzu. Karen. Masaki said as she hugged her daughters. Let me introduce you to all the new members, Masaki said as she dragged Yuzu and Karen away. Ichigo chuckled at Masaki's action. Ichigo noticed that his Death and Eve were staying away from the adults. Ichigo walked over to them. "Hello, you two." "Hello," Eve replied while Esteth nodded her head. "I heard that both of you are starting to learn how to use your abilities." "We are," Esteth said. "Would you mind showing me what you learned?" Ichigo asked. "Okay," Eve said. Her hair began to grow longer and became fists. "May I?" Ichigo asked. Eve nodded her head as Ichigo touched the hair fists. "Have you learned how to use them?" Eve nodded her head as the hair fists began to punch. "I want you to punch my hand," Ichigo said as he put his hand out in front of him, palm opened. She stared at Ichigo. "Don't worry about me. I can handle it," Ichigo reassured. Eve nodded as she began to punch Ichigo's hand. While her fists are big and sturdy, her punches lack any power. Eve punched Ichigo's hand 12 times before her hair returned to normal. Ichigo walked towards Eve and took a knee in front of her. "Good job, Eve." "Thank you," she replied. "Kahlua," Ichigo called. "Coming," Kahlua said. She arrived right next to them. "Good job in starting to teach Eve how to control her powers," Ichigo said. Kahlua smiled at his praise. "However, you have to remember that Eve's body doesn't have enough stamina to use her powers for long." "I see," Kahlua said. "I believe that having her run a little and teaching her basic hand-to-hand combat would be a good idea to start," Ichigo suggested. Ichigo-sensei?" Eve said. "Yes, Eve? Why would I need to learn hand-to-hand combat when I can use my hair to attack people?" Eve asked. "Good question. While your hair looks like and feels like a fist, you don't know how to punch. Even then, when you punch, you leave yourself wide open for an experienced fighter to use to their advantage," Ichigo explained. "I see. Also, this training regimen allows you to slowly build stamina, which allows you to use your powers for a longer period," Ichigo explained. "Do you understand, Eve?" "Yes, Ichigo-sensei," Eve replied. Ichigo turned to Esteth. Shiroyuki appeared beside her. "Hello, Ichigo. I missed you," Shiroyuki said as she hugged Ichigo. "Hello to you too, Shiroyuki," Ichigo said as he kissed her cheek. They let go of their hug. Ichigo looked at Esteth. "Are you ready?" "I am," Esteth said. Ice began to grow around her arm, transforming them into claws. She charged at Ichigo. She swung with her claws. Ichigo easily dodged her attacks. She continued to charge at him. Ichigo could see the look of determination on her face. Her eyes glowed white for a second. Ichigo felt some kind of pressure around him. For a brief moment, Ichigo saw Eve froze. Before it went back to normal. Ichigo looked to see Esteth on the ground. Her ice claws melted away. Ichigo and Shiroyuki rushed to Esteth's side. "Are you all right?" Ichigo asked. "I'm fine. Just tired," Esteth replied as she fell asleep in his arms. "Shiroyuki, did Esteth stop time?" Ichigo asked. "I believe so. Though I don't know why or how. Maybe she was born with a sacred gear that allows her to stop time," Ichigo theorized. "Similar to Rias's bishop," Shiroyuki added. "Ichigo. This is Akua," Akua said through the peerage link. "This is Ichigo. Do you need help with something?" "I do." "What's going on?" Ichigo asked. "A few days ago, Yasaka-sama gave me a mission to investigate a potential lead to the remaining members of Fairy Tail. According to the information, the members were using the ruins of the Shuzen estate as their base of operations." "What happened?" Ichigo asked. "It turns out that Fairy Tail managed to find allies." "Other allies?" "Devils and fallen angels," Akua said. "You contacted me to see what we should do since there are devils and fallen angel?" Ichigo guessed. Correct. Have you asked Yasaka yet? I've tried to contact her, but she isn't replying. Ichigo sighed and easily figured the problem. He walked over to the arguing kitsunes. Yasaka, Ichigo said. Yes, Ichigo? Yasaka asked. Akua has been trying to talk with you, Ichigo said. Oh. Yasaka blushed before talking with Akua. Ichigo, Tamamo said. Yes, Tamamo? Can you help me persuade Yasaka to return control of the Japanese ley lines to me? Ichigo could immediately detect the danger he would be if he entered that argument. Nope. I'm not getting involved with that mess. If you two decided to fight it out, then I will referee that match. Ichigo replied. Yasaka turned to Ichigo. Ichigo, please go to Akua and help her capture everyone there. Yasaka requested. Wait a minute, Akasha said. Where are you thinking of going? Ichigo turned to Yasaka. You're explaining what's going on to them, Ichigo said. Yasaka sighed as she explained what Akua told her. Wait, fallen angels and devils are real? Joan said. Doesn't that mean God is real? Jean concluded. You are correct, Ichigo said. Angels, fallen angels and devils are real. Ichigo started. However, God was real, Ichigo said, emphasizing the was. Was, Joan said. Really? Jean said. Yes. At one point in time, the Christian/Catholic God existed. However, the Christian/Catholic God is death. Ichigo said. As expected, Jean immediately fainted into Joan's arms. Joan began to get angry. When did he die? She asked. Before you were born, Ichigo answered. Then everything we devoted ourselves to was for nothing? Joan growled. No. Your belief in God helped push you to save France. Do you think the French would have won if you didn't guide your people to victory? Joan sighed as she gave the unconscious Jean a lap pillow. Ichigo, Artoria said. Ichigo turned to her. We wish to go with you. Ichigo looked to see all of his new peerage members nodding their heads. If you're going to help Neisan, then I'm coming too, Mocha said. Kahlua nodded her head. Ichi and I. We want to go too. Karen said. Yuzu nodded her head. Oh no, you don't. Masaki interrupted. You are not going with your brother. But Kaa-san. Yuzu said. No complaints. You can go with Ichigo if you defeat me in one-to-one combat. Masaki said. Or prove to me that you are strong enough, Ichigo added. Yuzu and Karen glared at Ichigo. Ichigo ignored their stares as he looked at Tyr and Nell. Do you two want to come? Thank you for the offer, but we must decline, Tyr said. There are rumors that a small group of Hollows will try to attack Hueco Mundo for various reasons. Not only that, some Espada members wish to fight you for the right to rule Hueco Mundo, Nell added. However, they must defeat both of us to be given that chance, Tyr said. Luckily we're both too strong for them, Nell replied. I see. Ichigo said as they opened a Garganta. Bye Ichigo. Nell and Tyr said. Bye girls, Ichigo replied as they entered the Garganta. Ichigo looked at the group in front of him. What about you, Hana? I'm fine staying here. I want to do some research about the current time. Hana replied. So Artoria, Gilgamesh, Scathach, Reiku, Akasha, Rin, Zealot, Mocha, and Kahlua are coming with me, Ichigo asked. All of them nodded their heads. Akua. Reinforcements are coming. We'll be arriving at the front gate. Ichigo said. Very well, Akua replied. I will meet you there. Ichigo summoned his car. Everyone get in, Ichigo said. Everyone nodded and got in. Ichigo started up the car. He opened a Garganta and drove in. Scene change, Shuzen Estate. A Garganta opened up right in front of Shuzen Estate. Ichigo's black Challenger SRT Hellcat drove out of the Garganta. Ichigo parked it right in front of the gate. Everyone filed out of the car. "Everyone get ready for battle," Ichigo said. Artoria, Gilgamesh, Scathach, Reiku, Akasha, Rin, and Zealot got out of their physical body. They were dressed in their servant attire. "My God, do you wish for me to enter your shadow?" Zealot asked. "Sure," Ichigo said. Zealot nodded her head and sank into Ichigo's shadow. Aqua appeared next to Killua. "Hello, Ichigo." Aqua greeted. "It appears you gained more peerage members." "It's good to see you, Aqua," Akasha said. Aqua gasped in shock. "Hey Akasha. You're alive? How?" "I'll explain it to you later," Akasha said. Ichigo quickly introduced Aqua to the rest of the new peerage members that were there. "How should we enter?" Aqua asked. "Let's enter from the front," Akasha suggested. "How are we preventing them from escaping?" Aqua asked. "I got this," Scathach said. She drew a few runes in the air. It flew around Shuzen Estate. "The runes will prevent anyone from teleporting away." "Will the runes prevent the devils and fallen angels from escaping?" Aqua asked. "I believe so," Scathach replied. "Don't worry. I have a plan if they try to escape," Ichigo said. "Rise Shirogane." Ichigo's shadow suddenly expanded. Darker than darkness, emerging from the abyss, that is the sword that judges the shadow of science. An ominous voice resonated as Shirogane rose from Ichigo's shadow. "Shirogane. If you sense any dimensional disturbance, I want you to stop it." Shirogane nodded its head. It disappeared in its pocket dimension. Ichigo turned to look at Aqua. "Is the enemy aware of us yet?" "It doesn't appear so," Aqua replied. "Then we will sneak in," Ichigo said. "I got this," Scathach said as she drew a set of runes and placed it on herself. She immediately became invisible. A few seconds later, Scathach reappeared somewhere else. "The runes I will place on everyone will turn them invisible and undetectable," Scathach explained. She quickly drew the runes and placed them on everyone. "Everyone let's go," Ichigo said through the peerage connection. Everyone jumped over the fence and carefully sneaked into Shuzen Estate. They saw the estate was mostly destroyed. "It appears that Issa decided not to get the estate repaired after our fight," Ichigo said. As they followed Aqua, they saw a group of fallen angels, devils, and yokai walking. The group quietly shadowed this group. They soon arrived in a large ballroom filled with chairs. The group of fallen angels, devils, and yokai sat down in the chairs. Ichigo and his group went to the back and stood in the shadow. The lights in the ballroom died down as the lights on a stage lit up. Ichigo could see Shuzen Issa stood in the middle of the stage. It appears that he healed himself after Ichigo's merciful ending. He wasn't alone. Next to Issa stood a young handsome-looking man appearing in his early 20s with silver hair that is tied in a braided hairstyle. He wears a silver robe with detailed accessories. Everyone quieted down. "Attention everyone," the silver-haired man said. "For those who don't know, my name is Euclid Lucifuge." Maybe Graphia's brother? Ichigo thought. "For those who don't know, I am Shuzen Issa," Issa said. "We joined forces to do one thing." Euclid started. "To conquer the humans," Issa shouted. Everyone in the crowd began to cheer. "Do you think we heard enough?" Ichigo asked. Everyone nodded. They destroyed the invisibility runes. "Issa!" Ichigo yelled. "You!" Issa yelled when he spotted Ichigo. He leaped towards Ichigo. Suddenly someone kicked him, sending him flying to a nearby wall. He looked to see Akasha standing there. "Hello, husband," Akasha said. "Akasha," Issa mumbled. "Attack the intruders," Euclid ordered. The army of yokai, fallen angels and devils charged at Ichigo and his group. Everyone charged at the incoming army. Ichigo Shuunpaed directly on stage. So, you're Kurosaki Ichigo, Euclid said. I am. Ichigo summoned Kokogetsu. Euclid fired a blast of fire at Ichigo. Ichigo casually split the stream of fire with Kokogetsu. Euclid threw more blasts of fire at Ichigo. Is that it? Ichigo said as he continued to split the attacks. So boring. To think Graphia's brother was that weak. Ichigo said. You know, Graphia. Oh, I do, and I know she's stronger than you. How dare you? He yelled and began to throw fireballs, ice shards, and lightning bolts at Ichigo. He casually dodged the attack or blocked it with Kokogetsu. Ichigo sighed and Shuunpaed in front of him and cut him in the chest. Gah! Euclid jumped away from Ichigo. Euclid pressed his hand on the wound. The wound slowly began to heal itself. Ichigo charged at Euclid and continued to swing Kokogetsu at him. Euclid tried to dodge the attack. Despite his efforts, Ichigo easily continued to cut him. Fire spin! Euclid yelled as he blasted a wave of fire around him. Ichigo used Kokogetsu to block the attack. Euclid used the opportunity to heal his wounds. Ichigo looked to see Euclid fully healed. Ichigo rolled his eyes at his action. To think you are this weak, Ichigo said as he casually spun Kokogetsu. Fool! You think this is all of my powers? Euclid yelled as he began to release more energy. Ichigo looked unamused at Euclid's action. Really? Is this supposed to scare me? Die! Euclid fired a blast of violet flames at Ichigo. Ichigo fired a nameless Getsuga Tensho at the violet flames. The nameless Getsuga Tensho split Euclid's violet flames apart. Euclid stood there in shock at what he witnessed. Ichigo's attack continued towards Euclid. Euclid jumped away from the attack. Euclid looked to see Ichigo disappeared. Where did he go? Euclid thought as he looked for Ichigo. Ichigo stood above Euclid. Ichigo cracked a small smile. No one looks above them. Ichigo thought as he dove down towards Euclid. Euclid looked up at the last moment. Euclid tried to dodge the incoming attack. Gore! Euclid gritted his teeth as Ichigo cut his arm off. Euclid jumped away from Ichigo as he clutched the bleeding limb. I will not forget this. Euclid snarled as he activated a teleportation seal. Suddenly the teleportation seal broke. Euclid was shocked. Ichigo used Euclid's shocked state to his advantage and knocked him out. Ichigo cauterized Euclid's wound and bounded him with Kido. Ichigo turned to see that everyone else has dealt with all the other enemies and knocked them all unconscious. Suddenly, Ichigo heard a loud slam. He turned to see Akasha standing there with her arms extended out in a punch. Ichigo looked to see Issa was stuck in the wall. Come on, Issa. I thought you were stronger than this. Akasha said as she casually walked towards Issa. Issa pulled himself out of the wall. Ichigo could see that Issa has already released his limiter. He pushed himself towards Akasha. Akasha stood her ground as she waited for Issa to fly closer. Akasha suddenly uppercuts Issa, sending him crashing through the ceiling. Issa's feet dangled below them. Akasha leaped up and grabbed his legs, dislodging him from the ceiling. As they fell, Akasha moved on top of Issa. They slammed together onto the ground. The dust cleared to see Akasha was still on top of Issa and holding his legs. You learned that from Kets? Ichigo asked as he walked over. I did, Akasha said as she grabbed Issa's neck and began to lick it. Ichigo recognized what Akasha was about to do. Before Ichigo could interject, she opened her mouth and bit down on Issa's neck. Issa's eyes widened in shock. He was too shocked to scream. Akasha slowly drank all of Issa's blood. Ichigo could sense Akasha was devouring Issa's blood and soul. His body began to shrivel and dry out. Soon Akasha finished devouring Issa's blood and soul. She let go and threw the dried body on the ground. Why did you do that? Ichigo asked, curious at her action. Before I explain, can I get some of your blood to wash his blood down? Akasha asked. Ichigo sighed as he tilted his neck to the side. She quickly bit down and drank some of Ichigo's blood. She let go as she licked the bite marks. I devoured Isa's blood and soul for a few reasons. Akasha began. By devouring his soul, I gained everything that Isa had, physically, mentally and spiritually. Physically? Ichigo asked. Behind Akasha, a red shadow formed behind her. From the red shadow, Ichigo saw Isa appeared. Ichigo noticed that Isa's eyes were empty as if no one was there. I can summon any soul that I devoured as a minion. What would happen if they die? Ichigo asked. I just reabsorbed them, Akasha said as Isa turned into blood and returned to Akasha. What about mentally and spiritually? When I devoured him, I saw all of his memories. And spiritually? Ichigo asked. His soul and all other souls I've devoured are mine to use, Akasha said. I see. Ichigo said. Everyone finished their battle and regrouped with Ichigo and Akasha. Any issues? Ichigo asked. Some of them shook their head while others didn't move. For now, we will gather all the unconscious enemy and sort them into 3 categories: yokai, fallen angel and devil. Everyone nodded as they quickly gathered all the unconscious bodies and separated them. Once they were done, Ichigo contacted Yasaka. Yasaka, we finished the mission. Can you contact Nirari to pick up all unconscious yokai? Ichigo asked. I can, Yasaka replied. Ichigo pulled out his phone, called Surzex. Hello, Ichigo. It has been a while. What can I do for you? Can you go to my location to escort some rogue devils and fallen angels? Sure, Surzex said as he hung up. Ichigo turned to his peerage. Mocha, Akasha, Akua, and Kalua, go through the remnants of the estate to see if there is anything you wish to keep, Ichigo said. They nodded and began to explore the estate. A red seal appeared in front of Ichigo as Surzex appeared. Hello, Ichigo. Hello, Surzex, Ichigo said. Surzex looked at the captured devils and fallen angels. Euclid, Surzex said, spotted his brother-in-law. He turned to Ichigo. I'll take good care of them. What about the yokai? Do you want me to take care of them as well? Don't worry about it. I have someone else coming to take care of them. Ichigo said. In the distance, they heard a car driving towards them. They spotted a yellow school bus driving towards them. The yellow school bus stopped in front of them. Soon the bus driver walked out. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Nirari? Surzex said as he raised his hand. It has, Surzex, Nirari replied as he accepted the handshake. They soon let go. So, these are mine to take back? Nirari said as he pointed at the unconscious yokai. They are, Ichigo said. Ichigo saw Reiku walking towards Nirari. It can't be, Nirari mumbled. Reiku smiled. Hello, Nirari. Reiku said. Reiku. Nirari nodded. How is your brother, still causing chaos and mayhem? Actually, no. He is working on creating peace between the human and yokai world. Oh. To think you can teach an old dog new tricks. Reiku joked. Or in this, take an old berserker. With the jokes done, all the unconscious yokai were loaded into Nirari's school bus. See all of you later, Ichigo said. See you, Ichigo, Surzex said as he teleported away. Nirari waved his hand as the school bus drove away. Ichigo saw Mocha, Akua, Kalua, and Akasha returned. Did you find anything of value? Ichigo asked. No, Mocha replied. Akasha, what are you planning to do with the estate? I'm not sure. Do you have something in mind? I do. With the more people joining our family, I think we should have a larger house. Ichigo said. What about our lives in Kuo? Mocha asked. We're keeping the house there, but we have this larger house for the others to live in, Ichigo said. That's a good idea, Kahlua said. So, are you planning to rebuild the estate or build an entirely new one? Mocha asked. What do you think, Akasha? Burn it down. I don't want any more reminders of Issa. Akasha said. Very well, Ichigo replied as he began spraying balls of fire around the destroyed estate. Ichigo made sure the fire didn't destroy anything else. Soon nothing remained from the estate. With that done, Ichigo summoned his car and drove everyone back home. Scene change, Kurosaki household. They all returned to see it was getting late. They all entered the Kurosaki household to see Masaki, Rin, and Yuzu in the kitchen making dinner. Karen, Elizabeth, Esteth, Eve and Lunatique were in the living room watching TV. Hello everyone. Ichigo greeted as everyone began to file in. Just in time, Masaki said. Can you help set up the table? Ichigo grabbed the dishes out of the cabinet. Only for them to be stolen by his other servants. Ichigo sighed as he went to the living room and sat down. Ichigo sat there as each girl shared what they did today. Dinner's ready! Masaki yelled. Elizabeth, Esteth and Eve immediately ran to the dinner table, followed by Karen. Ichigo helped the pregnant Lunatique to the dinner table. They all sat down as ate dinner. With the sudden increase of people living here, I decided that we need another place to live. Ichigo started, getting everyone's attention. I suggested that we make the former Shuzen estate our new home/base, Akasha said. How big will this be? Gilgamesh asked. Land-wise. Akasha said. About 5,000 hectares, 12,355.27 acres. Anyways, I want all of you to provide Akasha with ideas or suggestions that you would want in the new home/house, Ichigo said. How will we get from the new home/base to here? Masaki asked. We'll likely connect some kind of portal from here to the new home/base, Ichigo said. Akasha pulled out a notepad as everyone began to share ideas. Ichigo's dinner was interrupted by a spirit in his mindscape. Ichigo, Jesus said. Yes, Jesus? Can you take me to heaven now? Ichigo sighed. Fine. Just let me finish my dinner. Thank you, Jesus replied. Ichigo finished his dinner and placed his plate in the kitchen sink. I'll be right back. I need to fulfill a promise. Ichigo said as he stepped outside. He pulled out his phone and dialed the extremely long number. He placed the ringing phone next to his ear. Ichigo could hear the phone ringing. Hello, Ichigo. What can I do for you? Michael asked. This might be weird, but can you take me to heaven? Why? Let's just say, I have something that you would want in heaven, Ichigo cryptically said. Very well, Michael said. A golden seal appeared below Ichigo's feet and teleported him away. Scene change, heaven. Ichigo looked to see he was standing on a white cloud. Ichigo could see that it resembled what Ichigo saw in Longinus's mindscape. Hello, Ichigo. Michael greeted. He was dressed in the same armor Ichigo saw him from the peace conference and dinner party. Hello, Michael. Is there anywhere we can talk in private? I see. Michael said. Follow me. He said. Ichigo followed Michael up a few flights of stairs. They soon arrive at the door. Michael opened the door. It appears to be an office of some kind. This is my office. No one will be able to hear anything in here. Michael said. Ichigo summoned Longinus. The spear began to glow golden. The energy from Longinus's golden glow began to form a human body. Michael gasped when he saw who it was. Hello, Michael, Jesus said. Jesus! Michael yelled as he hugged the man. How? I thought you died with your father? That's true, Jesus said. However, when I stabbed with Longinus, a portion of my soul got lodged into Longinus. But in that case, you wouldn't know what happened to your other self since you two would have been separated. Michael theorized. Not quite, Jesus said. When my soul fragmented and was absorbed by Longinus, the soul fragment remained tied to me until I died. How come you haven't tried to return to heaven until now? None of my welders were strong enough to talk with me, until Ichigo forced his way into Longinus's mindscape. Jesus said. I see, Michael said. He turned to Ichigo. Ichigo, once again heaven is in debt to you, Michael said as he bowed to Ichigo. No problem, Michael, Ichigo replied. I do have a question though. Go ahead. With Jesus in play, how would this affect the world? I'm not sure, but I do have a theory. Michael said. After God's death, the whole fraction, as a whole, has gotten weaker. Angels' holy attacks do less damage compared to before, blessed items are weaker than before, many prayers now go unanswered, just to name a few. But with Jesus in control instead of me, this may significantly improve. Michael theorized. He teleported Jesus and Ichigo out of his office. They arrived in front of a white throne. Where are we? Ichigo asked. This is the seventh heaven, home to the sacred gear system and God's system, Michael said. Jesus sat down on the throne. Suddenly the throne began to release massive amounts of holy energy. What's going on? Ichigo asked. Heaven is growing stronger with Jesus' return and him on the throne. Soon the throne stopped. You alright, Jesus? Ichigo asked. Man, that was a lot of information, Jesus said. What happened? Ichigo asked. Dad foresaw our fate. So, he decided to save the knowledge of creation and the throne into the throne. When I sat in the throne, it poured all the knowledge of creation and the throne into my mind. Jesus explained. I see, Ichigo said. Ichigo. Please summon out Longinus. Ichigo summoned Longinus. Jesus raised his hand. A golden ball of energy began to form. He walked over and placed it in Longinus. Longinus glowed for a few seconds. What did you do? Ichigo asked. I placed an angel in Longinus. Why? That angel will become the mentor figure to help you use Longinus. I see. Ichigo said. What's the angel's name? The angel will reveal itself to you when it's ready, Jesus replied. I see. Ichigo said. Ichigo. As Michael said earlier, heaven as a whole owes a debt to you. Jesus said. There is only one way, I and heaven as a whole can repay this debt. Jesus stuck out his hand. Ichigo looked at Jesus' hand for a second before shaking Jesus' hand. Suddenly Jesus' eyes glowed golden. Michael gasped when he realized what Jesus was about to do. Ichigo. Heir of Clan Kurosaki. Heir of Clan Shiba, heir of Clan Yamamoto. Ichigo could sense the divine energy radiating from him as he invoked his full name. I name thee my sworn brother. Though not blood of my blood, bone of my bone or flesh of my flesh. I choose thee as kin, with all rights and obligations that are entailed. Jesus' body began to glow golden. Cry for aid and I shall hear you, and give aid if it costs me my last breath. Seek succor and you shall have it of me, no matter your reasons for seeking such. If all the universe be arrayed against you, know that I shall guard your back. Request sanctuary, and it shall be granted, regardless of your foe. The golden energy traveled to Ichigo. So, let it be, Jesus said. The golden glow faded away. I just made you my brother, Jesus said. This debt is something that can't be paid back with anything physical or knowledge. An act for an act. You returned me to heaven and helped heaven return to be a powerhouse it once was. I return that debt in brotherhood and an alliance. Jesus turned to Michael, who regained his composure. Can you send Ichigo back down now? Right away, Michael said as the golden seal appeared below Ichigo's feet. See ya, Michael. Jesus. Ichigo said. Goodbye, Ichigo, Michael replied. Bye, Ichigo. Thank you for your help, Jesus said. There was a small flash of golden light and Ichigo was gone. Scene change, forest near Koho Town. 5 people are standing in an empty clearing in a forest near Koho Town. 3 people were leaning on different trees. The first one appears to be a 2 meters man with a well-built body and has shoulder-length gray hair. He's dressed in a Japanese school uniform covered by Greek-inspired armor. The second one was also a young man but with black hair tied into a bun and has on a pair of shades. His attire consists of a black Japanese school uniform. The third one was a beautiful young foreign lady with blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. She wears a Japanese school uniform, with armor worn on top of it. In the middle of the clearing were 2 people, one who was kneeling, and another was standing. The one kneeling is a cute, foreign girl with a slim body, shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes. She's dressed in a sorceress-like dress with a huge blue hat with a black bow and yellow stars and matching cape with pink flowers and a white interior. She was drawing some kind of seal on the ground. The one standing is a bespectacled young man with blonde hair with a strand of hair across his face, who is usually dressed in a business suit. Are you sure this is going to work? The 2 meters man asked. Heracles. For the last time, this will work. The bespectacled young man replied. Unless you want to question my sister's skills. Gore. The newly dubbed Heracles replied. Suddenly the seal began to glow golden. The girl stood up as her brother pulled her behind him. Everyone stared at the seal as Ichigo appeared. Ichigo could see that he wasn't at his house. He could sense everyone at his house. Ichigo noticed the strangers around him. Who are you? Ichigo asked. Why am I here? Please calm down, Kurosaki Ichigo. The bespectacled young man said. My name is Pendragon Arthur. I'm Pendragon Luffy. The girl behind Arthur said. Heracles. I'm Kanla. The young man with the shade said. Jean. The last person said. We're all a part of the Hero Fraction, Arthur said. Hero Fraction? Ichigo asked. Arthur began to explain the Hero Faction. While this was going on, Ichigo talked with his servants. Hey, guys. Can you hear me? What happened, Ichigo? Akasha replied. I was wondering if anyone if Artoria and Jean or Joan could come to my location. Why? Artoria asked. Well, it appears I was forced teleported away by a group of people who are related to heroes from the past. Oh? Jean replied. Yep. Founded 2 descendants of Artoria and 1 from Jean. Anyone else? Scathach asked. One of them is named Kanla. Oh? I guess I'll join them. Scathach replied. And I'm here because... Ichigo interrupted Arthur's monologue. We wish to recruit you, Arthur said. Anyone else? Archer asked. The last one is Heracles, which I plan to deal with. Okay, we founded your location, Artoria said. Unfortunately, I am not interested in joining your fraction, Ichigo said. As Artoria, Joan and Scathach appeared in front of Ichigo. They were shocked at the sudden appearance the servants with that everyone charged at an opponent. Scene change, Ichigo versus Heracles. Eat this. Heracles yelled as he ran towards Ichigo. He tried to punch Ichigo with his right arm. He was shocked when his attack was stopped. He looked to see Ichigo stopped his punch with a finger. What? Heracles yelled as he tried again to punch Ichigo. Only for Ichigo blocked those punches with a finger. Is that all? Ichigo asked. Variant detonation. Heracles yelled as he began to be surrounded by a red-orange energy. Let's see how you handle this. He yelled as began to attack Ichigo with more punches surrounded by red-orange energy. Just like before, Ichigo easily blocked all of Heracles' attacks with a single finger. How? How can you be so strong? Heracles yelled as he continued to try and hit Ichigo. You forget who you're fighting against, Ichigo said as he finally countered Heracles' attack. He grabbed Heracles' wrist and pulled him down. Heracles was off balance and fell to the ground. Before Heracles could move, Ichigo was standing on Heracles' neck. "You're fighting against a being who have defeated gods and demons," Ichigo said. With one heel stomp, Heracles was unconscious. Ichigo looked to see Artoria was dueling her descendant. Ichigo dragged the unconscious Heracles over to them. Scene change, Scathach vs. Kanla. Scathach approached Kanla. Scathach gave Kanla a sad smile. "You look so like him," Scathach said. "Who?" Kanla asked. "Why does she feel familiar, as if she is someone I should know and fear?" Kanla thought. He was confused by this feeling. "Oh? You don't recognize me?" Scathach said as she summoned her spear. Kanla stared at the spear. His eyes widened when he recognized that spear. He has researched who Kanla was in the past. Kanla is the son of Ku Chulian and Afe. Ku Chulian wielded the same red spear that this woman has in her hand. "Why, you're the descendant of Scathach?" Kanla guessed. "So close," Scathach replied. "It seems I need to introduce myself," Scathach said as she walked closer to Kanla. "I am Scathach, the queen of the land of shadows," she declared. Kanla's eyes widened in shock. "How?" Kanla asked. "Magic," Scathach replied. "However, I'm not here to meet my many times great nephews." Scathach suddenly pointed Giblog at Kanla's neck. "I'm here to figure out why you tried to kidnap my master." A set of shadow spears grew out of Kanla's shadow and pointed at Scathach. "Defeat me and find out," Kanla replied as the shadow spears shot towards Scathach. She easily dodged all the shadow spears. Her speed is incredible. Scathach suddenly vanished from Kanla's view. Kanla turned around, trying to find Scathach. "Up here," Scathach said. Kanla looked up to see Scathach was in the air. Above her head was Gibalg and it was glowing with red energy. "Let's see if you can handle this," Scathach thought. "Gaebolg." Scathach shouted as she threw Gibalg at Kanla. Kanla entered his shadow, trying to escape Scathach's attack. For the first time, Kanla felt fear. "I'm going to die," Kanla thought to himself. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Soon the attack stopped. Kanla looked to see Scathach disappeared. Kanla rose out of the shadow. Suddenly he blacked out. Behind him stood an unamused Scathach, with her hand out. "He hid from my attack. How did the Kanla's descendant turn out to be a coward?" Scathach thought. She noticed that Ichigo was watching Artoria dueling one of the guys. She picked up Kanla and walked over there. Scene change, Joan vs. Jean. Joan stood in front of Jean. "You're the reincarnation of Jean d'Arc." Joan glared. "I am." "And you are?" Jean asked. "Call me Joan." Joan sneered. Joan charged at Jean and began to attack her with her flagpole. Jean summoned a pair of holy swords and blocked Joan's attack. Joan continued her assault on Jean. "Blade blacksmith!" Jean shouted. A wall of sword burst around Joan. Joan was forced to jump away from Jean. "Is this all you can do, girl?" Joan sneered. "No wonder you're Jean d'Arc's reincarnation. You're as pathetic as her. Don't insult her." Jean shouted as more holy swords were sent towards Joan. Joan swatted them away with her flagpole. "Don't make me laugh. Despite being her reincarnation, you don't know a single thing about her? All the trials that she went through. The pain and suffering for her god," Joan said. "And the despair that came once the truth was known," Joan thought. "Like you would know," Jean replied. Joan chuckled. "All evil is here," Joan said as she drew her sword. She pointed it at Jean. "The time for revenge has come." A blaze of fire shot out towards Jean. Jean summoned a wave of swords as an attempt to block the flames. The flames easily tore through the swords and surrounded Jean. She could feel the heat beginning to burn through her armor. This is the roar of my soul that was polished by hatred. Suddenly a young woman carrying a flag appeared in front of her. Here's the work of the Lord, the newcomer said as she stabbed her flag into the ground. The flag magically unraveled itself. My flag defends our brethren. The flag began to glow, and a barrier began to form around them. Luminosite éternelle. Le grandement de la haine. Joan finished as spikes began to shout out of the ground towards them. However, all of them bounced off the barrier. Soon the attack ended. Jean looked at her savior only to be knocked out by her savior. Joan sheathed her sword and walked towards them. You finally showed up, ruler, Joan said. Jean d'Arc, the servant, will be called ruler to prevent confusion. Joan. Must you use your noble phantasm on her? Ruler asked as she looked at the unconscious Jean. This foolish girl said that she was our reincarnation and yet she doesn't know the pain and suffering we've faced. Joan sneered. I just wanted to give her a taste of the pain we felt. Ruler shook her head. Let's just meet up with Master. Ruler said as she grabbed the unconscious Jean. Ruler and Joan walked to Ichigo. Artoria versus Arthur and Luffy Pendragon. Who are you? Arthur asked. It's not proper manners to ask for someone else's name without introducing yourself, Artoria replied. My name is Arthur Pendragon, and this is Luffy Pendragon, Arthur said. So Ichigo was right, you are my descendants, Artoria said. What? Arthur and Luffy replied. I am Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights and once and future King of Britannia. Artoria declared. Impossible, Arthur replied as he pointed his sword at Artoria. King Arthur was a male and he wielded a holy blade. Not like the blade you wield. If you want to see the holy aspect then that's fine, Artoria said as she changed to her holy aspect. Arthur and Luffy were shocked. They could feel the holy aura resonating from Excalibur. What about the fact that your legend said you were a male and what about Mordred? Luffy asked. In my time, I hid my gender because I believed that the men wouldn't listen to a queen, Artoria said. Arthur and Luffy nodded in agreement. Murden decided the best way to deal with our inability to reproduce by turning me into a hermaphrodite. Morgan drugged me and had her way with me. I see. Arthur said. Great ancestor, I challenge you to a duel. Arthur challenged. Very well then, Artoria replied. Your sister will not interfere, right? She wouldn't, Arthur replied. Luffy nodded as she moved to the middle. Will this be a duel of just swordsmanship or everything? Artoria asked. Swordsmanship, Arthur answered. Very well then, Artoria replied. They both had their swords ready, pointed at each other. The duel between Arthur Pendragon and King Artoria Pendragon shall begin at the count of 3. Luffy said. 1. Arthur and Artoria glared at their opponent. 2. Arthur and Artoria tightened their grip on their respective blades. 3. Arthur dashed towards Artoria. She easily blocked Arthur's attack. He continued to attack her. Artoria would easily block his attacks. Luffy stood there and watched them fight. She knew how good her older brother was in the art of sword fighting. Many of their tutors compliment him, calling him a prodigy. However, seeing Arthur going against Artoria is like seeing a child going against a master. Every move Arthur does is quickly blocked by Artoria and she has a counter immediately following it. Impressive swordsmanship, Artoria commented. Thank you, great ancestor, Arthur replied. Your skills are exactly what your legends said they were. They continued this for a few more minutes. Soon Artoria ended their duel with a hard strike near Arthur's wrist, forcing him to drop the blade. Before he could grab the blade, Artoria already had Excalibur pointed at his throat. I believe this is my win, Artoria said. It is, Arthur replied. Artoria moves Excalibur away from Arthur's throat. He walked over and picked up his fallen sword. Luffy rejoined them. He turned to face Artoria again. As our great ancestor, I wish to return this to you, he said as he presented the blade to Artoria. Artoria looked at the blade that Arthur presented. Why? Artoria asked. You don't recognize this blade? It's Caliburn, the sword from the stone. Artoria sheathed Excalibur and grabbed the sword as she performed a few swings with the blade before handing it back to the confused Arthur. This isn't my Caliburn, Artoria replied. What do you mean? Arthur asked. Caliburn was broken in battle, which forced me to use Excalibur. The Caliburn you wield is not the same one I wielded long ago. So, you're saying that the sword in my hand isn't Caliburn? I believe an angel took the broken Caliburn and tried to reforge the blade, resulting in the Caliburn in your hand. Artoria theorized. I see. Arthur said as he summoned Excalibur ruler. Great ancestor, can you tell me your thoughts about this blade? Artoria grabbed Excalibur ruler and swung it a few times. This blade is foreign to me, Artoria said as she returned the blade to Arthur. I see. Arthur said, sounding disappointed. Why do you sound disappointed? Artoria asked. The blade you just wielded is known as Excalibur ruler, one of the 7 fragments from the original Excalibur that was destroyed during your battle with Mordred, Arthur said. I tasked Sir Bedivere to return it to the Lady of the Lake. The only possibilities are that an angel took the blade from Sir Bedivere or the angels made a holy blade and called it Excalibur. I see. Arthur said. He was shocked to see the entire group was defeated by Ichigo and his allies. So, the hero fraction lost, Arthur said. Luffy turned around to see Ichigo and everyone standing behind her. I didn't notice they were standing behind me, Luffy thought. You finished Artoria? Ichigo asked. We have, Arthur replied. What will happen to us? The only option is that these 3 will be given to the devils to interrogate for information, Ichigo said. And us? Arthur asked. Suddenly a familiar red seal appeared. Oh, speak of the devil. Ichigo chuckled as Rias, Kiba, Akino, Issei, and Kaneko were standing behind Rias, ready to battle. Ichigo? Rias said. Hello, Rias. Good to see you and your peerage is here. Ichigo said as he noticed, what are you doing here? We detected a large amount of energy here, so we decided to investigate, Rias replied. I assume you took care of the problem. I did. Ichigo gave Rias the unconscious Kanla, Heracles, and Jean. These are some members of the hero fraction. I see. I will hand them to Nisama to deal with. Rias said. I can imagine him complaining about the additional workload. Additional workload. Rias' eyes widen. You're responsible for the large capture of devils, fallen angels, and yokai less than an hour ago. Yeah, Ichigo said. Akino. If you could please. Akino nodded as she took the unconscious prisoners and teleported them away. What about them? Rias asked, pointing at the Pendragon siblings. My name is Arthur Pendragon, and this is Luffy Pendragon, Arthur said. As you may already know, I am Rias Gremory, Rias replied. In exchange for protection against our family and our enemies, we would assist as tutors for your peerage and allies. Arthur offered. Why? Rias replied. In all honesty, I joined the hero fraction just to find strong opponents. From what rumors I've heard, I know that being on your side I would be able to find stronger opponents. Arthur replied. Wherever Nisama goes, I go. Luffy replied. Thought also wanted to meet the Ape dragon. She added while blushing. Ape dragon. Ichigo repeated. He gave Rias a questionable stare. What did the pervert do? Azazel heard about Issei triggering his balance breaker by poking my breasts and ended up making an entire show about it. He used the opening song to the show when Issei went berserk due to a training accident. Rias said. Ichigo walked up behind Issei and slammed his head down to the ground. Issei got his head out of the dirt, ready to attack whoever did that when he saw Ichigo's vengeful glare at him. "How dare your perverted habits ruin Drake's legendary history," Ichigo said. Suddenly boosted began to glow. "Manifest," Drake said as Issei's scaled mail appeared. "Hello, Drake." Ichigo greeted. "Hello, Ichigo. Thank you for punishing him for his action," Drake said as he glared at Rias. "These devils encourage his actions." "I understand, my friend," Ichigo said as he patted the scaled male's shoulder. "During my freshman year of high school, I've developed a reputation for being a tough guy who rarely smiles and punishes perverts like Issei," Ichigo said. Suddenly Issei felt a shiver go down his spine. "While I was doing some Shinigami business, a perverted spirit managed to enter my body and ruin the reputation that I had carefully built, too," Ichigo said. Drake turned and looked at Ichigo. "I found an ally in this darkness," Drake said as tears began to appear. "Go on and take comfort," Ichigo said as Drake let out his tears of despair. As Drake did this, Ichigo continued to glare at Issei. "I said I was sorry," Issei said. "Does sorry fix Drake's reputation?" Ichigo asked. "No," Issei replied. "Though?" Ichigo began to smile. "Being the strongest wielder may offset this," Ichigo said. Issei didn't know why, but he felt he should run away right now. Ichigo turned to Rias. "I want to see how strong your peerage is now compared to when I first tested you," Ichigo said. "Now?" Rias asked. "No. In the morning," Ichigo said. "That's fine. We needed to do something as a club anyways," Rias said. "Also, is it fine if Azazel-sensei comes as well?" "Sure," Ichigo replied. Drake finished letting out his despair. "Thank you, Ichigo," Drake said. "No problem, Drake," Ichigo said. "A good way to release your despair is finding a way to release it positively, as in training a wielder." "Good idea," Drake replied. "Do it while he dreams and any free time he has," Ichigo said. "No!" Issei screamed in despair. Ichigo and Drake laughed at Issei's despair. "It's getting a little late," Rias said. "Very well. See you tomorrow," Ichigo said as they all returned home. Scene change, Kurosaki household. Ichigo walked in to see Yuzu washing the dishes. "Hello Yuzu," Ichigo said. "Ichi-nii. You're back. Have you seen Karen?" "She's in the shower. Is there anything you need?" "Let her know that I am testing both of you tomorrow." "Testing us?" "Yes. We're going to have a spar to see how strong both of you have become." "Oh, I'll let her know," Yuzu said. "Thank you, Yuzu, and good night," Ichigo replied as he walked upstairs to his bedroom. Ichigo took a quick shower and went to bed. Chapter 37, Arc 8. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was comfortably buried by his peerage members. Should I wake them up or not? Ichigo thought. Next to him was Yuzu and Karen. Behind them were Akasha and Gilgamesh. Reiku and Scathach claimed his legs. EU and Ophis claimed his chest area. Artoria was between Akasha and Reiku while Tamamo was between Gilgamesh and Scathach. King, that is the wrong question. The real question is, when are you going to settle down and fuck them all? Zangetsu said. Ichigo sighed. Girls. He is yours to deal with, Ichigo said. Zangetsu turned to see Kyoka, Shiroyuki, Kaiten, and Kayakatsu approaching him. They pointed their fingers at Zangetsu, which began to glow pink. Zangetsu's eyes widened in fear. Don't worry, Zangetsu, Kyoka said. We're just going to use a acre version of this keto on you, Shiroyuki said. You'll be back to normal soon, Kaiten said. Fuck that. Zangetsu yelled as he shunpaied away from them. Kyoka, Shiroyuki, Kaiten, and Kayakatsu shunpaied after him. Ichigo chuckled in Zangetsu's suffering. Yuzu heard the noise and woke up. Good morning, Ichi-nii. Yuzu said. Good morning, Yuzu, Ichigo replied. Slowly everyone else woke up. Ichigo got out of bed and took a quick shower. Ichigo went downstairs and decided to make fried rice for everyone. Slowly everyone came down. Ichigo passed them a plate of fried rice. As Ichigo cooked, he could hear everyone enjoying his food and talking about their day. Ichigo sat down and ate his fried rice. As soon as he finished eating, Ichigo could hear the doorbell ring. Ichigo opened the door to see Rias, her entire peerage, Akino's parents, Azazel, Arthur and Luffy standing outside. Hello everyone. Ichigo greeted. Hello, Ichigo-sensei, Rias said. Hello, Ichigo-sama. Shuri and Barakil said. Ichigo sighed. We'll start in a bit. Meet me in the backyard. Ichigo said. They nodded as they walked to the backyard. What are you planning to do? Masaki asked. I'm going to see how strong Rias and her peerage have become, Ichigo answered. And test us, Karen said. Masaki sighed. Very well. Just be careful. Masaki said. Ichigo nodded. Everyone was standing in the backyard, waiting for Ichigo. So how are we doing this? Rias asked. We're going to fight in a pocket dimension, Ichigo said as he pulled out the trainer. I'll explain what this is once we're inside, Ichigo said as Kyoka appeared. She took the trainer and sent everyone inside. Scene change, trainer. Everyone appeared in a barren wasteland. For those who've never been in here, welcome to the trainer. It is a pocket dimension that we can control whatever happens in. Ichigo explained. So are we going to fight you right now? Issei asked. We could, or we can have a little fun, Ichigo said as a copy of Ichigo in a butler suit appeared with a tablet in hand. Rias. You will create your own dungeon and I will enter it. Butler Ichigo handed her the tablet. He'll help you design and set up the dungeon and get me when you are ready. What do you mean to get you? I will not be here. I'm allowing you to create your own base for me to invade. Ichigo said. What about us? Azazel asked. All of you can help Rias plan out how the dungeon will be. After that, you will be in a different dimension where all of you can see the battle without worrying about the dangers or helping them out. Good, Azazel said. Very well, Rias said. Any other questions? Ichigo asked. Rias shook her head. Ichigo shunpayed away. Ichigo stopped at a forest. He sat down with Longinus on his lap. He closed his eyes as he entered Longinus's mindscape. Scene change, Longinus mindscape. Ichigo opened his eyes to see someone standing in front of him. The person doesn't appear male or female. The person has long black hair and red eyes. On the person's back, Ichigo could see 12 golden red wings. The person is dressed in a red robe with a gold cross on the front of his white lab, golden shoulder plates with a white sash and a golden halo set above the person's head. Hello. Ichigo greeted. Hello, Ichigo-sama. The person replied. Call me Ichigo. Very well, Ichigo. Who are you? I am the angel that Jesus created and placed Longinus to help guide you. What's your name? Ichigo asked. Azrael. The newly dubbed Azrael said. Are you a male or female? I am Azrael, Azrael replied. Ichigo sighed. I came to meet you, Ichigo said. Azrael nodded its head. In that case, I believe Longinus must bond itself to your soul before we do anything else. I thought it was already bonded to my soul based on what I did with Longinus earlier. Not exactly. If you were bonded with Longinus, then Jesus wouldn't have been able to leave your soul. Azrael explained. I see, Ichigo said. Azrael summoned Longinus and stabbed Ichigo in the chest. Longinus began to glow golden. Ichigo could feel Longinus's mindscape moving and integrating itself to Ichigo's mindscape. Suddenly Zangetsu, Yawatch, Kyoka, Shirayuki, Kaiten, Kayakatsu, Suzumabachi, and Mysteria appeared. Ichigo laughed at Zangetsu. Zangetsu snarled at Ichigo. Zangetsu currently appears to be a gender-bent version of himself, dressed in a black and blue dress. Guys, this is Azrael. Azrael, this is Zangetsu, Yhwach, Kyoka, Shiroyuki, Kaiten, Kayakatsu, Suzumabachi, and Mysteria. Ichigo introduced. Hello, Azrael. Yhwach greeted. Your name is similar to father's, Azrael said. I know, Yhwach replied. With their curiosity satisfied, Yhwach disappeared first. Before Zangetsu could escape, the girls grabbed him and disappeared together. If you wish, we can start to train now, Azrael said. Sure, Ichigo said as he summoned Longinus. Just like what Jesus said before, you can create holy fire and holy lighting or create holy water, Azrael said. The holy water is a new thing, Ichigo commented. It is. The process is quite similar to bring forth holy fire and holy lightning. Azrael said. I see, Ichigo said as he fired a stream of holy water at the wall. Good. Have you used holy fire or holy lightning yet? No, Ichigo said as he fired a stream of holy fire at the wall and then a bolt of holy lightning. Excellent, Azrael said. Just like before, you can purify anyone that is corrupted, Azrael added. I see, Ichigo said. The next part is simple, using Longinus in a fight, Azrael said as he summoned his copy of Longinus. Spears are known for their stabbing, Azrael said as he stabbed the air with Longinus. Due to how long and sharp the tip is, you could also do minor slashes with it. Azrael slashed up and down with Longinus. Right now, we'll spar so that you gain some experience with a spear. Ichigo nodded as they pointed their respective Longinus at each other. They charged at each other. Ichigo and Azrael spent 2 hours in Ichigo's mindscape practicing Longinus and all of its abilities. Impressive, Azrael said. I didn't expect you to master all those things in this short amount of time. Ichigo cracked a smile. I've always exceeded my teacher's expectations, Ichigo replied. Someone is approaching, Azrael said. Ichigo nodded as he left his mindscape. Scene change, trainer. Ichigo opened his eyes to see Butler Ichigo standing there. Rias is ready for you. Butler Ichigo said. Okay then, Ichigo said as Longinus returned to his mindscape. He stood up and Shuunpai'd back. Ichigo arrived to see a giant medieval grey tower. Standing next to the grey tower is Shuri, Barrakiel, Azazel, Arthur, and Luffy. Please do not reveal anything that you see here, Ichigo asked. Very well, Ichigo-sama. Shuri and Barrakiel said. Don't worry about it, Azazel replied. Butler Ichigo appeared next to Ichigo. Rias has instructed me to read you this description before you enter. Do you want me to read it? Might as well, Ichigo replied. Butler Ichigo cleared his throat. Welcome, challenger, to Pandemonium, the home of the wretched Lady Gremory. He yelled. You are a hero who comes to defeat Lady Gremory to bring prosperity to the people. However, to reach Lady Gremory, you must defeat her royal servants. Will the hero be victorious, or will he lose? Butler Ichigo yelled. He cleared his throat again. You good? Ichigo asked. I am. He replied. How many floors are there in total? 7. I see. Thank you for the information. Ichigo said as he entered Pandemonium. Butler Ichigo created a bubble around the viewers with chairs for them to sit in and watch the show. Pandemonium, first floor. Ichigo could see the floor was lit up by torches. He arrived at a door. He pushed open the door. Standing in front of him was Kiba. Hello, Ichigo-sensei. Kiba greeted. Call me Ichigo, Ichigo replied. Very well, Ichigo, Kiba said as he summoned a sword. Ichigo entered his Shinigami form and summoned Kosetsu. Impressive blade, Kiba commented. Thank you. She prides herself in her beauty. Ichigo replied. Each of them stood their ground for a moment before they charged at each other. Ichigo swung downwards. Kiba blocked the attack. Ichigo quickly disengages and swung with a side strike. Kiba quickly dodges the attack. Kiba summoned another sword as he counterattacked with both blades. Despite his efforts, Ichigo easily blocked each attack. "Is this it, Kiba?" Ichigo asked. "No. Just to see how I should attack you," Kiba said as 4 swords appeared behind him. Kiba fired those swords at Ichigo. "This looks familiar," Ichigo thought as he easily blocked the 4 swords. "Good try, Kiba, but too slow. It wasn't to hit you, Ichigo. It was to stall," Kiba said as the swords changed. Kiba now held 2 swords. "Meet Pyrus Marauder and Storm Savior," Kiba announced. The blade of Marauder was enveloped in a concentrated blaze of blue flames, while Savior's blade was enveloped in the wind. "Since you brought this out, it would be fair for me as well." Ichigo held Kosetsu in front of him and turns it in a circle counterclockwise. The ribbon attached to the hilt began to elongate. "Dance, Sori no Shirayuki," Ichigo said as his Zanpakuto entered Shirkai. Quickly punctures the ground in front of him 4 times in a semicircle. "Sugi no Mai, Hakoran." Ichigo blasted Kiba with a blast of ice-cold air. Kiba jumped to the side, dodging the attack. Kiba looked to see an entire portion of the floor was frozen. "Can't get hit by that," Kiba thought. Ichigo pointed Shirayuki at Kiba. "San no Mai, Shirafune," Ichigo said as copies of Shirayuki flew towards Kiba. Kiba used fired a blast of fire from Pyrus Marauder at the frozen copies of Shirayuki, immediately melting them. Kiba fired a gust of wind at Ichigo. Ichigo shunpaied to the side, dodging the attack. Kiba charged at Ichigo. "Daishir no Mai, Johaku," Ichigo shouted as he stabbed Shirayuki into the ground. The ground began to shake as long and narrow ice stalagmite, each several meters in length, began to shoot up. Kiba used both Pyrus Marauder and Storm Savior to break the ice stalagmites. He charged at Ichigo. He smiled as he punctures the ground in front of him 4 times in a semicircle. Kiba's eyes widened when he realized what Ichigo was about to do. "Sugi no Mai, Hakoran," Ichigo yelled. Kiba quickly pointed Pyrus Marauder and Storm Savior in front of him and fired a blast of fire and wind to propel him away from the attack and try to negate the attack. Kiba ended up crashing into a wall. Kiba said as he slowly got back up. "Oh good. You're still awake," Ichigo said as he approached him. "Is this the farthest you've grown?" Ichigo asked. "No," Kiba yelled as he grabbed his 2 swords. He raised his swords parallel, both tips pointing at Ichigo. Pyrus Marauder glowed red and black while Storm Savior glowed blue and white. "Now the powers of heaven and hell, there will be one." Yuto brought the 2 swords closer and closer together with each word spoken. Soon the 2 gems touch each other. Red fire and white wind enveloped the 2 weapons to reveal a new weapon. It was a 2-handed broadsword. The blade is silver with a black wing and white wing on either side of the handguard. The gem is a spinning yin and yang ball. The guard is red and green crisscrossed. "Awake, Firestorm!" Kiba yelled. He charged at Ichigo and swung with Firestorm. A large blast of fire shot towards Ichigo. Ichigo dodges the blast of fire, only for Kiba to hit Ichigo in the gut with Firestorm. Ichigo slammed into the wall. Kiba took a few deep breaths as he held Firestorm. "Good," Ichigo said from the rubble. "Started to think you were holding out on me." Ichigo chuckled. "Since you decided to use your balance breaker." Ichigo held Shirayuki in front of him. A gust of cold air blew around them. "I might as well go all out on you." Despite being indoors, it looked like a storm is about to descend upon them. "Bang Kai!" Ichigo said as an ice pillar formed around him and covered himself from Kiba's view. A few seconds later, the ice pillar disintegrates to reveal a completely different Ichigo. He is wearing a white, ankle-length kimono with lined patterns. The robe has an attached ornate collar, edges, and shoulder design with long, wide sleeves. Ichigo has a small half-crown of ice which extends around the back of his head. Ichigo's shoulder-length hair became white. Seigo no Mai, Ian no Shirayuki. Final dance, eternal white snowfall. All around them snow began to fall and turned into a blizzard. Due to firestorm, the snow didn't land around Kiba. Ichigo disappeared from Kiba's sight. Where did he go? Kiba thought as he tried to use his magical senses to find him, only for his magical senses to be bombarded with Ichigo's presence all around him. Kiba suddenly saw something move from behind. He turned just to block an attack from Ichigo. Suddenly more copies of Ichigo appeared from the snowstorm and attacked him. How did he make more copies? Kiba swung firestorm at the copies of Ichigo. Some of them began to melt. The others attack harder. Firestorm! Kiba yelled as he pointed firestorm above him. Firestorm blasted fire around him. The fire began to form into a cyclone and began to melt all the copies of Ichigo around him. Kiba ended his attack and slammed the weapon on the ground. Kiba used firestorm as a crutch, try and catch his breath. From the snowstorm, copies of Ichigo began to rise from the snow around him. Kiba's eyes widened as he tried to lift firestorm. Only his body began to feel weak. Kiba lost his grip on firestorm as he crashed into the soft snow below him. Ichigo chuckled as he sealed Shirayuki. All the snow transformed into Ryatsu and was absorbed back into Ichigo. Ichigo kneeled beside him and checked on Kiba, vis-a medial Kido. Good job, Kiba. You've improved so much since. Ichigo said as he continued to inspect him. Ichigo turned to see a bat sitting nearby a torch. Let Rias know that Kiba is just exhausted from the battle. A day of rest and he should be good as new. Ichigo said as he advanced to the next floor. Pandemonium, second floor. Ichigo walked up to the next floor. Ichigo was greeted with a giant gate. Ichigo pushed the gate open to see Kaneko standing here. She was dressed in her school uniform with her black gloves. Ichigo noticed that above her head was a pair of cat ears and two cattails that swayed on her back. It looks like she's now used to using her heritage, Kyoka commented. Hello, Kaneko. Ichigo greeted. Hello, Ichigo-sensei, Kaneko replied. So how do you want to do this? Ichigo asked. I want you to use the same ability you used against Sarorg-san. She requested. Very well, Ichigo said as his Shihakusho top disappeared. Ichigo got into a fighting stance. Kaneko got into her fighting stance. Kaneko dashed towards Ichigo. Ichigo stood there as she punched him in the gut, sending him flying into a wall. She glared as the dust cleared to reveal an unharmed Ichigo. Ichigo pulled himself out of the wall. Nice punch. That punch was way stronger than before. Ichigo commented. Thank you, Kaneko replied as she kept her guard. Ichigo shunpaied away. Kaneko immediately tried to find Ichigo. Suddenly Kaneko was slammed into the ground. She managed to look up to see Ichigo standing there. Kaneko quickly stood back up as Ichigo charged in. He began to hit her with a combination of kicks. Kaneko used her short height to dodge Ichigo's attack. I'm not used to fighting someone this short. Ichigo thought as he tried to hit her. Kaneko continued to dodge Ichigo's attack. Kaneko used her hands to catch one of Ichigo's legs and used it to jump over Ichigo. She wrapped her legs around Ichigo's neck and began to strangle him. Ichigo smiled. You shouldn't be there, Ichigo mumbled. Ichigo began to gather his Ryatsu. Kaneko didn't realize Ichigo's warning until it was too late. Shunko! Ichigo yelled. A large surge of Ryatsu shot out of Ichigo's back and shoulders, ripping Kaneko off his neck. Ichigo had Ryatsu flowing from his back and it wrapped around his arms and legs. Now! She screamed. Suddenly small bats flew towards Ichigo. Ichigo stood there as the bats surrounded him. Gasper tried to use his forbidden Baylor view at Ichigo. You forgot something important about your sacred gear, Ichigo said as he began to gather some Ryatsu. Kaneko's eyes widened. Gasper! She screamed. But it was too late. Someone stronger can ignore it, Ichigo said. Nensho Shunko! Ichigo yelled. He let out a wave of fire Ryatsu. Gah! The bats screamed in pain as they tried to fly away. Many of them were on fire. They reformed back to Gasper. Kaneko rushed to Gasper's side. Ichigo ended Nensho Shunko. Ichigo formed a ball of water and threw it at Gasper, putting the fire out. Do you two wish to continue? Ichigo asked. Kaneko tackled Ichigo with her shoulder. Ichigo grabbed her shoulder and threw her at Gasper. She slammed into Gasper, knocking him unconscious. She glared at Ichigo. Ichigo resumed a fighting stance. She ran at Ichigo and tried to sweep his leg. Ichigo raised his leg, dodging Kaneko's sweep, and kicked her in the head. Kaneko slammed into another wall. Kaneko, please stay down, Ichigo asked. Ichigo saw Kaneko finally unconscious. Ichigo gently picked Kaneko up and placed her next to Gasper. Ichigo used medical Kido to heal them as much as he could. Ichigo once again saw a bat above him. Ichigo stood up and left the room. Scene change, Pandemonium Floor 3. Ichigo arrived to see Yuzu and Karen standing there. Guess it's our turn, Karen said. It is, Ichigo said. So how will this work? We're doing this together. Yuzu replied. Very well, Ichigo said. Kaien got into a fighting stance. Ichigo could see her wearing 2 silver knuckle dusters. Yuzu summoned her bow. Ichigo noticed that she didn't change her Quincy pendant. Ichigo charged at Karen. Yuzu fired Heilig File at Ichigo. He ignored Yuzu's attack. Ichigo began to attack Karen with a combination of punches and kicks. Under Yhwach's training, Karen discovered that she can't use her Quincy abilities like normal Quincy's. She has to attack up close or mid-range. Yuzu's Quincy abilities are similar to normal Quincy's, having to rely on a bow for long-range attacks. However, she can draw much more Erasure to use in her attacks or pass it on to her allies. He's fast, Karen thought as she swerves to the side to dodge each attack. Yuzu pointed her arrows at Karen. She shot her arrows at Karen, restoring her Ryatsu levels and temporarily boosting her powers. Karen tried to counterattack. However, Ichigo easily countered her counterattack and forced her back to the defensive. Yuzu stood in the sideline. Yuzu charged in for a sneak attack. Ichigo easily blocked her attack, punched her in the gut. Yuzu was sent flying. She managed to use Hirenkyaku to stop herself from crashing into the wall. She stood there as she tried to catch her breath. What can I do? Yuzu thought. She could tell that Karen was slowing down. Even with Yuzu's efforts, Karen can only go so much. Roar! Yuzu turned to see Xingqian flying towards her. Xingqian? Yuzu said as familiar arrived. Master. Can you hear me? Someone with a soft tone voice said. Yuzu looked around to see who spoke to her. Master. Down here. Yuzu looked at Xingqian. Is that you, Xingqian? Yes, Master. You're speaking to me through the familiar link? Correct, Master. Xingqian replied. I managed to make something to help you with your battle against your brother. Xingqian said. Really? Yuzu thought. Suddenly a silver wrist bracelet with a green gem appeared on Yuzu's left wrist. What is it, Xingqian? It's a bracelet that allows you to equip the armor I made for you. Xingqian said. How do I activate it? Yuzu asked. Xingqian tapped the bracelet and was absorbed into the green gem. Press on the gem and say the words that comes to you. Xingqian said. Yuzu touched the green gem. Flashing rays that tears through the sea of stars. Yuzu said. She began to be surrounded by a green glow, attracting Ichigo and Karen's attention. Roar throughout the world and shake the souls. 1. Yuzu finished. She was engulfed in green energy. The green energy was torn away by green wings. Yuzu was in a dress with white and light teal green armor. She has a headband, shoulder guards, chest guards, armor gloves, and leg armor. Yuzu's armor reminded Ichigo of Shinchin. Behind Yuzu, Ichigo could see a tail move side to side. Yuzu dove at Ichigo. "Oh!" Ichigo said. Ichigo kicked Karen to the side, sending her flying to a wall. Yuzu began to attack Ichigo with a lead of punches and kicks. As Karen laid in the ground, she felt something licking her cheek. She opened her eyes to see Shinyuan licking her cheek. "Shinyuan," Karen mumbled as she pulled herself out of the hole. "Damn that girl," Shinyuan growled. Karen heard a tough female voice. "Shinyuan?" Karen thought. "Yeah. It's me." Shinyuan said. "It's time for you to show your brother what you got." Suddenly a silver wrist bracelet with a red-orange gem appeared on Karen's right wrist. "How do I activate it?" Karen asked. Shinyuan rolled her eyes as she tapped bracelet and was absorbed into the red-orange gem. "Press on the gem and say the words that comes to you," Shinyuan said. Karen touched the red-orange gem. "Rend the obsidian darkness. Scorch heaven and earth." Karen said as red-orange energy began revolved around Karen. Ichigo and Yuzu stopped their fight and watched. "Let your rage explode." 2. Karen finished as she was engulfed by the energy. Large red and violet wings broke the energy to reveal Karen in her red and violet armor. Karen has a headband with horns, shoulder guards, chest guards, armor gloves and leg armor which reminded Ichigo of Shinyuan. Just like Yuzu, Karen had her own tail behind her. Yuzu flew away from Ichigo and regrouped with Karen. "It seems your familiars forged you your own armor," Ichigo said as summoned Bahamut. "I guess I should summon mine," Ichigo said as he summoned Bahamut. "Appear before me." Crimson Ryatsu began to gather around Ichigo. Forged by the Maiden of Light. White Ryatsu joined the Crimson Ryatsu. And the Maiden of Darkness. Black Ryatsu joined the Crimson and White Ryatsu. Glare at all creation and display your ferocious might. The collected Ryatsu formed a giant pillar of Ryatsu around Ichigo. Dragon of Chaos, Bahamut. Ichigo yelled. A pair of large black and white wings destroyed the pillar of Ryatsu to reveal Ichigo in his armor. Two blades shot out of Kazara's and Valiona's heads. All three charged at each other. Yuzu and Karen began to attack Ichigo with their hands and feet. Ichigo easily blocks their attacks with his blades. Ichi is too fast. I need to go faster. Yuzu thought. Leave that to me. Shinchin replied. Yuzu suddenly stopped as she felt her armor change. Yuzu's armor now covers her arms and her thigh. Yuzu could feel her wings changed shape to something similar to jet. Yuzu found she could move faster. She charged back in and resumed to attack Ichigo, finding out her attacks are hitting Ichigo. It appears your armor is an absolute, Ichigo said as Yuzu easily dodged Ichigo's slashes. Karen dove in as she continued to try her best to attack Ichigo. I need more power. Karen thought. Be careful of what you ask for, Shinyuan replied. Karen suddenly stopped as she felt her armor changed. She could feel the armor began to grow, covering her arms and legs and making them larger. She could feel her wings get bigger. Rah! Karen yelled as she began to hit harder. I had enough of this, Ichigo said as he soared away from them. The blades disappeared as Ichigo pointed the Valiona's head at Yuzu and Karen. Ryatsu began to gather energy around Valiona's head. Shinchin! Yuzu shouted. Dodge the attack. Shinchin yelled. Shinyuan! Karen shouted. Stand your ground, Shinyuan said. Hellfire retribution. Ichigo yelled as he fired a stream of reddish-black flames at them. Yuzu managed to fly away. Karen wasn't so lucky. Gah! Karen screamed in pain. Ichigo ended his attack. Ichigo looked to see Karen wasn't damaged. However, her right arm was glowing bright red. Absolute power force. Karen yelled as she charged at Ichigo and punched him with the right hand. Ichigo caught the attack. Ichigo growled from the pain, but he didn't let go of her arm. He swung Karen at the floating Yuzu, causing them to crash into each other. Ichigo pointed both Kazara's and Valiona's head at them, began to gather energy. Chaotic retribution. Ichigo yelled as he fired his attack. The bluish-white beam combined with the reddish-black flames. The two fused to one giant attack. Yuzu and Karen were engulfed by the attack. They slammed into the ground. The dust cleared to see both Yuzu and Karen were unconscious. Their armors disappeared as their familiars stood next to their respective masters. Ichigo landed next to them. Bahamut sealed itself and returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo kneeled next to Yuzu and Karen and used medical Kido to heal them. Good job, you two. You've both grown a lot since the last time I've seen you two, Ichigo said. He looked at the two familiars. Protect them and help them get stronger. The familiars let out a roar as he left for the next room. Scene change, Pandemonium, 4th floor. Ichigo entered to see Zenovia standing there in a black, skin-tight, short-sleeve leotard with pauldrons, matching fingerless gloves that extend to her biceps, and thigh-high boots, all of which are adorned with straps. Took you long enough to get here, she said. I'm assuming this will be a swords match? Ichigo guessed. Right, Zenovia replied as she raised her arm out and closed her eyes. Peter, Basil, Dennis, and Blessed Virgin Mary, I ask all of you to be by my side. From her right side, a golden ripple formed, turning into a type of golden chain seal. From it, a large uniquely shaped broadsword with a blue blade and a golden edge appeared. The sword has a semicircular guard on the left side of the handle that extends to the bottom just above the pommel, with a small extension on the right side of the handle, with silver chains wrapped around the sword. Zenovia slowly moved her arm towards the handle of the sword while saying, by the imbued powers of all the saints within it, I release this blade. The chains that wrapped around the sword snapped. Holy Sword Durandal. Then I will use these, Ichigo said as he summoned Kaiten Kayakatsu. Flower Wind Rage and Flower God Roar. Ichigo sets the two blades against each other in a cross. Heavenly Wind Rage and Heavenly Demon Sneer. Ichigo pulled the blades away. Kaiten Kayakatsu. Ichigo shouted as a gust of wind surrounded him. Ichigo slashed the wind to reveal him holding their Shurkai form. Zenovia charged in as she swung Durandal with a downward strike. Ichigo easily dodged the attack. Bushigoma, Ichigo said as he spun both blades in the opposite direction before firing two large wind blades at Zenovia. As the two wind blades flew towards Zenovia, they merged into a giant circle. Zenovia was soon trapped in a spinning cyclone. Is that all? Zenovia said as Durandal began to glow. She used Durandal and broke Bushigoma. Why do I feel some irony here? Ichigo thought. Black, Ichigo said as he charged at her and aggressively attacked her with downwards blows. Zenovia used Durandal to block as much as she could. Why are his attacks so strong? Zenovia thought as Ichigo found an opening and hit her in the side. Zenovia winced as she tried to block against Ichigo's assault. Even though I like seeing you decimate your foes like this, I'm getting bored, Kaiten complained. Ichigo could imagine Kayakatsu rolling her eyes at Kaiten's comment. Ichigo sighed as he could feel Kaiten's blade began to feel heavier than before. Ichigo jumped away from Zenovia. Zenovia looked confused at Ichigo's action. Kaiten Kayakatsu is a unique blade, Ichigo said. She doesn't want me to outright decimate you. She wants you to give you a somewhat fair chance. Zenovia continued to stare at him. One of Kaiten Kayakatsu's abilities is to make games real, and right now we're playing Runi, Colorful Demon. Each player will take turns saying a color. If you are wearing the named color and I am wearing that same color, then your attacks are stronger. But this also opened you up to take more damage. Zenovia's eyes widen. That's the way you said black before, Zenovia said. Exactly. Both of us are wearing black right now, allowing my attacks to be significantly stronger than before, and you take more damage than before," Ichigo explained. Zenobia charged in with Durandal glowing black. She screamed as she swung Durandal in a downward strike. Ichigo smirked. "Purple," Ichigo said as Durandal hit him in the shoulder. The attack didn't even do a scratch on him. Zenobia's eyes widened in disbelief. "I think it's time for a new game," Ichigo said. Suddenly Zenobia could see two copies of Ichigo standing there. "The game is called Nijishin, Doppelganger," Ichigo number 1 said. "You need to find out," Ichigo number 2 said. "Which one is real?" Ichigo number 1 asked as he moved to Zenobia's left side. "And which one is the fake?" Ichigo number 2 asked as he moved to Zenobia's right side. "Now choose," they yelled as they ran towards her. Zenobia looked at each copy of Ichigo as she was forced to choose which one to block. Zenobia turned and blocked Ichigo number 1. "Gah!" Zenobia screamed as Ichigo number 2's blade cut into her back. "Wrong choice," Ichigo number 2 said as Ichigo number 1 moved next to Ichigo number 2. "Time 2," Ichigo number 1 said. "Try again," Ichigo number 2 said. This game continued. Zenobia could occasionally guessed the right one, but many of them were wrong. Slowly these guerrilla attacks tired Zenobia out. By the last one, Zenobia used Durandal to keep herself up. Ichigo ended Nijishin. "It seems at the end of your rope," Ichigo said. "I think we'll end it with one final game," Ichigo said as he faced Zenobia. "It's called Keto, Duel. The rules are simple. One final attack and winner takes all," Ichigo said. Zenobia grabbed Durandal and pointed it at Ichigo. "Fine by me," she yelled as Durandal began to glow golden. "She's pushing everything into Durandal," Ichigo thought as he held Kaiten Kayakatsu. Ichigo gathered his Ryatsu into the blades. They charged at each other. Zenobia swung Durandal in a downward strike. Ichigo swung Kaiten Kayakatsu right across Zenobia's body. Each of them stood there for a few seconds. Ichigo stood up as Zenobia collapsed. Her fatigue, wounds, and lack of energy finally caused her to fall unconscious. Ichigo sealed Kaiten Kayakatsu and sent them back to his mindscape. Ichigo walked over to Zenobia and healed her wounds. Once Zenobia was safe, she went to the next floor. Scene change, Pandemonium 5th floor. Ichigo arrived on the 5th floor to see someone he didn't remember being a part of Rias's peerage. Standing in front of him is a beautiful young woman with long, straight silver hair and aqua-colored eyes who appears to be in her late teens. She is dressed in a white breastplate with gold and pale blue accents and matching, fingerless gauntlets, boots, hip guards, and wing-shaped hair clips. She also wears a black leotard underneath her breastplate, black thigh-high stockings, and a pale blue cloth wrapped underneath her hip guards, all of which are clad with pink lacing along with her hair clips. "You're one of the people with Odin at the dinner party," Ichigo recalled. "I was," she replied. "My name is Rosweiss, a former bodyguard to Odin-sama and current rook to Ria-sama," she said. She began to cast elemental spells at Ichigo. Bakudo number 81. Danku, Ichigo said. A transparent barrier appeared in front of him. All of Rosweiss's attacks bounced off the Kido. She said she's a rook, but her magic abilities are on par with Akino's. Ichigo thought. "I've never heard of that spell," Rosweiss said. "It's Kido." "Kido?" she questioned. "Kido is the spiritual spells that a Shinigami could use," Ichigo answered as Danku disappeared. "I see," Rosweiss said. Ichigo pointed his palm out. Heido number 52. Kungabaku, 3. Ichigo said as he fired a large fireball bolt at Rosweiss. Ichigo could see a small explosion. Ichigo stood there as the explosion settled to see that Rosweiss protected herself with her own barrier. Unlike Ichigo's barrier, Rosweiss's barrier had some minor cracks. Rosweiss lowered her barriers. To think your spell managed to damage my barrier that was designed to withstand a balance breaker level attack, Rosweiss said. I need to think of a way to defeat him. Based on what I've seen here, Ichigo-sama is very strong and his magical abilities aren't something to laugh about. Rosweiss stuck both of her hands out and began firing ice, fire, water, lightning, wind, and explosive spells at Ichigo. Ichigo raised his hand. Bakudo number 40. Milan Escudo, 4. Ichigo said as a light green hexagonal barrier appeared around him. All of Rosweiss' spells were absorbed by the barrier. Rosweiss stopped when she noticed her attacks were doing nothing to Ichigo's barrier. Suddenly all of Rosweiss' spells were fired back at her. Rosweiss quickly activated a barrier to protect herself from the spells raining down at her. Soon the spells ended and Rosweiss' barrier remained standing. She was beginning to breathe a little heavy from having to quickly use her strongest barrier so often. She didn't see Ichigo pointing at her. Bakudo number 61. Rikuja Koro. Ichigo said. Suddenly 6 thin, white beams of light appear out of nowhere and slammed into a Rosweiss midsection. She struggled to move from Ichigo's Kido. It's no use, Ichigo said as he raised arm forward and outstretched with the palm facing flat toward the target. Rosweiss could tell Ichigo was gathering energy for one last spell. This is the end. Heido number 88. Hirio Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Ichigo yelled as a giant blue electrical beam shot out. Rosweiss stood there and took the Kido, causing a giant explosion. The dust settled to see Rosweiss slammed next to the exit door. Ichigo walked over and looked over her with medical Kido. Once she was fine, Ichigo walked to the next floor. Scene change, Pandemonium Floor 6. Ichigo walked up to be greeted by Akino in her traditional Miko attire, consisting of a white haori with red accents, a red hakama, and a pair of zori with white tabi. Ichigo noticed behind Akino was a katana. Hello, Akino. Hello, Ichigo-sama. She replied. I assume a battle of magic. Ichigo guessed. Holy lightning. Akino answered. Yellow and white lightning bolts flew down and hit Ichigo. Ichigo stood there as the lightning bolts hit him. The dust revealed the attack did nothing to him. Is that all? Ichigo asked. Let's try this. Akino thought. She pointed her palm out. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. Oh. She knows some Kido. Ichigo thought. Heido number 63. Raikoho. Akino yelled as she fired a large bolt of lightning at Ichigo. The Kido hit Ichigo, causing a small explosion. The dust settled to Ichigo casually shrugged it off. My turn, Ichigo said as he pointed his finger at her. You should remember this Kido, Ichigo said. Heido number 90. Koro Hitsuji. Ichigo said. A black box began to form around Akino. Ichigo could see Akino's eyes widen before Koro Hitsuji finished forming. Ichigo stood there as he waited to see if Akino could break free. Akino stood there, trapped in the Kido. She could feel the effects of the Kido on her. Her body began to cover with lacerations. I need to get out. Akino though. Blood began to drip out of the lacerations. No. Akino thought as she began to stumble. I cannot lose. Akino thought as she remembered seeing how hard her fellow peerage members fought against Ichigo. I cannot lose, I cannot lose. If you don't want to lose then say my name. Someone said. Akino's hand reached for the katana behind her. She slowly pulled the katana out. Now say my name it. Punish them, Raijin. Akino yelled. The katana glowed yellow as lines began to form on the blade. Small cracks began to form on Koro Hitsuji. At least she's trying to free herself, unlike last time. Ichigo thought. Suddenly whip-like object shot out of Koro Hitsuji. Ichigo swerved his head to the side. Kurohitsuji broke apart to reveal Akino still standing. Her Miko outfit was torn apart. In her hand was a katana. Ichigo could see that the katana has segmented blades. "Do you wish to continue?" Ichigo asked. "I do," Akino said as she swung her katana. The blade shot out towards Ichigo. Ichigo grabbed the blade. Akino smiled. As suddenly Ichigo could feel electricity shot out of the blade. Ichigo resisted the electricity as he used the whip to slam Akino to the side. Akino fell unconscious. The blade glowed yellow as it reverted back into its sealed state. Ichigo walked over to the unconscious Akino. He placed the sealed Zanpakuto beside her. Ichigo used medical Kido to make sure she was okay. After that, Ichigo walked up to the final floor of Pandemonium. Scene change. Pandemonium 7th floor. Ichigo entered to see Ria sitting on a throne while she gave a lap pillow to Issei. "So, the hero finally arrived," Ria said following her little scenario. Issei got up from his lap pillow. "Yes. It's time for me to defeat you once and for all," Ichigo said. "You're forgetting that I have one final servant you must defeat before you can even challenge me," Ria said as Issei walked down to face Ichigo. "So Issei, how do you want to do this?" Ichigo asked. "I want you to use your best," Issei replied. "My best? Are you sure?" "I am," Issei replied as he brought out his boosted gear. "Very well then," Ichigo said as he summoned Kokogutsu. "Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker!" Drake shouted. Boosted gear began to glow green as he was equipped by the scale mail. "Stride forth to the gates of heaven and use your might to tear the heavens asunder. Charge forth to the gates of hell and destroy the chains of the damned. Enter the doors of your humanity and use your strength to shatter fate. Zangetsu!" Ichigo said as he held his twin signature blades. "Begin!" Rias shouted. Issei charged at Ichigo with a punch. Ichigo stood there and took a punch in the gut. Ichigo smiled. "Good punch, Issei. You've improved so much." "Thank you, Ichigo-sensei," Issei replied. However, Zangetsu began to glow in Ichigo's arm. "You still have much to learn." Ichigo swung Zangetsu down, firing a nameless Getsuga Tensho at Issei. Issei was sent a few feet away. "Welsh Draconic Rook!" Issei shouted. "Change solid impact!" Drake replied. Ichigo watched as Issei's balance breaker transformed. Ichigo could see Issei's new armor is much thicker than before with two giant rockets like projectiles on each arm. Issei charged at Ichigo. Ichigo fired a Getsuga Tensho as the charging Issei. He blocked the attack and continued to charge at Ichigo. "Solid impact!" Issei yelled as he punched Ichigo. Ichigo slammed into the far wall. "Reload," Drake said. The dust cleared to see Ichigo was sitting in a carter on the wall. "Welsh Blaster Bishop!" Issei yelled out. Ichigo pulled himself out of the wall. "Change Fong Blast!" Drake replied. Ichigo saw that Issei's armor returned to normal, but he had two giant cannons on his back. "Dragon Blaster!" Issei yelled as his twin cannons began to gather energy. Ichigo saw Zangetsu was on the ground. Ichigo called for Zangetsu. The blades twitched before soaring back to Ichigo. "Fire!" Issei yelled. The attack flew towards Ichigo. Ichigo grabbed Zangetsu and shunpaied away, avoiding Issei's attack. Issei realized that he missed his attack. "Welsh Sonic Boost Knight," Issei said as the armor transformed again. This time it was thinner and lighter compared to the regular scaled mail. Issei began to dash around, trying to find Ichigo. Unbeknown to him, Ichigo was standing on air above him. "Mugen Getsuga Tensho," Ichigo said as he threw a normal-looking Getsuga Tensho up in the air. The Getsuga Tensho flew up before changing direction and began to fall and broke into many Getsuga Tensho. "Armor release!" Issei ordered. "Change Star Sonic!" Drake replied. Most of the armor on Issei disappeared as Issei began to dodge all the attacks. Soon Mugen Getsuga Tensho ended and Issei was once again on the lookout of Ichigo. Ichigo Shuunpayed in front of Issei and attacked him with a downward strike. Issei dodged the attack. Ichigo continued to attack Issei, forcing him on the defensive. As they continued this, Ichigo slowly gathered his Ryatsu into Zangetsu. Ichigo could see Issei was trying to get away from him. That form isn't designed for defense. He's likely going to try and change forms again. Ichigo thought as Issei tried to run away. Maybe I should end it now. Ichigo thought as Zangetsu was full of Ryatsu. Ichigo Shuunpayed in front of Issei. Getsuga Jujisho. Ichigo yelled as he fired his attack right in front of Issei. The attack hit, causing a major explosion. Issei. Ichigo turned to see everyone arrived at the 7th floor. From the smoke, Ichigo could hear deep breathing. The dust settled to reveal Issei still standing. I'm not done yet, Issei said as he looked at Ichigo. Don't give up, Issei-san, Asia yelled. The rest of the peerage began to cheer for Issei. Ready, Drake? It doesn't matter if I'm ready. It all depends on you and your desire to defeat Ichigo, Drake replied. I, who is about to awaken, I am the Red Dragon Emperor who has discarded the principles of domination. I shall walk the road of righteousness by having infinite hopes and dreams. I shall become the king of Crimson Dragon, and I promise you all, I shall show you the future which shines in true crimson light. Issei chanted. He was surrounded by a crimson light. Cardinal Crimson full drive, Drake yelled. The light died down. Ichigo could see Issei's armor is now crimson with a pair of wings, similar to the ones on Albion. Oh. If you're going all out, I might as well give you a taste of my true power, Ichigo said as he held both Zangetsu in each hand. Ichigo raised both Zangetsu horizontal. The blades were facing down and the points facing towards Issei. Ichigo took a deep breath. Black and red Ryatsu started to swirl around Ichigo. Bankai, Ichigo said as the Ryatsu storm picked up and engulfed him in a tornado of black and red Ryatsu. The tornado was forced away by Ichigo. Instead of Ichigo wielding two large blades, he now wields two black tonfas like weapons. One part of the black tonfas covering Ichigo's fists, looking like knuckle guards, while a large black blade goes in line with Ichigo's forearm. Ichigo's outfit also changed. Ichigo now has black, bandage-like carapace forms around his torso, neck, and over the nose and mouth in mask fashion, and the remains of a tattered black cloak cover his lower body. Tensa. Zangetsu, Ichigo said. Ichigo and Issei got into a fighting stance. They suddenly charged at each other and began to punch each other. Everyone could see the shockwaves from their punches. However, they could see Ichigo still has an advantage over Issei. Drake. Send out the wyverns. Very well, Drake replied. From Issei's chest, 4 white little wyverns flew to Ichigo. When they got close to Ichigo, they began to use divide on him. Suddenly they exploded. Drake began to laugh. What's wrong? Issei asked. That man is even more of a monster than I thought, Drake said. What do you mean? The dividing wyvern fairy was not designed for someone that casually released that much energy. It absorbed so much energy at once that their bodies couldn't handle it, causing them to explode. Drake explained. Issei was shocked hearing this. To make it worse, he didn't even notice the dividing wyvern fairy absorbing his power. It reminded me of them. Them? Gods. Ichigo's power output matches many of the gods from the Age of Gods. Don't get sidetracked, Ichigo yelled as he sucker punched Issei, sending him into a wall. Issei shot out and punched Ichigo back. In the background, everyone was shocked. Ichigo-sensei might be as strong as Nisama, Ria said. Her peerage nodded in agreement. Yuzu and Karen stared at Ichigo. Ichi-nii is that strong? Yuzu thought. How can I ever catch up with him? Karen thought. Come on Issei, Ichigo said as he shunpaied right next to Issei. Getsuga Tensho, Ichigo said as he punched Issei in the gut. Gah! Issei coughed as he was slammed to another wall. Issei. That punch fractured the balance breaker. Drake warned. Issei pulled himself out of the wall. I want you to get Bishop ready. Issei thought as he made his right arm transform to Welsh Draconic Rook. Issei appeared in front of Ichigo. Solid impact. Issei yelled as he uppercut Ichigo, sending him flying in the air. Issei's wings transformed into two cannons. Crimson Blaster. Issei fired his cannons at the airborne Ichigo, sending him crashing into the ceiling. Issei ended his attack. His wings and arm transformed back to normal. Ichigo pushed himself out of the hole and landed on his feet. Nice combo, Ichigo said as he dusted himself off. Issei and Drake's eyes widened seeing Ichigo barely injured from everything they did. Time's up, Drake said as Cardinal Crimson promotion disappeared and Balance Breaker deactivated. Ichigo managed to catch Issei as he fell unconscious. He carried Issei over to Rias and her peerage. Ichigo gently placed the unconscious Issei in front of Asia. Ichigo turned to Rias. Are you ready? Ichigo asked. I am, Rias said. Ichigo nodded as he sealed Zangetsu and pulled out Suzumabachi. Rias stared at the twin butterfly swords in his hand. Oh. You're using another blade. Rias said. I am, Ichigo replied as he shunpaied away from her. Start. Yuzu said. Rias began to glow red as she rapid-fired small bullets made from her power of destruction. Ichigo used Suzumabachi to block the attack. Rias's eyes widen upon seeing her attack isn't damaging Suzumabachi. Your blade can resist my power of destruction. I would be a surprise if your power of destruction damages one of my Zanpakuto, Ichigo said. Oh, Rias said. She remembered Akino's mother explained a few things about the Shinigami to them. Rias continued to fire her power of destruction at Ichigo. Ichigo casually blocked the attacks with Suzumabachi. It appears she's using her attacks to charge some kind of attack. Ichigo thought as he could sense Rias gather a majority of her power of destruction. Here I go. Extinguished Star. Rias yelled as she fired a small ball of energy. The attack wasn't even a bit as fast as her power of destruction bullets. However, Ichigo could feel the attack trying to pull him in. It's like a black hole. Ichigo thought as he fired a yellow energy wave at Extinguished Star. The two attacks collided, causing a massive explosion. The dust settled to see Ichigo and a slightly tired Rias standing there. Is that it, Rias? Ichigo asked. No, Rias said as she fired more power of destruction bullets. These were bigger than before. Just like before, Ichigo used Suzumabachi to block the attacks. Let's see how you deal with this. Ichigo pointed his finger at Rias. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. Ichigo said. A black box began to form around Rias. Ichigo could see Rias's eyes widen before Kurohitsuji finished forming. Ichigo stood there as he waited to see if Rias could break free. Ichigo could hear loud explosions from inside Kurohitsuji. Small cracks began to form on Kurohitsuji. At least she's trying to free herself. Ichigo thought. Suddenly a large blast of power of destruction punched a hole through Kurohitsuji. As Kurohitsuji began to break apart, Ichigo could see Rias barely standing before falling unconscious. Ichigo walked over and began to heal Rias. Ichigo handed the unconscious Rias to Asia and teleported everyone away from Pandemonium. Scene change, trainer, classroom. Everyone appeared in a classroom. Ichigo stood in front of the classroom, everyone who Ichigo fought are sitting in the front, while all the viewers sat in the back. I am both disappointed and amazed at what I saw. Ichigo started. I am amazed that the ones who were weaker before managed to improve so much, Ichigo said as he looked at Issei, Kiba Kaneko, and Akino. I am also disappointed that those who I complimented before didn't grow much, Ichigo said as he looked at Rias. We'll start with Kiba. Ichigo turned face Kiba. You have gotten a lot stronger and learned different ways to use your sword better. Thank you. The only issue I've noticed is that you were very tired when you activated your balance breaker. Is it because you were already tired or was using balance breaker too strenuous for you? I'm not sure, possible both. Kiba replied. I see, for I would recommend practice using your balance breaker more, try to reduce your energy consumption and increase your energy reserves. Got it, Kiba replied. Before you continue, may I ask you a question? Shuri interjected. Everyone turned to her. Let me guess, it's about Shirayuki. Ichigo replied. Correct. Why do you have Kochiki Fukotecho S and Kayaraku Fukotecho S Sanpakuto? I will not go into detail, but there was a certain situation that happened, and I was given the opportunity for them to join me. Ichigo replied. Could I ask one more question about Shirayuki? Shuri asked. Go ahead, Ichigo replied. What did her Bankai do exactly? Seigo no Mai, Ian no Shirayuki. This Bankai is designed to overwhelm the enemy. The blizzard that is initially summoned obscures the enemy's ability to see me or sense me. Kiba's eyes widened when he remembered what happened when he used his magic senses. I can then use the snow to create copies of myself and attack the enemy, slowly tiring them out. Eventually, they'll be too tired to resist and fall unconscious from the countless enemies or the cold. If Shirayuki was still Kochiki Fukotecho S Sanpakuto, would her Bankai still be that? It would not be, Shirayuki replied as she appeared. Everyone gasped at the sudden appearance of the beautiful lady. Everyone, this is Shirayuki's manifested state. Ichigo introduced. Anyways, to explain your question, Rokia would not have Seigo no Mai, Ian no Shirayuki. Seigo no Mai, Ian no Shirayuki was designed for Ichigo due to his limitless Ryatsu. Shirayuki explained. And him knowing the embodiment of each of his Zanpakuto. Shirayuki mentally added. Wait. Does this mean that Suzumabachi and Kaiten Kayakatsu also has a different Bankai than before? Ichigo asked. It does, Shirayuki replied as she returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo turned to Kaneko. As for you, Kaneko. Congratulations on finally using your heritage. Ichigo said. Thank you, Kaneko replied, her cheeks lightly blushing. The only thing I can say you need to improve on is using your senjutsu. Okay, Kaneko replied. As your Gasper, Ichigo said as he looked at the trap. Meep. Gasper shrieked as he tried to hide from Ichigo. Kaneko grabbed Gasper and kept him from moving. Gasper. I am impressed that you're able to coordinate that attack with Kaneko. Thank you, Gasper whispered. However, you still need to train with your sacred gear and improve your attack capabilities. Can you do anything else besides transforming into your bats? No, Gasper replied. You need to develop different ways to attack your opponent. You may encounter a strong opponent who would be able to resist your bats or your sacred gear. Okay, Gasper replied. Ichigo turned to Yuzu and Karen. Yuzu. Karen. First off, good job with your basic abilities. Ichigo said. I could sense your attacks are way stronger than before. Ichigo complimented. Thank you, Ichi Nii. Yuzu and Karen said. As for your armor, talk with your familiar to see what else you can do with your armor, Ichigo said. Yuzu and Karen nodded as Ichigo turned to Zenobia. I'm glad that Arthur is here. He will teach you how to use Durandal property. Hey! Zenobia yelled as she stood up. I know how to wield Durandal property. Oh? Arthur interjected. Can you use Durandal's holy aura to strengthen your own body? No. Zenobia admitted. What about controlled Durandal's holy aura where you can attack devils with Durandal without overkilling them? No. Zenobia admitted as she sat down with her arms crossed, pouting and looking away. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Don't worry, Ichigo-sama. I will teach Zenovia how to properly use Durandal. Even if I need to beat it into her head. Arthur said. Very well, Ichigo replied as he looked at Akino. First off, your spells are much faster and stronger than before. Thank you, Ichigo-sama, Akino said. I noticed that you used Holy Lightning in addition to your normal lightning. Akino nodded. I'm glad that you managed to move on from your anger and accepted your full heritage. Thank you. I was quite surprised that you managed to perform Kido. It was my fault, Shuri said. She saw me using Kido on a hollow. She asked me to teach her how to do it. Is this also how she got a Zanpakuto? Ichigo asked. Shuri gave Ichigo a nervous laugh. I will not punish you, Shuri, Ichigo said. I am glad that she has the potential to learn how to cast Kido. It gives her a unique advantage over other devils. Ichigo said. Shuri nodded. Try and teach her other Kido. I will do my best, Shuri said. Besides that, try to reduce your energy consumption and increase your energy reserves, Ichigo commented. Akino nodded. Issei and Rias finally woke up. Good morning, lovebirds. Ichigo teased. Rias and Issei blushed as they turned away. Anyways, Issei. Issei looked at Ichigo. I'm very impressed to see how far you've grown. Thank you, Ichigo-sensei. The only thing is to follow Drake's instructions. Ichigo could see the fear in Issei's eyes. Despite his desire to punish you for your perverted action, he is one of the few who can guide you to become much stronger than before. Okay. Issei sighed, expecting the worst from Drake. Don't worry, Issei. It will not be that bad. Drake said. The other thing you need to improve on is reducing your energy consumption when you use your balance breaker and increase your overall energy reserves. Issei nodded as Ichigo turned to Rias. Rias, although your power of destruction is very powerful, you don't have any variety with it. All I see you do is throw it around. Explore to see what else can you do with it. Ichigo said. I can wrap my body with my Ryatsu, which significantly increases all my physical attacks. Try to see if you could do that. If I may add. Azazel interrupted. As your brother for guidance. He would gladly find time to teach you. But, Rias said. Rias, Ichigo called out. She turned to him. Take it from an older brother. If Yuzu or Karen needed me for any, and I mean anything, I would help them in a flash. Ichigo said. I even broke into hell to rescue Yuzu and Karen, and keep in mind, this was before I became the Jigaku no Kotai. Rias turned to Yuzu and Karen, who nodded their heads. This is my final comment about this peerage, Ichigo said, regaining everyone's attention. Despite being named pieces from a chess set, don't allow those pieces to limit you on your capabilities. Ichigo said. Huh? Issei asked. Except for Issei and Rosweiss, all of you are trained based on the boost you get from your evil pieces. Ichigo turned to Kiba and Zenovia. Both of you wield a sword. What if your enemy disarms you and you are unable to get/make a blade? Will both of you stand there and be killed? Ichigo turned to Kaneko. If Kaneko encounters enemies that are far away, and she can't leave her post, should she stand there and call for someone who can fire a long-range attack? Can you see what I am saying, or do I need more examples? So, you're saying we should diversify our fighting styles, Rias concluded. Correct, Ichigo answered. Rias, you can ask Surzex in a little bit, Azazel said. I have a meeting with him and Michael in a bit. He turned to Ichigo. Michael and Surzex asked me to invite you as well as Ichigo. Great. I needed to ask him something as well. Ichigo kicked everyone out of the trainer. Scene change, outside. Kyoka was casually sitting on a lawn chair reading a scroll. Suddenly the trainer began to light up. Kyoka put her scroll down and picked up the trainer. The trainer shot a large green beam out. Soon everyone appeared outside Ichigo's backyard. Welcome back everyone. Kyoka greeted. Just to let you all know, it is 3 p.m. right now. She gave the trainer back to Ichigo and went back to his mindscape. Let's go to our meeting, Azazel said. Barakiel said goodbye to his wife and daughter before joining Ichigo and Azazel. A teleportation circle appeared and teleported them away. Scene change, underworld meeting room. Ichigo, Azazel, and Barakiel appeared in a familiar meeting room. Ichigo recognized the meeting room as the same one Ichigo meet the 3 fraction leaders. Ichigo could see Surzex sitting down with Graphia standing behind him. Ichigo could see a hooded figure sitting down with Michael standing behind him. Azazel quickly sat down in a chair and Barakiel stood behind him. Ichigo sat down at the remaining empty seat. Thank you, Ichigo, for joining us, Surzex said. No problem, Surzex, Ichigo replied. I believe that I should address the first of the many elephants in this room, Michael said. Surzex and Azazel nodded while Ichigo could guess who the hooded figure was. Everyone in this room is aware that the Christian god is dead. Everyone in the room nodded their head. Last night that changed. Michael turned his head to Ichigo. I'll take it from here, Ichigo said, attracting everyone's attention. During my many travels, I ended up encountering this, Ichigo said as he summoned Longinus. True Longinus. Surzex and Azazel said, realizing the sacred gear in Ichigo's hand. Correct. Longinus decided that I was worthy of being its wielder. Upon discovering that Longinus was sentient, I entered the mindscape of Longinus. I discovered someone in Longinus, someone who was thought to have perished with the Christian god. The hooded figure pulled down his hood. Azazel and Barakiel gasped. Hello everyone. For those who don't know me, I am Jesus, the Son of God. Jesus introduced. I helped Jesus return home, Ichigo said. Thank you, Ichigo. I'll finish this. Jesus said. Ichigo helped me return to heaven and I ascended to my father's throne, taking control of the sacred gear system and God's system. This means that you are the current ruler of heaven, Surzex asked. Correct, Jesus replied. So, are you planning to void the peace treaties that have been signed by Michael? Azazel asked. No, Jesus replied. While I was trapped in Longinus, I managed to see how our war brought absolute chaos to not just our 3 fractions but to all the fractions. I see, Surzex said. You know, we will need to tell the Yokai fraction and the Norse fraction, Azazel added. I'll let Yusaka know, Ichigo said. Though when you talk with the Norse fraction, can I have a short word with Odin? Sure, Surzex said. He turned back to Jesus. With your ascension to the throne, how are heaven, the sacred gear system, and God's system affected? Heaven is now much stronger than before, however, but it will not return to its former glory, Jesus admitted. As for the sacred gear system and God's system, it's too early to tell. Thank you, Surzex said. Once again, with Ichigo's help, we managed to capture a large portion of the members of Cow's Bridge and the old Satan faction. We are currently in the process of interrogating them for any information. Surzex said. Ichigo helped me see how strong Rias and her peerage is. She may come to your Surzex for help in getting her powers of destruction stronger. Azazel said. Yay! Riatan is going to come to see me. Surzex said. Ichigo could see Graphia glaring at Surzex. I think it's time we should call Odin to update him on this change, Azazel said. Surzex nodded. Graphia carried in a giant mirror and gently placed it down. Jag Bromatt Tala med Odin av Asgard. I request to speak with Odin of Asgard. Surzex said. The mirror began to darken as they all sat and waited. There was a flash of light before Odin appeared in the mirror. Hello, Surzex. What do you need? Odin asked. Hello, Odin. We wanted to let you know that there is a minor change in heaven. A minor change? Yes, Jesus said as the mirror adjusted to face him. Ah. The Son of the Christian God has returned and taken his father's vacant throne. Odin said. Correct. I assume that you still agree with the current peace treaty that Michael has signed. I do. Okay then. Is there anything else? Odin asked. I wish to have a private word with you, Odin, Ichigo said. The mirror once again adjusted itself. Ah, young Ichigo. We'll speak in a little bit. Odin said. Is there anything else to add? Surzex asked. Everyone else shook their heads. Very well then, this meeting is adjourned. Surzex said. Follow me, Ichigo-sama, Graphia said as she picked up the mirror. Graphia leads Ichigo to a small private room. She placed the mirror back down and left the room. What did you wish to talk to me about? Odin asked. I wish to see if you know any other death gods still in existence, Ichigo asked. Odin played with his beard as he thought about Ichigo's question. Hades/Pluto is one. He's located in the Americas. I'm aware of him. I have a scheduled meeting with him in a month. So you need 3 more. Correction. 2 more. Who's the second one? Osiris. Didn't know that Beast was still alive. Anyways, do you know anyone else? There are rumors of one other still alive, Odin said. He is located in the Northern Europe area. Like Britain, France, and Iceland area? Ichigo asked. Yes, Odin said. What is his name? Ichigo asked. He goes by many names. He was called Anku, Around, Sickle, Crumcrutch, Dawn, Manan and Maclyre, and Morrigan. How will I find him? Odin shrugged his shoulders. The rumors are that he has already faded, but I have a gut feeling that says otherwise. I see, thank you for the info. Do you know anyone else? Ichigo said. I'm not sure. I will get back to you if I find something. Odin said. Thank you, Ichigo replied. No problem. Hope you complete the death quest. Odin said as the connection ended. Ichigo walked out of the room to see a maid standing there. When you are done, Lucifer-sama has requested you in his office. The maid said. Thank you. I'll be there right now. Ichigo said as he walked to Surzek's office. Ichigo knocked on the door. Come in, Surzex replied. Ichigo opened the door and walked in. What do you guys need? Ichigo asked. First off, thank you for capturing all of those devils, Surzex said. No problem, Ichigo replied. Second. Surzex started. He suddenly appeared in front of Ichigo, lifted him by the collars of his shirt, and slammed him into the wall. How dare you harm my Riatan? Ichigo stared at him. It was because of me, Rias is going to come for you for help, resulting in her spending more time with you. Ichigo countered. Surzex let go of Ichigo's shirt. I hate the fact you're right, Surzex replied. Graphia. Yes, Ichigo-sama? Can you give me the phone number to the builders who rebuilt my house? Does your house need to be remodeled? Graphia asked. Kind of. I claimed the Shuzen estate and considered remodeling the estate. Very well. I will contract our head builder and designer and they will meet you at your house tomorrow. I'll likely not be home tomorrow, Ichigo said. Have then talk with Akasha, my minor king, Ichigo said. Very well, Graphia replied. Is there anything else? Actually, yes. I need to open a lot of bank accounts. I will help you with that after. Surzex-sama has one final thing to say. Graphia said. They turned Surzex. The final and most important matter is about the return of the sins, Surzex said. Suddenly a teleportation seal appeared beside Surzex. The other Mao appeared out of the teleportation seal. All of us agreed that we owe you a debt for your action, Surzex said. So we decided to gift you with a weapon, Ajuka said as he pulled out an object covered in a black cloth. Serafal grabbed the black cloth and uncovered the weapon. The weapon was a massive silvered steel sword with a heavy double-edged blade, notched on both sides near the tip. The pommel has several spikes split open. The grip is plain, but the guard is skeletal, with a skull design on each side leading to the rib cage from which the blade emerges. On one side of the blade appears to be a human, while the other side appears to be a horned demon's skull. The crossguard is folded in against the ribs. We decided the best way to pay the debt was to create this weapon. Surzex continued. We contacted Nigleria Nibiros, one of the best blacksmiths in the underworld, to create this. She used mithril to make the sword, Ajuka said. During the forging process, all four of us embedded a part of us into the weapon. From me, this sword cannot be destroyed by any means, Surzex said. I've briefly entered my ultimate state, he who destroys all, and held the sword. My power of destruction wasn't able to destroy the sword. From me, with one swing of this sword, you can unleash ice as cold as Cocytus, Seraphal said. From me, when you block an attack with this sword, all the energy from that attack is absorbed. You can then fire all that collected energy back at your enemy in one large attack. Falbium said. From me, is making all of the other mouse abilities work together in a single weapon, Ajuka said. I see, Ichigo said as he grabbed the sword. Suddenly the office began to shake. An orb rose out of Surzeka's office. Ichigo and the Mao recognized what the orb was, a sin. Before anyone could react, that orb shot towards Ichigo. As soon as the sin touched Ichigo, he could feel endless rage and anger flow through him. Suddenly the Jigaku no Yoroi appeared. The sin merged with the armor. The armor turned from pale golden to black with crimson highlights. The skulls on the Jigaku no Yoroi began to glow red. Ichigo's brown eyes gained a crimson glow around them. It appears the sin of wrath has found Ichigo worthy of the sin, Surzex said. Ichigo nodded his head. Indeed, Ichigo said as he looked at his armor. It also appears the Jigaku no Yoroi and the sin of wrath combined, Ichigo added. The four Mao nodded their heads. Have you thought about a name for the sword? Seraphal asked. Ichigo cracked a smile. I do, Ichigo said. Rebellion, the Sword of Wrath. Ichigo named. The skull on Ichigo's weapon glowed red as the silvered steel sword turned black with crimson highlights. The blade lit itself with hellfire, joining the Jigaku no Yoroi. Ichigo quickly vanished the new sword and armor. Anything else? The Mao shook their heads. Ichigo turned to Graphia. Follow me, Kurosake-sama, Graphia said. Ichigo nodded as he followed her out of Surzek's office. Scene change, Kurosaki household. Ichigo spent the next few hours with Graphia at a bank, set up a bank account for each person in the peerage. Ichigo didn't realize how much money he had. Graphia also arranged for Ichigo to have a personal banker to assist in investing his money in stocks and bonds. Ichigo finally returned to the Kurosaki household in the evening. At this time everyone already returned home from school. Can I see everyone in the living room if you are available? Ichigo broadcasted through the peerage connection, excluding Tyr and Nell. Ichigo sat in the living room and waited. A few minutes later, everyone was in the living room. Thank you for coming, Ichigo said. I have a few announcements for everyone. Ichigo handed everyone an envelope. In this envelope is a credit card that I set up for everyone. The credit card limit is 112,000 yen, approximately $1,000. If you work or need to take care of your children. Ichigo looked at Masaki and Tearju. Your credit card limit is 224,000 yen, approximately $2,000, Ichigo said. Now then, Hana and Archer. Have you considered what you're planning to do? I'm planning to get up my own YouTube channel and become a completive gamer. I plan to open my own restaurant, Archer said. Tomorrow the head builder and designer will come to talk with Akasha about the new house/compound. After they're done with Akasha, you can talk with them about your restaurant. Archer nodded her head. Have you considered where you want it? Rin nodded her head. The other thing is that tomorrow I am leaving for Europe, Ichigo said. Artoria and Scathach, would you want to accompany me? As you wish, Artoria replied. Sure, Scathach replied. Medea raised her hand. Ichigo nodded at her. When are you meeting with the Greek gods? She asked. After I'm done with Britain, Ichigo replied. Are you planning to return here or fly straight there? She asked. I'm not sure. Can I join you? Medea asked. Sure, Ichigo replied. My God. May Zealot attend His Holiness's journey? Zealot asked. If that is what you want, Ichigo replied. Zealot dropped down to her knees and began to mumble thanks to Ichigo. Why are you going there? Karen asked. Ichigo looked at Karen. It's a part of my duties as the Jigaku no Kotai. I need to meet with the remaining god of deaths to re-establish old agreements with them. Ichigo lied, not wanting to reveal the real reason why he's going to Britain. I see. Karen said. Anyone else has anything to add? Ichigo asked. If you haven't already, come and see me if you want to add your ideas to the compound, Akasha said. Also, all the servants that are coming with me, please meet me in my room, Ichigo said. Artoria, Scathach, Medea, and Zealot nodded their heads. With that, this meeting is adjourned, Ichigo said. Some people went over to Akasha while others returned to what they were doing. Ichigo walked back upstairs. Ichigo and the servants went upstairs to his room and dealt with the flight situation. So, do all of you want to sit on the plane as we fly to London? Ichigo asked. My God, this foolish Zealot wished to ask about this plane. Zealot asked. First off, Zealot, you are not foolish. Ichigo reassured. Second, a plane or airplane is a mechanical vehicle that will allow us to travel in the air. Is it similar to a dragon? Medea asked. Similar, Ichigo answered. I wish to experience this airplane, Scathach said. Medea and Zealot nodded their heads. How long is the flight? Artoria asked. Give me 1 second, Ichigo said as he began to look up the flights. It will be a non-stop flight that will last approximately 12 hours and 25 minutes long, Ichigo answered. I wish to also join them, Artoria replied. Ichigo nodded as he purchased 5 one-way tickets to London for tomorrow. Alright then. Tomorrow around 9 a.m. we fly to London. Ichigo replied. Since it is a long flight there, you may bring books or something to entertain yourself, Ichigo said. Is it possible for you to send us to the trainer when we're bored? Artoria asked. Sure, Ichigo replied. Suddenly they heard a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened to see Yuzu standing there. Dinner is ready. Yuzu said. Thank you, Yuzu, Ichigo replied. She nodded as she left. Come on, let's eat, Ichigo said. They all nodded and went down for dinner. Ichigo noticed that Mocha and Akasha were cooking dinner. They cooked steaks rare, medium rare, and well done for everyone. Everyone sat down as Masaki handed everyone a bowl of rice. Everyone enjoyed how different each steak tasted. Soon dinner was finished. Ichigo took a quick shower and went to bed, ignoring the girls slowly filing into bed. Chapter 38, Arc 9. In Koho Town, the sun was rising early this morning. In the Kurosaki household, Ichigo was asleep, surrounded by some of his peerage members. The early morning sunlight began to enter the room and hit Ichigo's face. On reflex, Ichigo tried to move his arm to block out the incoming sunlight. However, he couldn't move his arm. Ichigo opened his eyes to see his body was covered or captured by one of his peerage members. On Ichigo's left side was Artoria. Behind her was Yuzu. Gilgamesh managed to claim Ichigo's leg this time. On Ichigo's right side was Mocha. Behind her was Akasha. Tamamo claimed Ichigo's right leg. On top of his chest were Elizabeth and Karen. Mocha and Artoria started to wake up from Ichigo's attempts to move his arms. Good morning, Ichigo, Mocha said. Morning, Master, Artoria said. Good morning, girls, Ichigo said. Slowly all the other girls began to wake up from hearing them talk. They quickly exchanged greetings and got out of bed. They all head to the bathroom and got ready for breakfast. Ichigo walked down to see Masaki and Yuzu teaching Midea, Gilgamesh, and Reiko how to cook. They were making omelets. Ichigo quietly grabbed a cup of coffee and walked to the dinner table. Sitting down at the table was the pregnant Tearju. "Good morning, Ichigo-kun," she said. "Good morning," Ichigo replied as he sat down beside her. "How's the baby?" "She's good, occasionally wigging around but nothing much." Tearju grabs Ichigo's hand and gently placed it on her tummy. Ichigo could feel the baby moving. "She's moving," Ichigo said. Tearju smiled as she let go of Ichigo's hand. Slowly everyone was coming down and joined them at the dinner table. "Breakfast's ready," Masaki said as omelets were beginning to serve. Everyone quickly grabbed an omelet and dug in. Breakfast was quickly finished. Ichigo looked at the clock and realized that it was almost time for them to go to the airport. Ichigo, Artoria, Medea, Scathach, and Zealot got ready to leave. All of them were in their jigai and was casually dressed. Artoria is dressed in a black tank top with a matching jacket and jean shorts. Scathach is dressed in a violet blouse with blue jeans. Zealot remained wearing the same black hooded dress from her summoning. Medea was dressed in a black top with a jean jacket and long tan skirt. Ichigo hugged everyone before summoning his car. They all entered the car and Ichigo drove off. Ichigo soon opened a Garganta and drove straight in. Scene change, Tokyo. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta to an empty alleyway. Ichigo drove them towards Narita International Airport. Ichigo found a spot to park the car. They got out of the car and he sent the car back to his mindscape. They all entered the airport. They quickly checked in and walked through security. They soon found their gate and sat down. "According to our ticket, our flight is in an hour from now. If you want, you can walk around and explore the airport. Just come back here before it's time to board," Ichigo said. "Sure," Artoria said as she stood up. "Might as well look around to see what they got here to read," Scathach said. "I saw a few bookstores around here," Medea added. "I will stay with my god," Zealot replied. Ichigo pulled out a book and began to read. 40 minutes later, Artoria, Scathach and Medea returned. Artoria hugging a giant white dog plushie, Scathach was working on a Sudoku puzzle and Medea was reading a book about chemistry. "Hello, Ichigo," Artoria said as she placed her giant plushie on an unoccupied seat. Scathach and Medea looked up at Ichigo. "Hello everyone. It seems everyone found something here," Ichigo said. "Okay," Ichigo said as he turned to Artoria. "So, does your dog plushie have a name?" "Yes, he does," she replied. "Meet Caval 2, named after my favorite dog." "Hello Caval 2. Ichigo greeted. "One last thing before we board, we need to figure out the seating situation," Ichigo said. "Someone will need to sit with Zealot, or she might accidentally kill the unfortunate soul who ends up sitting by her." "I'll do it," Medea volunteered. "Thank you," Ichigo said. "Anyways, one person will have to sit by themselves due to the odd number." "I got it," Scathach volunteered. "Great," Ichigo said as he turned to Artoria. "Guess that leaves you sitting next to me." "Indeed," Artoria replied. "Attention all passengers, Flight 555 now departing from Tokyo to London. Please have your passports and boarding passes ready," a flight attendant said. "Looks like it's time to board," Ichigo said. They all nodded and got in line. Ichigo sighed when he noticed the nervous stares from the nearby flight attendants. "Should I deal with them?" Artoria asked. "Don't bother. I'm used to it," Ichigo replied as he presented his boarding pass and passport to the flight attendant. The flight attendant took Ichigo's boarding pass and passport and slid it in the machine. The flight attendant returned it to Ichigo. "Thank you. Have a good flight." Ichigo nodded as he took his passport and boarding pass. Ichigo entered the plane and sat down in first class. Soon Artoria, Medea, Zealot, and Scathach entered the plane and sat down. Any issues? Ichigo asked. No, Artoria said. Thought one of the flight attendants commented on how cute Cabal 2 was. Soon everyone sat down and patiently waited for everyone else to board. Ichigo ignored everyone staring at him. Artoria, Scathach, and Medea began to explore the seatback TV in front of them. Ichigo turned to see Zealot staring at the seatback TV. She appeared unfocused. Zealot. What are you doing? Zealot is watching all the rats that dare glare at His Holiness. Zealot replied. Please don't kill them. If His Holiness requested it, then Zealot shall not slaughter these rats. Soon all the other passengers boarded the plane. The flight attendants told everyone the standard safety procedure on the plane and the procedures in case of an emergency. After they were done, the plane began to move. Slowly the plane began to accelerate. Ichigo could tell that Scathach and Medea were getting slightly nervous. The plane began to ascend. Soon the plane was in the air, flying towards London. Ichigo looked over to see what everyone was doing. Artoria was watching a cooking show. Scathach was listening to come to classical music while working on her Sudoku. Medea was watching a documentary about inventors. Zealot was once again staring straight at a black screen. Zealot. If you are going to continue to stare like that, please make it look like you are sleeping. As His Holiness requested. Zealot replied as she closed her eyes. Ichigo sighed as he closed his eyes and took a nap. Time skip, 5 hours later. Ichigo felt someone gently shaking his body. Ichigo slowly rubbed his eyes to see Medea was the one who woke him up. Yes, Medea? I'm sorry for waking you up, Ichigo, but can I go to the trainer? She asked. Very well, Ichigo said as he took out the trainer. I need you to leave Jigai, Ichigo instructed. Medea nodded as she left her Jigai. She positioned her body to appear as if she was asleep. Ichigo pointed the trainer at her and sent her into the trainer. Ichigo could see Scathach was sound asleep. Zealot appeared to be asleep. Ichigo knew that Zealot was still wide awake, watching over them. Ichigo looked to see Artoria was asleep, hugging Cabal 2. Ichigo cracked a small smile before going back asleep. Time skip, 7 hours later. English will be used from this point on. Ichigo could feel someone gently nudging his arm. Ichigo slowly opened his eyes to see a small shadow hand by his side. The flight attendants began to wake up the other rats, so Zealot decided to wake His Holiness from his slumber instead of allowing those rats to touch His Holiness. Zealot explained. I see, thank you, Zealot. Zealot exists to serve His Holiness. Ichigo gently woke Artoria and Scathach up and sent Medea back to her body. Soon the plane began to descend. Ichigo could see Artoria, Scathach, and Medea were trying to not show how scared they were. Soon the plane landed. Good afternoon. Welcome to London. The local time is at 2 p.m. The weather forecast appears to be sunny with a temperature of 23 Celsius, approximately 73 Fahrenheit. The pilot said. The plane came to a complete stop and the airplane doors opened. Everyone stood up, grabbed their belongings and left the airplane. As soon as they entered the airport, Ichigo could tell that Artoria and Scathach feel different than before. We'll explain later, Artoria said before Ichigo could comment. The group spent the next 20 minutes going through customs. After that, Medea requested to return to the trainer to continue with her experiments and Zealot requested to enter Ichigo's shadow to watch his back. They found it an empty area and Medea was sent back to the trainer. Zealot quickly entered Ichigo's shadow. When they exited Heathrow Airport, Ichigo called for a taxi cab. The taxi cab pulled over in front of them. Ichigo opened the door for them to enter. Once everyone sat down, the taxi driver turned around and faced them. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Where can I take you? The taxi driver asked. Good afternoon. Can you take us to Hotel 41? Ichigo asked. The taxi driver stared at Ichigo. Sure. The taxi driver said as he drove away from Heathrow Airport. They all stared outside the window. They could see various monuments and some Victorian-era architecture. The taxi driver soon stopped. The taxi driver turned around. This is your stop. Your total is £85. How will you be paying for this? Card, Ichigo replied as he handed him his credit card. The taxi driver swiped the card and handed it back to him. Thank you. Have a good holiday. The taxi driver said. They all entered Hotel 41. They could tell that this was a very fancy hotel. Ichigo noticed some of the employees' nervous stares. Ichigo ignored them as he approaches the front desk. Good afternoon, sir and madam, how can I help you? The hotel receptionist greeted. I have a reservation under the name Ichigo Kurosaki, Ichigo said as he presented the hotel receptionist his passport. 1. The hotel receptionist took Ichigo's passport and typed out his name. Oh. I do have a reservation under that name. The hotel receptionist returned Ichigo's passport. She pulled 3 key cards and inserted them into the computer. Here are your key cards. You're in room number 241. Ichigo took the key cards from her. Have a good day, Ichigo said as they went to their rooms. They soon arrived at the most luxurious room in the hotel. Before you girls go crazy, we need to secure the room, Ichigo said. Ichigo began to cast various privacy and protection Kido around the room, preventing anyone from eavesdropping or trying to enter their room. The room is now secured, Ichigo said as he sat down on the couch. Artoria and Scathach followed suit, sitting next to Ichigo. Zealot left Ichigo's shadow and remained standing to the side. I noticed that both of you suddenly got stronger when we stepped foot in London. Care to explain what happened? It's something that remained from when we were still servants. Scathach began. It is called the cultural sphere. Based on the land our legend originated from and how well our legend is known, it can give us a boost in power. Scathach explained. As you know, my legend originated from here, Artoria said. While mine was in Ireland, Scathach said. Due to this, both of us gain a boost in power, Artoria said. However, my boost was significantly more than Scathach. I did notice that. My boost was less than Artoria was because we're too far away from Ireland. But my legend is still known here, so Cultural Sphere decided to give me a little boost. Scathach explained. There are a few reasons for my significant boost in power. Artoria began. The first is that was in my home country, Britannia. The second is that my legend is well known to everyone. Ichigo nodded his head, remembering Scathach's explanation. The last reason is due to my kingship. Your kingship? Yes. Artoria began. When Camelot was built, Murden and I connected the ley lines to Camelot with a spell. This spell allows all beings in Britain to obey my authority. How long does the spell remain? As long as Camelot still stands, I am still king, Artoria said. Wait. How does that work with the other kings and queens of Britain? I'm not sure. I believe the magic made it where they rule in your stead. Scathach theorized. We should try it out, Artoria said as she stood up. Is that a good idea? Ichigo questioned. You could go in disguise, Scathach suggested. No, Artoria ordered. It will be fine, Artoria replied. Ichigo and Scathach could feel something resonating from her, trying to force them to agree with her. Artoria, stop it, Ichigo ordered. Suddenly it stopped resonating from Artoria. What was I doing? Artoria asked. When you gave that command, something resonated from you, trying to force us to agree with you, Ichigo explained. I see, Artoria replied. We should try that with other British citizens to see if you can command them, Scathach suggested. Try the guards at Buckingham Palace. That's where Queen Elizabeth II lives. Ichigo added. Let go, Artoria said. Zealot returned to Ichigo's shadow and they left their room and went back down to the lobby. With a quick question, they were off to Buckingham Palace. As they were closer to Buckingham Palace, they spotted a few guards outside the palace. "Good afternoon," Ichigo greeted. "Good afternoon. How can I help you three?" The guard replied. "Good afternoon, guard. I wish to see Queen Elizabeth II. Artoria said. Ichigo and Scathach could feel something resonating from her, this time towards the guards. The guards were ready to deny her request. However, something compelled them to obey her request. "Very well. Allow me to escort you to Her Majesty," the guard replied. They followed the guard towards the palace, unaware of the ward they crossed. Scene change, Queen Elizabeth II room. Queen Elizabeth II was sitting in her office working on various paperwork. When suddenly someone is knocking on her door. "Come in," she replied. The door opened to see an older man standing there. "What is it, Michael?" "Your Majesty, a few people are requesting to meet you." "Oh. I thought I didn't have anyone scheduled to meet me today." "You are right, Your Majesty. However, the front guard is currently escorting them in." Suddenly Queen Elizabeth gasped. She felt as if she was shocked by electricity. Michael heard her gasp. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied as she calmed down. She turned to Michael. "Let the chefs know that I wish for tea and fresh biscuits brought for me and my guests immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty," Michael replied as he left her room. As soon as the doors closed, Queen Elizabeth stood up, began pace around her office, thinking about her incoming guests. How is it possible? According to the wards, one of the guests is Artoria Pendragon. She though. The royal line should have ended. Is it possible that the wards were wrong? Impossible. I never recalled a time where the wards were wrong. She heard a knocking sound from her door. Queen Elizabeth quickly sat back down and calmed herself. "Come in," she said. The door opened to reveal the guard. "Your Majesty, your guests," he said as he saluted her. "Let them come in," she replied. The guard lowered his salute and moved away for Ichigo, Scathach, and Artoria to enter. "Have a seat," she said. Ichigo, Artoria, and Scathach sat down in front of Queen Elizabeth. "Do you still need me, Your Majesty?" the guard asked. "No. You can resume your duty. Long live the Queen," the guard said as he saluted one more time before leaving her office. Before he could close the door, Michael arrived with tea and biscuits. "Ah, Michael. Come in," she said. Michael nodded as he entered the room and placed the tray of fresh tea and biscuits on the table. He poured everyone a cup of tea and placed the plate of biscuits on the table. "You are excused." Michael nodded as he left the room, leaving the four of them alone. "So, who are you?" Queen Elizabeth asked. "I'm Ichigo Kurosaki." "I am Scathach." "I am Artoria Pendragon." "I see, to think a descendant from that royal line still exists." "You're wrong," Artoria replied. "Oh? I am not a descendant from the royal line. I am the line." "Wait, that would mean—" "Allow me to reintroduce myself," Artoria said. "I am Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights and once and future King of Britannia," Artoria declared. Queen Elizabeth could feel the magic around Buckingham Palace glow at Artoria's declaration. It soon calmed down. King Arthur was a woman disguised as a man? Queen Elizabeth asked. "Yes. Murden and I agreed that many of the knights would listen to my orders if they perceived me as a male. How are both of you able to be here? Both of you should be dead." "Oh. You heard of me?" Scathach asked. "When I was younger, I read the Ulster Cycle." "I see. Do you know how large our world is?" Artoria asked. "I'm aware of the existence of wizards, witches, and magus," she replied. "This will be easier then," Scathach said. Artwara and Scathach took turns explaining to Queen Elizabeth about the Holy Grail War. Ichigo notices some details were purposely omitted. Interesting, Queen Elizabeth said. Anyways, why did you want to meet me? Queen Elizabeth asked. I was curious. I wanted to see what would happen if I were to order my citizens to do something. Would they follow my command or not? Artorias said. Based on the guard's reaction, they all would follow my command without question. May I try it on you? Queen Elizabeth began to think. We shouldn't. If they discover that Artoria could control me, then imagine the dangers it would put to me and the country. Queen Elizabeth thought. However, the person who will command me is also a king and an honorable knight who fought for Britain. Queen Elizabeth sighed as she made her decision. She turned to Artoria. Very well. You can try it. However, it must be a simple order and it would not endanger myself or Britain. Sure, Artoria said. She finished her cup of tea and placed it near Queen Elizabeth. Fill my cup with more tea, Artoria ordered. Queen Elizabeth was taught at a young age that the simple act of serving someone else a cup of tea was inappropriate for someone of her status. Despite this awareness, Queen Elizabeth poured a cup of tea for Artoria. Thank you, Artoria said as she drank her cup of tea. Queen Elizabeth put the pot of tea back down. Based on that action, we can agree that Artoria could command Queen Elizabeth, Ichigo concluded. Indeed. Queen Elizabeth replied. What are your intentions with this knowledge? Nothing. I was curious to see if it would work. With that done, what are your plans now? Just exploring the country, Ichigo answered. I see. Soon a clock in Queen Elizabeth's office began to go off. It appears it's supper time. Do you wish to join me for dinner? No, Artwara said. Suddenly her stomach let out a loud growl. Artoria began to blush. I guess we accept your offer, Ichigo answered. Very well. Queen Elizabeth pressed a button on her desk. Yes, Your Majesty? Some spoke from a speaker. Queen Elizabeth pressed the button again. Michael. Inform the chef that I will have 3 others with me for supper. Very well. Will you be eating in the formal dining hall or your informal one? We will be eating in my informal one. Very well. Is there anything else? No. She turned to face them again. I guess we shall go for supper. Everyone stood up. Ichigo walked over to the door, opened it. Thank you, Ichigo, they said as they walked past him. Ichigo closed the door behind him. They all followed behind Queen Elizabeth. As they walked closer, 2 butlers appeared and opened the door for them. Everyone could see a small 8-person table. Queen Elizabeth took her spot at the head of the table. Artoria sat to her left while Scathach sat to Queen Elizabeth's right. Ichigo sat on Artoria's other side. Before we eat, let us pray, Queen Elizabeth said as her head and all the other servants' head lowered. Ichigo, Artwara, and Scathach stood still. Amen, she said, and everyone's head rose. The butlers began to serve dinner. Tonight, for dinner, we have beef Wellington served with a light salad, Michael said. As the other butlers placed the dinner down. Everyone dug into their dinner. After dinner, what will you do? Queen Elizabeth asked. We'll likely head back to our hotel room, Ichigo said. Soon dinner was finished. Queen Elizabeth went back to her room while they were escorted out by her guards. They walked back to Hotel 41. They quickly entered the hotel and returned to their room. They all took a quick shower before going asleep. Time skip, 2 hours later. While Ichigo was sound asleep, a being sneaked into Ichigo's mindscape. Immediately everyone in Ichigo's mindscape sensed the intrusion. They all quickly rushed to stop the invader. They were greeted by a woman wearing a black dress with a black veil. On her shoulder is a black raven with red eyes. Who are you? Yawach asked. I am here to see Ichigo Kurosaki, she replied. They all looked at each other and Kyoka nodded as she disappeared. A few seconds later Kyoka returned with Ichigo. I am Ichigo Kurosaki. Who are you? I am Morrigan, a Celtic goddess associated with time, fate, death, war, blood, and darkness, she said. I see, let's sit down, Ichigo offered as he conjured a large table for everyone to sit around. All of Ichigo's spirits sat around him while Morrigan sat alone on the other side. Are you here to renew the old contract with the Emperor of Hell? Ichigo asked. Unfortunately, I am not qualified to sign the contract or grant you the necessary blessing for the death quest, she replied. You know about that? Ichigo asked. I do, Morrigan replied. So, what are you doing here? Ichigo asked. I need your help, Morrigan said. Explain. Anku is the person you would talk to sign the contract with Hell and give his blessing to you for the death quest. Where is he? Ichigo asked. A long time ago, 3 wizards created a ritual to seal Anku away. When I discovered that happened to him, I investigated the ritual. The ritual was designed to drain Anku much of his energy, transferring it into 3 artifacts. To perform the counter ritual, a descendant of the 3 wizards must have physical ownership of all 3 artifacts and perform the counter ritual to free Anku, Morrigan said. So, we need to find the 3 artifacts and a descendant of the 3 wizards. Don't worry, you'll find the artifacts. And you'll meet the descendant. Oh. Originally, I intended him to retrieve all 3 artifacts and perform the counter ritual. However, that foolish mortal decided to take my prophecy into his hand. Who? Albus Dumbledore, Morrigan said. What happened? Ichigo asked. You're aware of what a prophecy is? Morrigan asked. I am, though how does a prophecy relate to us? If you didn't know, gods and goddess can influence the moral realm by using a prophecy. I created a prophecy for that descendant to fulfill. The prophecy was heard by Albus Dumbledore. He decided to interpret it in his way, derailing my plans. His actions forced the descendant to never perform the ritual and cost much more death and destruction than planned, Morrigan said. So, you want me to go back in time to prevent Albus Dumbledore from interpreting your prophecy and derailing your plans? Not exactly, Morrigan said. A single god could only send someone back a total of 7 years back in time. That would send back to 2000, Ichigo said. It's not enough. However, if she agrees then. She? Ichigo said. Suddenly a golden Senkaman appeared. The doors opened as Amaterasu walked out of it. Amaterasu-sama? Hello, Ichigo-kun, she replied as she looked at Morrigan. So? Do you agree to help me with my crazy plan? Morrigan asked. Amaterasu sighed. I will help you, only when Ichigo is aware of everything he needs to do there, Amaterasu replied. You're sending me back to 1993? Ichigo asked as he quickly changed the math. Actually to 1994, Morrigan replied. So, what are you planning for me to do? Ichigo asked. You will be sent back to 1994 in Japan where you will hand the Amaterasu of that time this folder, Amaterasu said as she handed him a folder. This will explain to the Amaterasu of that time the situation. You introduce yourself with a different name. Under no circumstances will you reveal your real name or the fact you are from the future, she warned. But I did that in the past, thought Ichigo admitted. There was no issue when you revealed that information to Genryusai and his family because you didn't exist at that time. But in 1994 I existed, Ichigo said, remembering his date of birth, July 15, 1989, too. Correct, Amaterasu replied. You will then go to Britain and write a letter to Albus Dumbledore, where you express interest to learn about the European style of magic and request to be allowed to stay at Hogwarts for the year, Morrigan said. Wait, I'm staying there for a year? Correct, Morrigan said. So, I am going to spend an entire year of my life there. Pretty much, Morrigan replied. This isn't fair at all, Ichigo commented. I am aware it's not. However, when you return, each of us will grant you a reward. Amaterasu replied. Morrigan turned to Amaterasu. This isn't part of the deal. She said. It isn't, but you will technically owe him a debt since he has to spend a year of his life past to fix your mistake. Her mistake? Ichigo asked. You see. Morrigan was angry at Anku at the time, so she decided to punish him by giving those wizards the knowledge to create the ritual which trapped Anku. Amaterasu said. I see. Ichigo said. Morrigan was annoyed that Amaterasu revealed her dirty little secret. Fine, Morrigan replied. When you are done, we both will grant you a reward each. Can I bring any of the servants along? Ichigo asked. You can bring one of them along, Morrigan said. Okay then. How will I have access to money? Ichigo asked. My past self will give you the money. Just return the amount borrowed when you return. She said. Okay then. How will this happen? Ichigo asked. When you wake up, there will be a raven and a kitsune in your room. When you are ready, let them know. While being teleported away, alter your identity so that anyone you meet in the past doesn't know about you in the present. Morrigan instructed. Do you have any more questions, Ichigo-kun? Amaterasu asked. Why was I chosen for this? I'm pretty sure both of you have other servants able to do this mission. Ichigo said. We both indeed have other servants that could do this, Amaterasu said. However, you're chosen because you are a defier of fate, Morrigan said. A defier of fate? Ichigo questioned. In many religions, there are many who are associated with the concept of fate and destiny, Amaterasu said. Ichigo nodded his head. We don't have a god or goddess who is associated with fate or destiny. So, we have many people who write the fate and destiny for those in Japan. Tite Kubo was the person who wrote in charge of your fate and destiny. Amaterasu paused as Ichigo took this all in. So, everything that happened in my life was written like a story by this person that I've never met, Ichigo said. Yes, until your battle with Aizen, Amaterasu said. Tite Kubo intended for you to lose your powers at the end of the battle. But I didn't. You didn't. Kyoka Suigetsu and Hogyoku began to change your fate. Tite Kubo noticed this and tried to fix that. But it was too late, your powers were able to overcome his attempts to change it. So why do you need a defier of fate? I'm getting there, Amaterasu said. A defier of fate are those who could change the fate of those around them. An example would be Rias and her peerage. They're not supposed to be this strong now, maybe in a few months. Another would be the Gotei 14. I see. Ichigo said. Anyways, we want you to change the fate of Harry Potter, Morrigan said. I assume that is the descendant's name, Ichigo asked. Correct. Morrigan said. Very well, Ichigo said as he, Morrigan and Amaterasu left Ichigo's mindscape. Scene change, hotel room. Ichigo opened his eyes to see Artoria and Scathach were hugging his chest and arms while they slept. Ichigo turned to see Zealot laid by his feet, her eyes opened and staring at him. My God! What has disturbed you from your slumber? Zealot asked. I'll explain it right now, Ichigo said. He gently shook his arms, waking both sleeping servants up. Ichigo. What's going on? Artoria asked. I need to talk with everyone here, Ichigo said. They nodded as Zealot turned the lights on. Ichigo told them what Morrigan and Amaterasu told him. So, you're being sent to the past to correct Morrigan's mistake and you are allowed to bring one of us with you. Scathach summarized. Correct, Ichigo said as he pulled out a computer. What are you doing, Ichigo? Artoria asked. If we're going to 1994, might as use that to our advantage, Ichigo said. How? Scathach asked. I am looking up all the business history for all businesses that started up from 1994 to now. With that information, I will write down when to invest and when to sell those shares. Ichigo explained as he resumed his research. So, who will go with Ichigo? Artoria asked. I think Artoria should go, Scathack suggested. Me? I can only use Excalibur, Avalon, and Longaminiad. You have your runic spells for different scenarios. Artoria countered. While that is true, that my runic magic is more diverse, you are much stronger than me and your authority as king is something I can't reproduce, Scathack admitted. Ichigo nodded at their points before turning to Zealot. What about you? What do you think? Ichigo asked. Zealot agrees that Artoria would be more suited to protect his holiness in his journey to the past. Zealot replied. Well, that's it then, Ichigo said. Artoria will go with me to the past, Ichigo said. Very well. Artoria casually replied. Deep down she was excited. She was able to spend more time with Ichigo compared to the rest of the servants. Ichigo smiled as he sensed Artoria's hidden happiness. Suddenly they heard a tapping sound at their window. Zealot walked over and opened the window. A crow and a kitsune walked inside. Zealot closed the window door behind them. Ichigo and Artoria walked to the kitsune and raven. We're ready to go now, Ichigo said. The kitsune raised its head and let out a loud howl. The raven soared above them let out a loud caw. The kitsune's lower body began to combust into orange-red flames which began to surround Ichigo and Artoria. The raven's black feathers began to descend towards Ichigo and Artoria. Slowly the orange-red flames and the black feathers mixed, obscuring Ichigo and Artoria from the rest of the room. A blast of orange-red and black energy blinded everyone in the room. The energy died down to reveal Ichigo and Artoria were gone. Scene change, Ichigo and Artoria. Japanese will be used from this point on. Ichigo and Artoria watched as they have encased in a sphere orange-red flames and the black feathers. Despite not being able to see outside, they could tell that they were slowly moving back in time. Ichigo, Artoria said. Remember to change your physical appearance. Right, Ichigo replied as his chocolate brown eyes changed to aqua green. Ichigo long orange hair shortened and became black. For now, call me Kaian Shiba, Ichigo said. Vert well Kaian, Artoria the sphere opened, revealing them to be in a traditional Japanese shrine. In front of them was Amaterasu. Welcome strangers to 1994. She greeted. Hello, Amaterasu-sama, Kaian replied with a short bow. Artoria followed afterward. After that, Kaian handed her the folder. Amaterasu took the folder and looked thought it. Kaian and Artoria stood there and waited. Amaterasu closed the folder and handed it back to Kaian. So, what names will you two use for your duration here? Amaterasu asked as she summoned a sheet of paper. Shiba Kaian. Kaian replied. Shiba Artoria. Artoria replied. Very well. Amaterasu wrote down their names. Here is the place you two will be staying in until I finished getting this done. Amaterasu handed them a sheet of paper with an address on it. Amaterasu-sama, will you be giving us some money? Kaian asked. That's right. Amaterasu raised her hand as two pouches appeared in front of them. Kaian and Artoria took the pouches. Just stick your hand in the pouch and think about the amount you need. The needed amount will appear in your hand. Kaian and Artoria opened the pouches and stuck their hand in their respective bag and pulled out a few thousand yen. Anything else? Amaterasu asked. Kaian and Artoria shook their heads. The exit is that way, she said as she pointed to a nearby door. The door glowed goldenly and opened. Kaian and Artoria walked out of the shrine. He seems a nice guy, and he is much stronger than those other families. He would bear me a strong great-grandchild with her. Amaterasu thought as the doors closed in front of her. Scene change, evening, Kyoto. Kaian and Artoria walked out of the shrine to see the locals were dressed in yukatas. It looks like Gion Matsuri is going on right now, Kyan said. Gion Matsuri? It's Kyoto's biggest annual festival, where people are dressed in colorful yukatas and gorge themselves on street food and beer, Kyan said. Let's get to our hotel room before enjoying the festival, Kyan suggested. Sure. They walked around and found the hotel. They quickly checked in and found their room. Kyan quickly cast privacy keto around the room to keep it secure and prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Looks like I need to change of clothes, Artoria said as she snapped her fingers. Her casual clothes transformed into a black/purple yukata decorated with sakura blossoms flowing around. Kyan nodded his head as he snapped his fingers. His casual clothes transformed into a black/royal blue yukata decorated with white stars. With that, the two began to explore the festival. Kyan watched as Artoria went to every booth and ordered some street food. At some point, Kyan lost sight of Artoria. Where did she go? Kyan thought as he started to look for her. As he walked around, he heard someone crying. Kyan turned to see a girl crying while sitting at a bench, surrounded by liquor bottles. Kyan carefully walked towards the drunken girl. She has long, dark blue hair, which she holds in place with several clips. She was dressed in a light pink yukata. Kyan approached the crying girl. Are you alright? Kyan asked. The crying girl turned her head to Kyan. Her eyes are also dark blue. Kyan thought. Sorry. Am I in your way? She asked. No. I heard you crying, and I decided to see what was going on. Oh. She said. Kyan sat down next to her. Do you want to talk about it? The girl stared at Kyan. Sure. She said. My family planned to put me in an arranged marriage to pay off an old family debt. When I met him, I was immediately disgusted by him. The man, no pig, was large, obese and smelled. I waited until they left and told my family that I refused to marry him. They kicked me out of the house. She said. I see. The girl took her unfinished bottle, drank it. She turned to Kyan and presented him with the unfinished bottle. Drink with me. Kyan sighed as he took the bottle and drank it. Damn. This is some strong liquor. Kyan thought. Hey, I know we just met, but can I crash at your place for the night? The girl asked. I don't know, you are a stranger. Well, the name's Meizono Sayaka, guess we're not strangers anymore. Shiba Kyan. Kyan replied. So, can I stay at your place for the night? Sure, Kyan replied. Kyan stood up and helped the intoxicated Sayaka up. They drunkenly walked towards Kyan's hotel room. They managed to arrive safely inside Kyan's hotel room. Before he knew it, Sayaka kissed him and everything else became a blur. Time skip, next morning. Kyan opened his eyes. The bright lights from the open window shined into his eyes, causing Kyan to close them. What happened last night? Kyan thought. This reminds me of the time where Mocha and I got drunk from that strawberry cheesecake. Kyan finally opened his eyes. He sat up to see he was back in his hotel room. He could feel the warmth from the nearby pillow. Someone was sleeping here with me. Kyan thought. Slowly the memory from last night came to him. Kyan laid back down on the bed and let out a loud groan. This is the second time I had drunken sex. Kyan though. Wait, why was I affected by the alcohol? Should not my body be able to quickly process said alcohol? Kyan thought. Kyan. We need to talk. Kyoka said. Very well, Kyan replied as he entered his mindscape. Scene change, Kyan's mindscape. Kyan opened his eyes to see everyone was sitting around him. What's going on? Kyan asked. Someone was messing with your body, Kyoka said. Was it Sayaka? Kyan guessed. Indirectly, Yawatch replied. It was a combination of things, Hogyoka said. The sake Sayaka she was drinking is known as Vixen sake, a type of sake which is designed for drinkers with high alcohol tolerance, like Kairaku, Kaiten said. He drank some when he was stationed in Kyoto a long time ago. Normally, your body would have forced itself to evolve to overcome the Vixen sake, but somebody suppressed that ability. Kyoka said as she glared at Zangetsu and Yawatch. Kaien looked at Zangetsu and Yawatch. You too? I admit, I knew it was wrong, but something was forcing me to do it. Yawatch admitted. Zangetsu nodded his head. Kaien sighed. Okay, then, what were the ramifications of what I did? Kaien asked. You're not going to like this, Kyoka said as she brought out a tablet. She tapped for a few seconds before showing Ichigo a memory. Kaien remembered that this was at Rukia's and Rinji's wedding. There he saw himself, in his Tatsuya disguise and Yasaka in hers. Kaien's eyes widened in sudden realization. Wait. The Sayaka that I just slept with is, in fact, a younger version of Yasaka. To make matters worse, Shirayuki said as she took the tablet from Kyoka and tapped the screen. She turned it around to Kaien and played the recording. It was when Yasaka and Kunu were introducing themselves. Hi. I'm Kunu, the next in line after my Kasan. I'm 10 years old. Wait. Kunu, you're 10 years old. You look like a 6-year-old. Ichigo commented. Ichigo, the reason why Kunu looks like that is due to Kitsune genetics. We age at a slower rate. This also caused us to be pregnant for a longer amount of time. Yasaka explained. Shirayuki stopped the video. Based on the math, it does line up, Shirayuki said. Kaien covered his face as he let out a loud groan. Both of my children were conceived when I was drunk. The best thing is the fact that you have a year to think about how you're going to tell them the truth, Zangetsu commented. Kaien sighed as he stood up. He was about to yell at Zangetsu when Yawatch interrupted him. Artoria just entered the room. Kaien nodded as he left the mindscape. Thanks for the save, Zangetsu said. You do know he will get you back for that, Kyoka said. Scene change, hotel room. Ichigo opened his eyes just to hear the hotel room door slam open. Ichigo sat up to see Artoria walking in with a giant bottle of sake in her hand. I'm back, she said. Ichigo let out a sigh of relief as his headache disappeared. Where were you? Ichigo asked. I was enjoying myself, she replied. Did you cause any trouble? Ichigo asked. No, Artoria replied. Very well, Ichigo said as he got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. He stopped when he noticed another folder in the room. He picked up the new folder and opened it. What is that? Artoria asked. It appears that Amaterasu-sama finished making our documents, Ichigo said as he handed her a stack of papers from the folder. Artoria took it and began to read them. So, I'm your adopted younger sister, who is also a witch, Artoria said after skimming the papers. Yes, Ichigo said. Now we need to go to London and get in contact with Albus Dumbledore, Ichigo said. Could we get breakfast before that? Artoria asked as her stomach let out a hungry roar. Ichigo stared at the embarrassed Artoria. Ichigo chuckled at the embarrassed tyrannical king of knights. After I take a shower, Ichigo said as he went to the bathroom to take off his business. A few minutes later, Ichigo walked out of the bathroom. Artoria and Ichigo grabbed all their stuff and left their room. They walked down to a small family restaurant to have breakfast. After that, they purchased tickets to Shiso, Hyogo. Scene change, Shiso, Hyogo. After a 3-hour train ride, Ichigo, once again going under Kaien, and Artoria arrived at Hyogo. They took a taxi ride near Dino House. Kaien and Artoria entered the curry house and slipped to the back. Kaien used his finger to open the passageway to Bonsai Bazaar. With a few questions with the locals, they arrived at a shop that sells international portkeys, an object enchanted to instantly bring anyone touching it to a specific location. With the right paperwork, they were sold an international portkey to London. Is this your first time using a portkey? The shopkeeper asked. It is, Kaien replied. Many people who ever used a portkey would agree that the experience could be considered uncomfortable, if not downright unpleasant. The shopkeeper said as he presented a small Union Jack flag. The portkey will activate in a minute. Make sure all the travelers are holding onto the portkey and continue to hold onto the portkey during the journey. Artoria and Kyan grabbed the flag. When the portkey will briefly glow white before activating. All travelers will feel a hook attaching itself to your belly button and pull you away. Suddenly the portkey began to glow, and they were gone. Scene change, London. English will be used from this point on. Kyan and Artoria stumbled and was about to fall when someone grabbed them. I gotcha. Someone said. Kyan and Artoria looked to see a man dressed in a red robe caught them before they fell. Thank you, Kyan replied. No problem. We occasionally get inexperienced portkey users. The man said. Can I get your paperwork? He asked. Kyan pulled out the necessary documents and presented it to the man. Reason for your visit? Vacation, Kyan replied. The man looked at the documents before returning them to Kyan. Everything seems to be in order. Have a nice day. The man said. Thank you, Kyan replied. They left the shop and was greeted by a semi-crowded cobblestone alley filled with restaurants, shops, and other sights. Where should we go? Artoria asked. Let's get some robes, Kyan said. Fine, Artoria replied. They spotted Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. They entered the store. They could see all kinds of different robes and accessories displayed in the store. Welcome. Welcome. Someone said. They turned to see a grown adult walking towards them. Welcome to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. I am Madame Malkin. How can I help you? Hello, Madam. Kyan greeted. We both need some robes. Okay then. Madame Malkin said. Follow me. They followed Madame Malkin towards a mirror. Who will go first? I will, Artoria said. Madame Malkin tapped a box with her wand. A few tape measures flew out and began to take her measurements. She walked over to each tape measure and wrote down the measurements. She then tapped the tape measure with her wand, causing it to return to the box. Madame Malkin continued this with the other tape measures. With the final measurement taken, Artoria was finally allowed to step down. Madame Malkin turned to Kyan. Your turn. Kyan stood still as Madame Malkin repeated the process for him. It was slightly hilarious seeing Madame Malkin having difficulty getting Kyan's measurements. After all, she was 12 centimeters, 5 inches shorter than him. After a few tries, she managed to get all of Kyan's measurements. They all returned to the front counter. Now that we got your measurements, what kind of color do you want your robes to be? I would want 7 black robes. But each one will have a different color in the inner layer. Kyan stated. Sure. What colors do you want? Crimson or dark red, white with a faint touch of blue, golden, violet, green, sky blue and black. Madame Malkin quickly wrote the colors down. She turned to Artoria. What about you, dear? I would also want a total of 4 black robes. 2 with silver on the inside and red stitching. The other 2 will also be golden with silver stitching. Do you want the standard robe charms included on the robes? What charms do you place? We have the standard water repellent charm, enlargement charms, impervious charms, and insect repellent charms. We want those charms as well. Is there anything else I can help you too with? Kyan shook his head. That's all for today. The total will be 210 galleons. Kyan took out the galleons and handed it to her. They should be ready tomorrow, she said as she handed them a receipt. With that, they left Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. We should find a bookstore to read up about London and its history, Kyan replied. Good idea, Artoria said. They soon founded a bookstore called Flourish and Blots. They walked in and were immediately greeted by 5 meter, 16.4 feet, bookshelves full of books. As they explored the bookstore, they accidentally crashed into a girl carrying a large stack of books, causing her to drop her books. "Oh. I'm sorry," she said as she got on her knees and began to pick up the fallen books. "No. No. It's my fault," Kyan said as he got on his knees and helped her pick up the books. Kyan got a better look at the girl. She appears 14 with light skin, bright brown eyes, and lots of bushy brown hair. "These are a lot of books. Do you need help carrying them to the front desk?" Kyan asked. Sure," she replied. They walked to the front desk. Back again Ms. Granger, with even more books this time. The cashier said. Ms. Granger blushed a little as the cashier rung her up. "Your total is a total of 157 galleons, 10 sickles, and 7 nuts." Her face blanched. I think I don't have enough." She pulled out a small bag and began to count her galleons. "Don't worry about it," Kyan said, quickly pulled 4 small stacks of galleons, 1 tack of sickles and 1 stack of hunts and placed them on the table. The cashier quickly counted all the coins. "Thank you for your business," the cashier said as he put the money away. Kyan picked up 1 stack and handed it to her. I can't take them." "You paid for them," she argued. "What about this? My sister and I," Kyan pointed to Artoria, "are new to Magical Britain. You could pay us back by answering some questions for us," Kyan proposed. That would work," Ms. Granger replied. "Let's go to the Leaky Cauldron to get some lunch while we talk." "Sure. Lead the way, Ms. Granger." "Please call me Hermione," Hermione said. "Then allow me to introduce myself. I'm Kyan Shiba and this is my stepsister, Artoria Shiba." "Hello," Artoria finally said. They all walked through a brick wall and entered a dimly lit pub. Hermine, Kyan, and Artoria sat down at one of the tables. They all ordered lunch. "So where are you from?" she asked. "We're from Japan," Kyan said. "Oh. Did you attend Mahudakaro School of Magic?" she asked. "No. I was homeschooled at home due to a unique case with my magic," Kyan said. "I see, why come here?" "I was always curious about how other wizards and witches from other countries lived. From what I've read, all wizards and witches go to Hogwarts for their studies." "Can I assume you're a student at Hogwarts?" "Oh, I am. We all live in a giant medieval castle." According to a history of magic, Hogwarts was established sometime in the 10th century. "I see. I was thinking of staying at Hogwarts for a few months. Do you know if it's possible?" "I'm not sure. I believe you would have to write to Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore about that," Hermione said. "How would I deliver that letter?" Kyan asked. "In Diagon Alley, there is a store called Owl Post Office. You can rent an owl to deliver the letter," she explained. "I see," Kyan said. Kyan continued to ask Hermione more questions about Hogwarts. She told him about the classes that were offered, the Hogwarts houses and a brief description of each of the professors. Kyan was explaining to Hermione Japanese talismans and how they were originally from the Chinese magic system when someone called out to Hermione. "Hermione!" Hermione turned to see an older woman walking towards them. She has dark brown hair, green eyes, and pale skin. "Mom," Hermione said. "Hello, Hermione," the woman said. "Who is your friend? Is he from school?" "No, Mom," Hermione said. "Hello, Mrs. Granger. My name is Kyan Shiba. I'm new to Magical London and Hermione was willing to help answer a few of my questions," Kyan said. "I see," Mrs. Granger said. "Anyways, we have to get going." "Okay, Mom," Hermione said. "Hermione," Kyan said. She turned and looked at him. "Thank you for the information." "And no problem," she replied and quickly turned away. Kayan cracked a small smile, seeing her blushing. Hermione and her mother quickly left the pub. So where to now? Artoria asked. We'll go back to the bookstore and buy more books, Kayan suggested. Very well. Kayan and Artoria stood up and returned to Flourish and Blots and bought a few history books Hermione suggested. They also bought a few books on herbology, potions, transfiguration, arithmancy, care of magical creatures, runes, and alchemy. They quickly paid for their books before left the shop. They stopped at the Owl Post Office and wrote a letter to Professor McGonagall about their request. They entered the store and was greeted by a young-looking lady. What can I help you with? She asked. Just sending this letter, Kayan replied. One sickle. She said. Kayan took out a sickle and handed it to the worker. She placed the sickle in a bag. Letter. Kayan handed her the letter. She took it and walked to an ordinary-looking barn owl. She rolled the letter tightly and tied it to the leg of the barn owl. They watched the owl flew away. They left Diagon Alley and founded a nearby hotel. They quickly purchased a room there for the next week. Kayan quickly cast all the necessary privacy spells around their hotel room. Once he was sure the room was secured, Kyoka, Hogyoku, and Mysteria appeared with all the books they purchased. Artoria took a nap as Ichigo joined them to read all the books they bought. Scene change, Hogwarts. It was late evening when the barn owl finally arrived at Hogwarts. It flew towards an office window. The barn owl landed and began to gently peck the window. The window opened, allowing the barn owl to enter the office. The barn owl was greeted by a tall, rather severe-looking woman dressed in emerald green robes. Is this for me? She asked. The barn owl nodded its head and stuck out its leg. She carefully untied the letter from the barn owl. With its job done, the barn owl flew away. She looked at the letter. The letter appeared to be an ordinary Muggle letter. On the front of the envelope had her name, Minerva McGonagall, on it. Strange. All the letters to the Muggleborns have already been taken care of. She thought as she walked over to her desk. She placed the letter down on her desk and took out her wand. She cast a few spells on it to make sure it wasn't a trap. She carefully opened it and began to read it. To Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, my name is Kayan Shiba and I wish to request permission for my sister and me to stay at Hogwarts for a year. I am aware that this is a very unusual request. I am a recent graduate from Mahudakaro School of Magic, and I wish to learn more about the Western magic that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry teaches. I've included a copy of my grades, which is translated in English, from Mahudakaro School of Magic. I hope we could reach an arrangement that would satisfy both parties. Sincerely, Kayan Shiba. Professor McGonagall finished reading the letters and looked at the grades. Based on his grades, she could deduce that this person is a hard-working man with much knowledge in combat-related spells. She took the letter and grades and walked towards Headmaster Dumbledore's office. She stopped in front of a gargoyle statue. Lemon drops, she said. The gargoyle stood up and moved, revealing a circular, moving stone staircase. She walked up to the stairs. She reached the top of the stairs to see a wooden door. She knocked on the door. Come in, Minerva. Professor McGonagall opened the door to Albus Dumbledore sitting in his office, looking over some paperwork. What can I do for you, Minerva? I have a letter I want you to read. She handed Professor Dumbledore the letter. He took it and began to read it. Professor McGonagall stood there as she waited for him to finish. The Japanese Ministry of Magic is always a private group. They rarely interfere with anything beyond their own country. He might be able to slowly open them up. I would allow him to stay at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall tried to interject, but Professor Dumbledore stopped her. The final call would be made by you when you go and meet them, he said. Very well, Professor McGonagall said as she left his office. She returned to her office and wrote a reply letter. She walked up to the owlery. An owl flew down to her. She tied the letter to the owl's leg. the owl soon flew away. Scene change, next morning, Shiba's hotel room. Ichigo, Kyoka, Mysteria, and Hogyoku spent the rest of the night reading all the books that they purchased. Some of the information was interesting. Kyoka encountered a chapter talking about Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. It is described as a blindingly intense green bolt of light that instantly kills the opponent. After reading the spell, it left Ichigo and the others questioning how this spell kills the target. Does the spell destroy the spirit, similar to Quincy attacks? Or does it just force the spirit out of the body and severs their connection with their body? Ichigo founded books that taught the same runes that Scathach began to teach them. Ichigo noticed that none of the books about runes mentioned using them like how Scathach does. While reading about transfiguration and conjuring made Ichigo thinks about the law of conservation of mass. 3. If someone is transfiguring a rock to a lion, will the air around the rock be used in addition to the rock for the lion? What about in reverse, when turning the lion to rock, does the extra mass turn into the air? 4. Ichigo was in the bathroom when Kyoka called out for him. Ichigo. There is an owl outside the window. Kyoka said. Ichigo walked out to see an owl standing outside his window with a letter tied to its leg. Stand by, Ichigo instructed as he opened the window. The owl raised its leg towards Ichigo. He untied the letter from the owl. The owl lowered its leg and flew away. Is that a reply letter from Hogwarts? Hogyoku asked. It is, Ichigo said as he opened the letter and began to read it. Dear Kai Shiba. After discussing the matter with Headmaster Dumbledore, we decided that I should meet both of you and have a short meeting to further explain your reasons to stay at Hogwarts this year. I will be at the Leaky Cauldron around lunchtime. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Looks like we're going to have an interview with her. Ichigo said as he looked at the sleeping Artoria. He gently shook her. Ah! She groaned as she woke up. It too early. She said. If you don't wake up, you're going to miss breakfast. Artoria's eyes opened as she slowly got up and went to the bathroom. Ichigo turned to Kyoka, Mysteria, and Hogyoku. Are you three going to stay here? He asked. They nodded their heads. When you go to Diagon Alley, can you go to the apothecary and pick up these ingredients? Mysteria asked as she handed the list to Ichigo. Ichigo looked at the list. I'll try. He replied. Artoria walked out of the bathroom back in her casual clothes. Ichigo and Artoria walked downstairs and grabbed breakfast. The hotel was serving full English breakfast, consisting of bacon, fried egg, sausage, mushrooms, baked beans, toast, and grilled tomatoes. Ichigo had to control Artoria or she would have taken the trays of food for herself. After breakfast, they went back to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to pick up their robes. They entered the store and immediately found Madame Malkin standing at the counter. Welcome back, you two. She said as she bent down and pulled out 2 packages. Got your order right here. Ichigo and Artoria took the packages from Madame Malkin. There is a changing room in the back. She said. Ichigo and Artoria went to the changing room. A few minutes later, Ichigo and Artoria walked out, dressed in their new robes. How do you like them? She asked. It is fine, Artoria said. It's a little too baggy for me, Kyan commented. Huh? Madame Malkin said as she walked over to Kyan and looked over the robes. Despite what you believe, these robes are correctly done. You mean they are supposed to be this baggy? You're acting as if this is the first time you put on wizard robes. It is, Kyan said. Oh. Madame Malkin said. With that solved, any more questions? Kyan and Artoria shook their heads and left her store. They headed to the apothecary to pick up the ingredients and equipment Mysteria asked for. After that, Artoria noticed a snow-white multi-storied marble building on his right. On top of the building was a sign that read Gringotts Wizarding Bank. What's that? She asked. That is Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a bank that is owned and ran by goblins, Kyan said. Oh? How did the wizards convince the goblins to do that? According to the history books, due to a multitude of wars and treaties between goblins and wizards, the goblins have a few rights and restrictions. One of those rights is that goblins will have to manage the bank. Kyan said. In return, Gringotts will be the only magical bank. Kyoka chimed in. Thank you, Kyan said. You're welcome. Also, the goblins have their own form of magic skills and abilities. Let's see what this bank has to offer. Artuara suggested. Sure, Kyan said. They soon arrived at a set of white stairs leads up to a set of burnished bronze doors. The doors are flanked by a goblin in a uniform of scarlet and gold. They walked up the stairs. Good morning, Kyan said. The goblin replied with a grunt. Kyan could sense Artoria's anger at the disrespect. Artoria, calm down, Kyan said. Artoria let out a small growl as she calmed down. They entered the bank. They were greeted with vast marble hall long counters stretching along its length with closed doors. As they walked down the hall, they were suddenly stopped by two goblin sentries, dressed in armor with spears. Kyan looked to one of the goblin sentries. Is there a problem? Kyan asked. There is. One of the goblin sentries grunted. Chapter 39, Arc 9. One of the nearby goblins spotted the situation and walked towards them. This goblin was dressed in a traditional business suit. Paraguayan Guarani, what seems to be the problem, Paraguayan Guarani, the new goblin asked. Kyan and Artoria heard a harsh, rasping language. Paraguayan Guarani, the lady has traces of fey magic on her. Paraguayan Guarani, one of the goblin sentries reported in their native language. Paraguayan Guarani, I see. I will take care of it, Paraguayan Guarani. Paraguayan Guarani, very well, head goblin Nagnok. Paraguayan Guarani, the new goblin, turned to Kyan and Artoria. Please come with me. The goblin sentries allowed them to proceed. They followed Nagnok through a passageway. They soon arrived at a door. The name Head Goblin Nagnok was etched on a golden plaque on the door. The goblin opened the door and motioned for them to enter the office. The office appeared to be similar to a regular business office with a wooden desk and a few wooden chairs. The office was lit by candles. Have a seat. Kane and Artoria sat down and waited for the goblin to sit down and face them. If you couldn't tell, I am Head Goblin Nagnok and you are? My name is Kyan Shiba. Kyan said. I am Artoria Shiba. Artoria said. You may be wondering why you were stopped by the guards, Nagnok said. We were wondering about that, Kyan replied. As you know, goblins are very sensitive to different types of magic. One of the guards detected fey magic on Artoria here. Nagnok said. Would either one of you know why that is? Kyan looked at Artoria. Do you have any idea what to say? He asked. The truth? Artoria said. The reason that I have fey magic is that I have this. Artoria summoned Excalibur and Avalon. Nagnok's eyes widen. Is that what I think it is? Artoria smirked. What do you think it is? It's Excalibur, sort of promised victory, and Avalon, the ever-distant utopia, Nagnok said. Artoria pulled Excalibur out of Avalon. He then looked at Artoria. Legend states that Excalibur was returned to the Fae while Avalon was lost in time. But you have them. Nagnok's eyes widen with realization. That means you're a descendant of King Arthur. Close but no cigar, Artoria said. I am Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights and once and future King of Britannia. She declared. Nagnok stood there in shock. Impossible. King Arthur died close to 2 millennia ago. Yet here is someone who claims to be King Arthur. Is she lying? But she has King Arthur's legendary armaments. However, she looks no older than 18. I must verify this claim. Your Highness, Nagnok said. May I request a drop of your blood? Why? Artoria glared at Nagnok. I wish to use it to verify your identity. Fine then. Nagnok pulled out a knife and a sheet of parchment. Use that knife to cut yourself and let one drop of blood on the parchment. Artoria followed Nagnok's instructions as she took the knife from Nagnok's desk and gently raked the blade over the palm of her hand, closing her hand into a fist, allowing a drop of blood to land on the parchment. The parchment began to glow red. Slowly black ink began to appear in front of them, spelling out Artoria's name and title. Nagnok's eyes widened even further. I need to let my king know about this development. Oh? Artoria said. How come? She asked as she used her authority. Because your unexpected return could be a gift or curse for our people, Nagnok said. Why did I say that? Nagnok thought. Well then. Let's go meet the king of the goblins. Artoria said. Nagnok said. You will take us to the king of the goblins, Artoria said as she used her authority once again. Yes, your majesty, Nagnok said as he led them down a hallway. Artoria sheathed Excalibur and Avalon and had it on her waist, ready for a moment's notice. As they silently walked, everyone was deep in their thoughts. Why am I leading them to the king? Nagnok thought. Did they cast a spell on me? Nagnok considered. There wasn't a magical instrument in sight. Artoria, is it a good idea to do this? Kyan asked. Honesty. I wasn't expecting this, but we could use this to our benefit. How? I might be able to answer that. Kyoka chimed in. Please explain, Kyan asked. According to the history books, which may be biased, the goblins and wizards/witches have always been at war many times. The history books portrayed that goblins hold a lot of lost magic. During one of the treaties, in exchange from some of this knowledge, the land on and underneath Gringotts was given to the goblins, as their nation. What? Artoria snarled. How dare those fools to think they could split my country apart? The trio soon arrived at a giant steel door. In front of the door is 2 goblin guards, dressed in armor and wielding axes. Paraguayan Guarani, head goblin Nagnok, why have you brought 2 humans here? Paraguayan Guarani, one of the guards asked. Paraguayan Guarani, I bring news that King Gringott XX must hear about. Paraguayan Guarani, Nagnok replied. Paraguayan Guarani, does this news explain why you are bringing 2 humans with you to see him? Paraguayan Guarani. Paraguayan Guarani, it does. Paraguayan Guarani. The guard stared at Nagnok for a moment. Paraguayan Guarani, very well. All guards will be standing by to protect the king while you endure. The guard looked at Kyan and Artoria. Guests are there. Paraguayan Guarani. Paraguayan Guarani, very well. Paraguayan Guarani, Nagnok replied. The steel doors slowly opened up. Nagnok entered the room, followed by Kyan and Artoria. They were in a large room. It was decorated with various pieces of armor and weapons. In the middle is another goblin. He was dressed in a similar suit to the other goblins. However, on top of his head was a golden crown with various gems embedded in the crown. Kyan and Artoria could see more goblin guards filing in the room, surrounding them in the process. The king stood up from the table. All the goblins took a knee and bowed at the king. Kyan and Artoria remained standing, staring at the king. What are you 2 doing? Nagnok whispered. Please don't do this. Nagnok prayed. A king does not bow to another king unless admitting defeat, Artoria said. Oh? King Gringott XX said as he stood up from his throne. A pair of humans dare enter my domain and dare declare themselves my equal? The goblin guards pointed their weapons at them. I do dare because my kingship is much older than yours. Artoria declared. Wait! Nagnok yelled as he stood up. I have proof that she is speaking the truth. Oh? Do show me, Nagnok. Nagnok took the parchment with Artoria's true identity and handed it to one of the goblin guards. The goblin guard took the parchment and presented it to King Gringott XX. King Gringott XX took the parchment and began to read it. Impossible. he yelled as he threw the parchment away. "It is possible, King of the Goblins," Artoria said. "Guards!" King Gringot XX yelled. "Attack these fools, Paraguayan Guarani," he ordered. The guards raised their weapons at them. "Stand down and bow to your rightful ruler," Artoria ordered, channeling her authority. King Gringot XX's eyes widened in shock as all of his goblin guards bowed towards Artoria. Before he realized it, he was also on the ground, bowing to her. "Stand," she ordered. Everyone stood up. "What horrid magic did you use on us?" King Gringot XX yelled. "It's simple. It is magic's way of expressing my authority over my people," she said. "What?" All the goblins were shocked to hear this. "But according to the treaties, this land is ours," King Gringot XX yelled. "Did those wizards and witches have the authority to do so?" Artoria countered. "They said they did." "Both you and they believe that they did," Artoria said. "But magic flashed golden when the treaty was signed. In that case, both of you are separate but still under my rule," she said. "Gore!" King Gringot XX growled as he pulled out his sword and attacked her. She drew Excalibur and blocked the attack. King Gringot XX continued to attack her. "Nagnok, do you know who is next in line for the throne?" she asked as she blocked King Gringot XX's attacks with Excalibur. "It will be me," he replied. "Do you agree that King Gringot XX attacked me first?" she asked as she blocked an overhead slash. "And that if I were to kill him, it would be under self-defense?" Nagnok sighed. "Yes, I will." "Good," Artoria said as she sidestepped away from King Gringot XX, causing him to lose balance. Artoria raised Excalibur and brought it straight down on King Gringot XX, decapitating him. King Gringot XX's head flew and landed a few feet from Nagnok. The crown flew off and Nagnok caught it. He placed the crown on his head. "I present you the new king of the goblins," Artoria declared. "Hail King Nagnok the 11. The goblins chanted. "Thank you. Thank you," King Nagnok 11 said. "May I be allowed to perform the traditional goblin funeral ceremony for my father?" "You may," Artoria replied. "Thank you," King Nagnok 11 replied. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" "We were interested in learning more about the goblins," Kyan said. "I see, may we have this discussion at a later date?" "Sure," Kyan said. "Paraguayan Guarani, guards please escort Her Majesty and her guest out of Gringotts." Paraguayan Guarani, King Nagnok 11 ordered. The guards nodded and escorted them out. Kyan and Artoria were quickly and quietly escorted out of Gringotts. They could tell that their goblin escorts were filled with mixed emotions about them. "Artoria," Kyan called out. "Yes?" she replied. "Do you want to see if you can get a wand?" he asked. "A wand, why?" "According to your legend, you received a dragon's magic core, allowing you to perform magic with your sword." She nodded her head. "Is it possible for you to use that magic core to perform spells as well?" I don't know. Most people wouldn't expect you to suddenly pull out a wand and attack them with spells." "Fine." Artoria agreed. As they were walking down Diagon Alley, they arrived at Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. They entered the wand shop. The shop was tiny, empty except for a single, spindly chair in the corner. Thousands of narrow boxes containing wands were piled right up to the ceiling of the tiny shop, and the whole place had a thin layer of dust about it. Suddenly an old man with pale silvery eyes and white skin appeared. "Welcome to Ollivanders. I am Mr. Garrick Ollivander. May I know the names of my customers?" he asked. "My name is Kyan Shiba." "My name is Artoria Shiba." "She needs a wand," Kyan said. Mr. Ollivander turned to Artoria. "Oh? I don't remember ever selling her a wand," he commented. "I wasn't raised in England," Artoria replied. I see, very well then, said as he pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. Which is your wand arm? He asked. Wand arm? Kyan asked. I am ambidextrous, she replied. I see, stick out your right arm, said as the tape measure began to measure Artoria's right shoulder to right finger then right wrist. The tape measure began to measure from her right shoulder to the floor, then from her knee to her armpit. He repeated this process on her left side of the body. After that, he measured her neck. Soon the tape measure returned to S pocket. None of my pre-made wands will work for you. I see, Artoria said. However, that may be expected due to your age, whispered as he went to the back. He pushed out a cart with different small compartments. I want you to slowly move your hand over each compartment and let me know which one feels right for you. Artoria nodded as she began to wave her hand over the compartments. I found it 3 compartments, Artoria said as she pointed out the different compartments. Walked over and opened the first compartments. Blackthorn best suited to a warrior. He opened the second compartment. Cypress associated with nobility. Soon he opened the final compartment. Rowan is best suited for the protector. He pushed the cart away he pushed out another cart with more compartment. Next will the wand cores. Repeat the same process as before but hold all the wood in your other hand, he instructed. Artoria held the wood in her left hand and began to repeat the process with her right hand. None of them responded. She said. Interesting, said as he pushed the cart into the back as another one was pushed towards her. This continued. These wand cores were picked by my other family members, said as Artoria repeated the process. I found 2, Artoria said. Opened the compartments. To think these heartstrings will finally be used, said. Are those heartstrings special? Kyan asked. It is. According to our journals, one of my ancestors, Dewin Ollivander, was an apprentice of Merlin. Merlin was tasked with finding a magical core for the heir to the throne. On their journey, they encountered 2 dragons. One of the dragons was a large red western dragon, with a long neck and green eyes. The dragon has red and golden spikes throughout his body. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Kyan thought. While the other one is a white western dragon, with blue eyes and 2 gold horns. They were battling a different being. That being noticed them and asked for their assistance. In reward, they may claim any part of the dragons if they were victorious. In the end, the red and white dragons were killed. Dewin Ollivander took the heartstrings of both dragons, while Merlin took the fractured magic cores of both dragons, said. Interesting story, Artoria said. To think your body houses parts of Draig and Albion. Kyan thought. Draig? Albion? Artoria thought. I'll explain later, Kyan replied. So how much will this wand cost? I will not charge you for this wand, Mr. Ollivander said. How come? Artoria asked. It fills me with much pleasure in creating a wand with such old and powerful wand cores, Mr. Ollivander said. He turned to Kyan. Do you need a wand? No, I don't, Kyan said. I see, but you must have staff, he said. Kyan raised his eyebrow. How could you tell? Your magic is very potent. No wand would be able to handle that. Kyan sighed. I will bring out my staff if I get a magical oath that you will not reveal any information about my staff. Very well, Mr. Ollivander said. I, Garrick Ollivander, swear on my life and magic that I will not reveal any information regarding Kyan and his staff, he said. There was a brief flash of magic. Kyan summoned his staff and presented it to Mr. Ollivander. Amazing, Mr. Ollivander said as he gently held it in his hands. Does it have a name? She does. Her name is Mysteria. I see, Mr. Ollivander said. I could see that a rainbow moonstone, a ruby, sapphire, emerald, topaz, black and white star gemstone was used in the top. Kyan nodded his head. Then the wood used was ash, aspen, ebony, elder, fir, pine, and yew. Once again Kyan nodded his head. For the staff cores, I could tell that there is a phoenix feather and thestral hairs were used as well as something from 3 dragons and 2 Japanese foxes. Close enough, Kyan said. May I have her back? Sure. Mr. Ollivander said as he handed the staff back to Kyan. Kyan sent the staff back to his mindscape. Come back in a few hours to pick the wand up. Kyan and Artoria nodded their heads and left S shop. It's almost lunchtime, Kyan said. They returned to the leaky cauldron and approached the counter. Good afternoon. What can I getcha? Tom said. We'll get 2 plates of fish and chips and 2 butterbeers, Kyan said. Anything else? He asked. No, Kyan replied. That will be 2 galleons, Tom replied. Kyan took out 2 galleons and handed it to Tom. We're expecting Professor McGonagall to arrive in a bit. Let her know where we are. Okay then, Tom said. Kyan and Artoria sat down at a table. Earlier you said something about those dragons. Artoria said. Kyan cast a privacy ward around them. Ah. Those 2 dragons that Mr. Ollivander mentioned were the Draig and Albion, the 2 heavenly dragons. It appears that Murden and his ancestor allied with the Christian god to help kill them. The Christian god took their souls and made them into sacred gears. What are sacred gears? Sacred gears are items with powerful abilities bestowed upon humans by the Christian god, Kyan explained. I see, you mentioned that you know where Draig and Albion are? Draig is currently with Issei, our next-door neighbor. While Albion is Valley, a devil-slash-human hybrid. I see. Artoria said. Kyan looked up to see an elderly witch dressed in emerald green robes. She wore square spectacles and a pointed hat cocked to one side. Kyan took down the privacy ward. I assume you are Kyan Shiba and Artoria Shiba? She asked. May I also assume you are Professor Minerva McGonagall? Kyan asked. I am. She replied. Nice to meet you. Kyan greeted. She joined them at their table. According to your letter, you wish to learn more about the magic that we teach. Professor McGonagall said. Correct, Kyan said. I never attended Mahudakaro School of Magic. I was homeschooled for most of my time due to a unique magical illness. When I was finally cured, I lost the opportunity to finish my schooling at Mahudakaro School of Magic. However, I still retained a drive to explore and learn. I see, but why Hogwarts? Professor McGonagall asked. It's actually because of me, Artoria said. Oh? She looked at Artoria. I am his adopted sister. I originated from England. Professor McGonagall took a closer look. She does looks have more European characteristics. Professor McGonagall thought. Please continue. When I heard that Kyan was planning to travel the world, I suggested Hogwarts. It allows me to visit my home country and allows Kyan to learn more about Western magic. I see. I've heard that you also teach transfiguration at Hogwarts. Is that true? Kyan asked. That is true. Do you have a question about it? I do. Have you heard of the law of conservation of mass? No, I haven't. The law of conservation of mass is a law created by Antoine Laurent Lavoisier, a non-magical scientist. It states that mass cannot be destroyed or created. What is mass? Mass was defined as the amount of stuff that an object has. Think of a box with little beads in the box. How does that relate with transfiguration? She asked. When you transfigure a small object to something bigger, do you create matter, or you use something else as a substitute? Kyan could tell that Professor McGonagall looked confused. Think of a small box made from bricks. She nodded her head. Now then, you take the small box apart and use those bricks to make a wall. Now then, you realize that you need more bricks to make your wall. So you create more of the bricks, or do you transfigure the air around you to make more bricks? I do not have an answer to that scenario. Professor McGonagall admitted. I did think of a possible explanation, Kyan said. Oh? Do explain. Professor McGonagall replied. Non-magical scientists also determine that the air around us also has mass. So, my theory is that in transfiguration, it uses the surrounding air to provide more mass to finish the transfiguration, or the excess mass is turned into the air to get rid of. Interesting theory. Too bad we can't test it right now. We could test it later on in Hogwarts, Kyan suggested. Good idea. Professor McGonagall said. Then we will see you at Hogwarts, Kyan said. Professor McGonagall nodded her head. She suddenly stopped when she realized that she granted their request. So how will we get to Hogwarts? Kyan asked. You will need to go to northwestern London. There is a train station called King's Cross Station. You must walk down the platforms until you see a sign indicating Platform 9 and Platform 10. You must walk through the wall. The wall is an illusion for the Muggles. You will then board the Hogwarts Express. She explained. I see. Kyan said. Professor McGonagall stood up from her seat. Nice meeting with you, Professor McGonagall, Kyan said as he extended his hand. Professor McGonagall looked at for a few seconds before shaking his hand. Professor McGonagall walked away from their table. 2 fish and chips and 2 butterbeers, Tom said as he placed 2 plates of fish and chips and 2 bottles of butterbeer on the table. Thank you. Kyan thanked as Tom walked away. They sat down and ate their meal. Sneaky. Using transfiguration, a subject she's an expert on, as a way to get her trust. Artoria commented. Kyan chuckled. That was an additional effect. I was curious about it. There are laws in transfiguration where you can't conjure food or certain metals. I wonder if it's because of a lack of understanding of the inner components in the food and metals, or not enough power in the act. Kyan said. Artoria said. What do you want to do after? Well, I saw a sign that pointing down a dark alleyway called Nocturne Alley. Kyan said. Want to explore it? Sure, Artoria said. They stood up and returned to Diagon Alley. As they walked down the street, they spotted an old worn wooden arrow with the words, Nocturne Alley, on it. Kyan and Artoria pulled their hoods up, covering their face, and walked down Nocturne Alley. As they walked down, they spotted a few people quickly walking around Nocturne Alley with their hoods up, as if they're trying to quickly take care of their business and leave the alley. They spotted a store called Borgin and Burke's. Let's try that place, Artoria whispered. Kyan nodded his head as they entered the store. They spotted a glass case with a withered hand on a cushion. In another display case, there was a blood-stained pack of cards. Evil-looking masks stared down from the walls, an assortment of human bones lay upon the counter, and rusty, spiked instruments hung from the ceiling. At the counter was a stooping man with oily hair. Good afternoon. I am Mr. Borgin, and how can I help you? Mr. Borgin asked. We're here to buy knowledge, Kyan said. Knowledge? What kind of knowledge? Mr. Borgin asked. All kinds of magical knowledge, Kyan replied. Mr. Borgin said as he walked away from his counter towards a brick wall. He tapped the brick wall. The brick wall began to slowly move forward, to reveal a hidden bookshelf. Have a look. Mr. Borgin said. Kyan and Artoria walked to the hidden bookshelf and began to look at the books. He returned to his counter and waited for them. Some of these seem interesting, Kyan said as he pulled out a book written in Parseltongue. Artoria looked at the books in confusion. Kyan, what are you talking about? All I see are squiggly lines. Mr. Borgin. Kyan called out. Yes? What language is this book in? Ah. That is a book in Parseltongue. Mr. Borgin answered. Oh, that explained it. Kyan thought. Ophis granted me the ability to read and speak Parseltongue. Oh, Artoria replied. Besides this book, do you have any more books about Parseltongue? Parseltongue books. Mr. Borgin walked to the back of his shop before returning with 2 books and a tome. Kyan walked back to Mr. Borgin and looked at the books and tome. We'll buy those books as well as these, Kyan said as Artoria carried over 20 books to Mr. Borgin. Interesting selection, Mr. Borgin said as he looked over the selected books. Some of the topics ranged from combat spells to illegal blood rituals. How about 1,200 galleons? Good offer, Kyan said. But I know that some of these books have stayed in your store for a long time, Mr. Borgin. But I also understand the need for business. What about 900 galleons with a promise to come back and purchase more from your store? 1,100 galleons. Mr. Borgin offered. Let's go down the middle with 1,000 galleons. Kyan countered. Fine. Mr. Borgin agreed. Kyan quickly paid for all the books. Kyan sent the books to his mindscape. Good business, Mr. Borgin, Kyan said. Good business. Mr. Borgin said before realizing he didn't know the name of his newest customers. I apologize, but what's your name? Eisen, Kyan said. Mr. Borgin nodded his head. Good day to you, Mr. Eisen. Mr. Borgin said as Kyan and Artoria left the shop. They quickly and calmly left Nocturne Alley. They went back to Ollivander's. Ah! Mr. and Miss Sheba. Mr. Ollivander greeted. Hello, Mr. Ollivander, Kyan said. I just finished Miss Sheba's hand. Mr. Ollivander pulled out a wand. 10 inches wand made from blackthorn, cypress, and rowan with 2 dragon heartstrings. Artoria looked at the wand. It was dark red to black. She carefully took the wand. Everyone could feel the rush of magic from her. It's perfect, she said. Good, Mr. Ollivander said. Do you have a holster for this? I do. Mr. Ollivander presented her with a small leather holster. This goes around your wrist. It has anti-summoning, anti-detection, and anti-theft charms on it. How much is it? Artoria asked. 15 galleons. Artoria handed Mr. Ollivander 15 galleons. Artoria attached the wand holster on her left arm, hidden by her robes. She inserted the wand in. You have to flick your wrist for the wand holster to eject your wand. Artoria flicked her wrist. Her wand shot out of her wand holster and into her left hand. With that, they went back to their hotel room. They arrived to see Kyoka, Mysteria, and Hogyoku either reading the new books or using the new ingredients they purchased earlier. Looks like they already started, Kyan said. Artoria, let's start your magic training, Mysteria said. What? Artoria looked confused. Kyoka. If you please. Mysteria asked. Kyoka pulled out the trainer and sent them into the trainer. I'm going to take a nap, Kyan said. Okay, Kyan. Kyoka said as Kyan want to sleep. Time skip, 2 days. Kyan, Kyoka, and Hogyoku spent the next 2 days reading all the new books and trying out the new spells with his staff. Artoria spent those 2 days learning how to use her magic. Kyan was reading one of the books when an owl arrived outside his window. He walked over and opened it and took the letter from the owl. Are you here to wait for a reply? The owl nodded its head. Kyan walked to his desk and opened the envelope. Dear Kyan Sheba and Artoria Pendragon. This is King Nagnok the 11th. Thank you for waiting patiently as we settled all the necessary tasks. We wish to invite both of you to Gringotts today or tomorrow for a meeting. Please reply as soon as possible. Sincerely, King Nagnok the 11th. Kyan looked at the clock. 4 hours should be enough time to prepare for this meeting. Kyan thought as he pulled out a sheet of paper. Dear King Nagnok the 11, Artoria and I would meet with you later day. We will be there at 2 p.m. Kyan Shiba and Artoria Shiba. Kyan folded the letter up and handed it to the owl. The owl flew away. Kyan closed the window. Mysteria and Artoria. If you can I see you right now? Kyan said. A few seconds later, Artoria and Mysteria appeared. What's going on, Kyan? Artoria asked. Kyan handed Artoria the letter. Do we know anything about the goblins? Artoria asked. We do, Kyoka said as she brought out a few old books. With that, everyone spent the next 2 hours reading up on goblins. Time skip, 4 hours. Kyan and Artoria walked down Diagon Alley. They soon arrived at Gringotts. The guards immediately recognized them. They nodded their heads at Kyan and Artoria. Kyan nodded his head in return. They soon entered the bank's lobby. A goblin quickly approached them. Honorable guests. May your vault flow with gold. The goblin said. Greetings, goblin. May your enemies fear your blade. Kyan replied. We've been expecting you. The goblin said. Follow me. Artoria and Kyan followed behind the unnamed goblin. May I know your name, goblin? Kyan asked. It is Griphook. He answered. They soon arrived at the throne room. They entered to see Nagnok sitting on the throne, looking at various paperwork. Welcome, Kyan and Artoria. May your enemy know your strength. King Nagnok said. May your enemy taste defeat against you, Kyan replied. Let go somewhere more comfortable. King Nagnok said as he stood up from his throne. Follow me. He led them down to a wall behind the throne. He placed his hand on the wall. The wall began to open up to reveal a private office. They all entered the office. King Nagnok sat on one side while Kyan and Artoria sat on the other side. So how can Gringotts help you? King Nagnok asked. Is a king supposed to do this? Kyan asked. Normally no. However, due to Artoria's true status, it only makes sense for me to deal with. King Nagnok replied. Anyways, what can Gringotts do for you? Well, we have a few questions for you. Kyan said. Go ahead. The first question, is it possible for us to learn your language? Kyan asked. Normally most witches and wizards disregard our language by calling it that humiliating name. Guess not calling their language gobbledygook was a good thing. Kyan thought. I agree, Artoria replied. Each language has its distinguishable name and it should be respected. Very well. King Nagnok said he pulled out a sheet of parchment and wrote their first request down. What else do you wish? What services does Gringotts offer? Artoria asked. King Nagnok cracked a smile. Gringotts offers a lot of different services. We have cursebreakers, wardmakers, weaponsmiths, armorsmiths, goblin doctors, and networking. Interesting, Kyan said. Do you have any books warding, cursebreaking, and enchanting books that we could purchase from you? We could sell you those books, but there are a few things that need to be done beforehand. Oh? Artoria asked. We need you to sign a contract that you will not use your knowledge to go against us in any shape or form. Elaborate, Kyan asked. The knowledge that you gain from our books will not be used to attack us physically or sell objects that have been enchanted by this knowledge. What is the duration of the contract? Kyan replied. 15 years. King Nagnok said. That long? Kyan said. That is the standard duration. Oh? So, we get the standard duration. It appears you think we are not equal in this discussion. Artoria said as she glared at King Nagnok. King Nagnok could feel Artoria's cold glare at him. 10 years. That's as low as I can do. King Nagnok said. It's fine, Artoria. We should be out of the contract by the time we go back to our time. Kayan said. If you say so, Artoria said. I could simply take it from them. Not a good idea. We want them as allies, not enemies. Kayan replied. Fine. 10 years is fine, Kayan said. Anything else? We also wish for other books about the old magic. Ishum, you're aware that the old magic you speak of is banned by many countries. Does your country ban them? Artoria asked as she rolled her eyes. King Nagnok smirked. No, we don't. King Nagnok said as he wrote on the parchment. Is there anything else? Artoria and Kayan shook their heads. King Nagnok placed the parchment on a tray. It soon vanished. Give it 10 to 15 minutes for the items to be collected. King Nagnok said. If you don't mind me asking, how is this possible that you are here, Artoria? Should we tell him the truth? No, Kayan replied. I got this, Artoria reassured. It was due to Murden, Artoria started. Murden? Over time his name transformed into Merlin, Artoria said. Oh. Please continue. Murden saw a vision of my coming death. He knew that he couldn't tell me of my fated demise. So, he cast a spell on me, to send me to Avalon when I was on the brink of death. There I laid as Avalon, the scabbard, slowly healed my body. What Murden didn't know was that I wasn't able to leave Avalon without opening a dimensional rift. It took me a long time before I was able to gather enough energy to open a dimensional rift. I didn't realize that the spell also forced me to reincarnate into this world. That's when my family discovered an abandoned baby in the forest, Kayan said. They decided to take her with us and adopted her into the family. As I grew up, I soon regained my memories of my past, Artoria said. I see. King Nagnok said. Suddenly they heard some knocking on the door. Enter. The door opened as two goblins carried 2 stacks of books. Place them on the table. The goblins quickly placed the books on the table. You may go. King Nagnok said. The nervous goblins quick and quietly left them. Artoria and Kayan looked over the books. Are you satisfied with the selection? How would we know? Some of these books are writing in your language. Until we learn it, we can't determine if they are genuine ones. Kayan said. King Nagnok smiled. He grabbed the first book on the pile. This book was written by Premies Flitwick, 1. He was the first child of a witch and a goblin. At a young age, he learned English and our language. Eventually, he wrote a series of books to help those new English learn our language. King Nagnok said. I see. Kayan said. For now, we'll take Premies Flitwick series. King Nagnok nodded his head. Smart choice. How much are the books? Artoria asked. For both of you, it will be free. King Nagnok said. Kayan opened his mouth, ready to comment. Don't worry. Not all books will be free. Just these. Very well, Artoria said. I do have something else. King Nagnok said as he pulled out 2 tickets. In 1 week, Britain will be hosting this year's Quidditch World Cup Finals. An associate of mine passed this to me and was wondering if you two were interested. Kayan said. It would be interested in seeing a Quidditch match, Artoria said. We'll take them, Kayan said. Excellent. King Nagnok said. That will be 20 galleons. Kayan opened his pouch and handed him the 20 galleons. The Quidditch Stadium is in Dartmoor in South Devon. There will be a few ministry-issued portkey available to take you there. Kayan nodded his head. Is there anything I can help you with? I do, Kayan said. Are you able to invest in the non-magical world? It's not often someone suggests it, but we are capable to do it. I know a few companies that I wish to invest in, Kayan said. King Nagnok pulled out a sheet of parchment, ready to write these companies down. However, I wish for a non-disclosure agreement. All of our customers are protected by our customer confidentiality policy. I understand that. However, the information that I will provide may not be applicable now, but in the late future. King Nagnok realized what Kyan said. He's a time traveler, interesting. I understand. Due to this knowledge, Gringotts itself would also wish to use this knowledge to our benefit as well. How about this, Kyan said. In my instructions will have a date in which a transaction shall occur. 2 days after the transaction, you are allowed to share that piece of information. If you make any profit through sharing this knowledge in any shape or form, I get a 10% commission. That commission is higher than bribing corporate leakers. King Nagnok yelled. It is. Corporate leakers are illegally leaking this information out to anyone willing to pay for it. However, this information is being leaked exclusively to you. Kyan countered. As of right now, this is a very high-risk investment. His knowledge is from the future, a future that hasn't happened yet. King Nagnok thought. However, there is much potential profit. Wait. I don't have to sell the information. I could try out a few with his own money to see if the information is accurate. If it is, I can sell the others. Very well then. King Nagnok said as he wrote the contract and handed it to Kyan. He quickly read the contract. All of the things that I asked for are here. Kyan thought as he signed the contract and passed it back to King Nagnok. He immediately signed the contract. The contact let out a golden glow and duplicated itself. Magic has made this contact binding. If either one of us breaks the contract, there are major repercussions. King Nagnok said. Then let me start my part of the deal, Kyan said. King Nagnok handed Kyan a quill and parchment. Kyan began to write all the information he looked up before they left. King Nagnok had to hand him more parchment and another quill. By the time Kyan finished, there were 5 sheets of parchment and 3 dull quills. King Nagnok waved his hand over the parchments. They all briefly glowed white before returning to normal. What did you do? Kyan asked. I covered all the parchment with a special illusion. Anyone who sees these sheets of paper will see generic paperwork. Interesting spell, Kyan said. Indeed. Great spell to hide secretive documents from prying eyes. King Nagnok said. Is there anything else I can do for you? Just hold on to those books for us, Kyan said. Very well. King Nagnok said as he extended his hand. Kyan and Artoria shook King Nagnok's hand. May your find fortune through the blood of your enemies, Kyan said. May your enemy fear your presence, Artoria said. May heaven's angels and hell's devils run in fear of your wrath. King Nagnok said. Kyan smirked as they left King Nagnok's office. They were once again greeted by a squad of goblin guards who escorted them out of Gringotts. So, what do we do now? Artoria asked. For now, let's learn and grow stronger, Kyan replied. Artoria nodded her head. Time skip, 1 week. With Mysteria's help, Artoria managed to become a deadly witch with her inhuman reflexes, a massive amount of magic and her ruthlessness. Artoria discovered that she could channel some of her spells through Excalibur, Avalon, and Rangaminiad. With Excalibur and Rangaminiad, she can fire weaker versions of her mana burst, which she dubbed as Spell Burst. To compensate for that loss of power, her spell bursts gains the ability of the spell. Spells such as Stupefy becomes a wave-orient attack, which can hit multiple targets. Artoria found that this is a neat trick for Excalibur and Rangaminiad. Mysteria decided that before Artoria could be classified as a master in magic, she needed to defeat her. It made sense since Mysteria is the embodiment of all Kyan's magical knowledge and abilities. Ever since then, Artoria and Mysteria would duel each other. Each time they would duel, Kyan would sit down and watch. It took her a long time before Artoria managed to defeat Mysteria. Artoria used transfigured animals and illusions to distract Mysteria. With her distracted, Artoria summoned Excalibur and charged it with her energy. When Mysteria finally destroyed all the transfigured animals, she was met by a full-power Excalibur to the face, finally knocking her out. "Congratulations, Artoria," Kyan said. "Thank you, Kyan," Artoria replied. "I believe we have an event to go to today," Kyan said. "The Quidditch World Cup Finals is today?" she asked. "It is," Kyan said as everyone left the trainer. Kyan and Artoria appeared in their hotel room. Kyan transformed into Kyan and they put on their robes and left the hotel room. "According to the ticket, we just need to go to the Portkey terminal and show them the ticket," Kyan said. They entered Diagon Alley and found the Portkey terminal. Standing in front of the terminal was a wizard in red robes. "Good morning. Are you all for the Quidditch finals?" he asked. "We are," Kyan replied. "Good. We have a group about to leave in a minute." Kyan and Artoria quickly joined the group. They were holding a long string of rope. "Alrighty then. Hold on tight. Portkey's about to go off," someone yelled. Soon everyone felt the familiar pull as the Portkey activated. Scene change, Dartmoor. Everyone appeared in a forest. A witch in red robes walked to them. "Group from Diagon Alley?" she asked. "Yep," someone said. "Y'all got all ye tickets?" she asked. Everyone took out their tickets and presented them to her. She took out her wand and tapped each of the tickets. "Alrighty then. Y'all need to go down the path to find where ye campsite's at," she said. The group nodded and began to walk down the path. Kyan and Artoria quietly followed them. They soon spotted a man standing by a giant map of Dartmoor with a clipboard. Everyone got in line and spoke with the man. Soon Kyan and Artoria's turn. "Name?" he asked. Kyan and Artoria. "Sheba." "Sheba. Sheba. Sheba." The man mumbled. "Name's not on ye list. No campsite for ye," the man said. Kyan shrugged his shoulders and they walked away from the man. "Let's see what people are doing before the game starts," Kyan suggested. "Sure," Artoria replied. They walked around all the campsites. They spotted a few ordinary-looking tents and a lot of abnormal tents. Some tents had chimneys on top of their tents, others had large signs that read "Go Ireland." The strangest tent was one where it has a wooden fence and a few albino peacocks walking around. As they were walking, someone bumped behind Kyan. He turned to see a soaked young boy on the ground. Besides him was a bucket. Kyan took a knee and helped the young boy up. He got a closer look at the young boy. He has blue eyes and his face is covered with a few freckles. "You alright?" Kyan asked. "Yeah. Ronald." Kyan looked up to see Hermione and another boy showed up. The boy has untidy jet black hair. He has almond-shaped, startlingly green eyes. He is comparably smaller than the other two. "It seems we meet again, Hermione," Artoria said. "Artoria," Hermione said. "What are both of you doing here?" "We're here to see if Quidditch is as exciting as the locals said," Kyan said. The boy with the black hair said. "Who are you?" "Ah. I apologize. My name is Kyan Sheba." "I am Artoria Sheba." "My name is Harry Potter," Harry said. Harry prepared for the inevitable reaction when people meet Harry. However, Kyan raised his hand. Harry shook his hand. He let go and turned to the other boy. "Any you?" "My name is Ron Weasley," Ron said. "Nice to meet you, but we need to get more water," Harry said. "And I need to get change. I'm starting to get a cold," Ron admitted. "Allow me to help," Kyan said. Before anyone could comment, they watched as the water on Ron's clothing began to move away from his shirt. Kyan moved the floating water back into the bucket. He pulled the moisture from the wet ground and added it back to the bucket of water. Ron quickly touched his shirt. Dry," Ron said. Hermione touched the ground. "It's also dry," Hermione said. I'm able to manipulate the elements, to a certain extent. Kayan lied. Wow. How? Hermione asked. You didn't use a wand. How did you charm the water to obey like that, or is it something else? Kayan chuckled. Why don't I explain it while we walk with you, Kayan suggested. Sure, Hermione said. Kayan and Hermione were in front of their group, while Artoria was in the back with Harry and Ron. That's when he got a closer look at Artoria. You have green eyes, it looks like mine, Harry admitted. Ron looked at Artoria and then back to Harry. Now that you pointed it out, mate, it does. Ron agreed. What if both of you are related? Ron joked. Ron, that is impossible. Aunt Petunia never mentioned any other siblings besides Mum. It is possible. Artoria thought. Morgan would have likely done a few attempts to make sure that her homunculus child would be strong enough to do whatever she needed. It could be possible that one of the defects managed to escape and survived, too. Another possibility is that Mordred managed to survive and somehow have children, 3. Or the least likely possibility is that Guinevere managed to have a child with me. Artoria thought. They soon arrived back at the Weasley campsite. They could see 2 small white tents there. Ah. Finally made it back, but with some strangers. Someone from the tent said. A man walked out of the tent. He has bright red hair. He has blue eyes with a tall and thin body. Mr. Weasley, Hermione said. I'm sorry. This is Kayan and Artoria Sheba. They helped me buy some books at Diagon Alley. You don't mind that I brought them over here? No. No. That is fine, Hermione. Mr. Weasley said. He turned to Kayan and Artoria. My name is Arthur Weasley. Nice to meet you, Kayan said. They shook hands. Soon more people came out of the tent, all of them sharing similar redheads. Kayan and Artoria. Meet my other children, Percival Dash. Percy interjected. I mean Percy, Fred, George, and Ginny, Arthur said. Dad. That's Fred. One of the twins said. And I'm George. The other twins said. Oh. I'm sorry, George and Fred. Mr. Weasley said. Oh, Dad. We're joking. I was Fred all along. George said. And it was George. Fred said. Mr. Weasley groaned as the twins high-fived each other. Why don't all of you go explore the rest of the area? Mr. Weasley suggested. Is that a good idea, Mr. Weasley? Hermione asked. It should be fine. Aurors are patrolling the area and all of you are staying together. Mr. Weasley briefly paused as he stared at Fred and George. Right? Yes, Dad. Fred and George answered. Everyone walked away from their group. What is an Auror? Kayan asked. Aurors are the equivalent to magical police. They usually wear red robes. Hermione said. Like that one? Kayan asked as he pointed at a wizard in red robes. Exactly. They soon arrived to see a bunch of booths, selling all kinds of stuff. Oh, let's stop here for a bit, Ginny suggested. They all nodded as they looked at the booths. Many of the booths were selling Quidditch-related merchandise, such as official Quidditch jerseys of the finalists. Other booths sold various kinds of food. Soon they heard a loud ringing. What's going on? Ron asked. Kayan looked at his watch. I think it's time for everyone to find their seats, Kayan said. Everyone quickly finished their purchases and went to the stadium. The ticket also had their assigned seats. Kayan and Artoria found it out that they were sitting next to the Weasley group. After 20 minutes, they found their seats in the stadium, at the very top of the stadium. They all sat down and showed off their purchases. According to the pamphlet, each team will show off their respective mascot, Hermione said. Slowly more and more people began to fill the stadium. Kyan watched as Harry shook hands with all the wizards and witches who saw him. Kyan spotted a little man with gray hair and dressed in a pinstriped cloak and a lime green bowler hat. He was surrounded by a few people, who appeared to suffer from the language barrier. The older wizard acted as if he was old friends with Harry. "Who is he?" Kyan whispered to Hermione. "He is Minister Fudge, in charge of the Ministry of Magic," Hermione whispered. "I see," Kyan said. "Harry Potter, you know," he told the wizard who was wearing splendid robes of black velvet trimmed with gold. The other wizard looked confused. "Harry Potter, oh come on now, you know who he is." "The boy who survived, you know who, you do know who he is," Minister Fudge added. The wizard spotted Harry's scar and started speaking rapidly in Bulgarian. "Knew we'd get there in the end," said Fudge wearily to Harry. "I'm no great shakes at languages, I need Barty Crouch for this sort of thing." "Ah, I see his house elf saving him a seat." "Good job too, these Bulgarian blighters have been trying to cadge all the best places." "Ah, and here's Lucius." Everyone looked to see Wizard, sitting 3 rows behind them, stand up. He appears pale with a pointed face and white blonde hair. "Ah, Fudge," said Mr. Malfoy, holding out his hand as he reached the Minister of Magic. "How are you? I don't think you've met my wife, Narcissa? Or our son, Draco?" How do you do," said Fudge, smiling and bowing to Mrs. Malfoy. "And allow me to introduce you to Mr. Oblinsk, he's the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, and he can't understand a word I'm saying anyway, so never mind. And let's see who else, you know Arthur Weasley, I dare say?" Kyan could see Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy staring at each other, like 2 animals ready to attack at the sudden movement. The tense scene was broken by a loud shout. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome! Welcome to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup," the announcer yelled. "I am your announcer, Ludo Bagman." Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy quickly sat down. The spectators screamed and clapped. Thousands of flags waved, adding their discordant national anthems to the racket. The huge blackboard opposite them was wiped clear of its last message and now showed Bulgaria 0, Ireland 0, and now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the Bulgarian national team mascots," the announcer yelled. The right-hand side of the stands, which was a solid block of scarlet, roared its approval. "I wonder what they've brought," said Mr. Weasley, leaning forward in his seat. "Ah!" He suddenly whipped off his glasses and polished them hurriedly on his robes. "Vila." "What are Veal dash?" Harry said. Kyan was also curious about it. Their answer was quickly answered when 100 Velas were now gliding out onto the field, and their question was answered for them. Velas are women. Kyan could tell that these aren't ordinary women. Kyan could tell that this beauty was too much for a human. The Vela began to dance. Kyan could feel the Vela letting out some kind of aura towards the men. Kyan managed to force the aura away from him. Kyan watched as the aura affect the men, making them go crazy. Kyan noticed that Harry and Ron were about to leap from their seats. Kyan smacked them on the forehead, forcing the Vela's aura away from them. "What happened?" Harry asked. Hermione made a loud tootaying noise. She reached up and pulled Harry back into his seat. "Honestly," she said. "And now," roared Ludo Bagman's voice, "kindly put your wands in the air for the Irish national team mascots." The next moment, what seemed to be a great green and gold comet came zooming into the stadium. It did one circuit of the stadium, then split into 2 smaller comets, each hurtling toward the goalposts. A rainbow arced suddenly across the field, connecting the 2 balls of light. "Ooh-hoo!" the crowd said as though at a fireworks display. Now the rainbow faded, and the balls of light reunited and merged. They had formed a great shimmering shamrock, which rose into the sky and began to soar over the stands. "Excellent," yelled Ron as the shamrock soared over them, and heavy gold coins rained from it, bouncing off their heads and seats. Squinting up at the shamrock, Harry realized that it was comprised of thousands of tiny little bearded men with red vests, each carrying a minute lamp of gold or green. "Leprechauns," said Mr. Weasley over the tumultuous applause of the crowd. many of whom were still fighting and rummaging around under their chairs to retrieve the gold. Kayan caught one of the gold coins in his hand. Kayan looked and immediately could tell the gold coins were not galleons. "These are not galleons," Kayan said. Ron stopped grabbing the golden coins. "That's correct," Mr. Weasley said. "This is leprechaun gold. It vanishes in a few hours." Ron dropped all the gold he collected and sat back down on his seat, embarrassed beyond belief. "There's no such thing as easy anything," Kayan said. Hermione and Mr. Weasley nodded their heads. "Please. That's an answer for the poor people," someone said. They turned to see the Draco Malfoy, the son of Mr. Malfoy, interjected. "Oh? You have something to say?" "I do. That's an answer for the poor people," Draco said. "And that is the answer someone who has been spoon-fed everything in their entire life," Kayan replied. "I'm not a baby," Draco yelled. "Draco, sit down," Mr. Malfoy interjected. Draco turned around and sat back down. "Theory OFF," screamed Bagman. Kayan watched as the wizards fly around their broom. Kayan tuned out Bagman's play-by-play. He looked to Artoria watching the game with a bored expression. "Game not interesting?" Kayan asked. "It's not," she answered. "What about you?" "I've gone faster, and I've already founded the snitch," Kayan replied. Artoria laid her head on Kayan's shoulder and took a nap. Kayan was slowly dozing off. Kayan heard loud screaming. He opened his eyes and turned to see everyone jumping around. "What happened?" Hermione turned to Kayan. "Ireland won and Crumb got the snitch." "Oh," Kayan said as he let out a yawn. He gently shook Artoria. "Artoria, the game is over." She stretched as she slowly stood up. "Let's go." Everyone slowly walked back downstairs and back to their tent. They could see everyone who supported Ireland was celebrating their victory. They soon arrived back at the Weasley campsite. They all celebrated Ireland's victory. Kayan and Artoria sat in the back and watched everyone else enjoy themselves. They both decided to not let them know about their nap. Soon everyone went to bed. Kayan and Artoria were separated. With that, Kayan went to sleep. Time skip. Kayan was asleep when he felt someone approaching him. He immediately lunged forward and caught the hand. He stared at the shocked face of Mr. Weasley. "What is going on?" Kayan asked. "Death Eaters are attacking," Mr. Weasley said. Kayan could now hear the screaming in the distance. "Artoria," Kayan said. Suddenly Artoria appeared by Kayan's side. "We'll stall them. Get your family and the rest of the people to safety," Kayan said as they walked out. Mr. Weasley stared at them for a few seconds before running to wake up the others. Kayan and Artoria left the tent to see wizards and witches are screaming and running away. They spotted a group of people walking towards the running crowd. They were wearing all black with white skull masks. They were setting fire to the nearby tents. Kayan summoned Kokogetsu. "Looks like we found these Death Eaters," Artoria said. Kayan nodded his head. "Artoria, can you go search for anyone who needs help?" he said. "Very well," Artoria replied as she entered the burning tents. Kayan looked at Death Eaters and charged at them. One of the Death Eaters noticed Kayan and pointed his wand and fired a violet spell. Kayan moved to the side. Before that Death Eater could act, Kayan cut off his hand and cauterized the wound. "Gah!" he screamed, attracting the attention of the others. They all turned to Kayan and began to fire spells at him. Kayan continued to run towards them, dodging the spells at the last moment. Before they could escape, Kayan cut off all their wand arm and cauterized the wound. Kayan spotted Artoria returning. All of the fires been put out. No one was trapped in the burning tents. Suddenly they heard loud screaming. Kayan quickly ran towards the screaming. He spotted a Death Eater pointing his wand at a teenage girl with blonde hair. In front of her was another younger girl with similar blonde hair. Kayan stabbed Kokugutsu in the Death Eater's stomach, forcing him to end the spell. Kayan forced the blade to the side. He kicked the Death Eater away and quickly cut his arm off. The area was filled with his screams of pain. Kayan ignored him as he slowly approaches the two girls. "It's all right now," Kayan said as he placed Kokugutsu on the ground and continued to walk towards the girls. "Excuse me," someone said. Kayan turned to see an older man with blonde hair stood there. The two girls looked up and ran over to the man and started to speak in French. "Papa," the younger one cried. She carefully ran over and hugged her father. "Gabrielle, are you two okay?" the father asked. "Fleur isn't," the younger girl said. "That man," she pointed at the Death Eater, cast a spell at Fleur and made her scream. The man turned to who Kayan assumed as Fleur. "Fleur, are you all right?" the father asked. "I am now." "If he didn't rescue us, then it would have been worse," Fleur said. The man turned to Kayan. He was talking with Artoria, who dragged all the captured Death Eaters over. "Excuse me." Kayan and Artoria turned to face the father. "I would like to say thank you for saving my daughters," the man said with a slight French accent. "It is no problem. I did what I felt was necessary," Kayan said. Suddenly a group of Aurors appeared out of nowhere and pointed their wands out. "Aurors! Wands out where we could see them!" one of them yelled. Kayan raised his eyebrow. "I don't have my wand with me," Kayan said. One of the Aurors approached them. "You are under arrest," the Auror declared. "Oh? For what reason?" Kayan asked. "For wielding a dangerous weapon and used it to attack the public." Kayan stared at the wizard in front of him. "Were you born stupid?" Kayan asked. "I used my katana to cut down these wizards who were casting spells around the place, burning down tents and causing chaos. And one of them used the Cruciatus curse on my daughter," the blonde man said. The wizard turned to the blonde man. "And who are you?" "I am Monsieur Sebastian Delacour, chef de département of the Bureau de la Justice Magique," he said. The Auror's eyes widen. "You will arrest all of these men and charge them for their crimes. If not, I will invoke my rights as a foreign representative in your country and report it as an international incident." Soon more people gathered around the crowd. Kayan walked up to the masked men and began to rip off their masks. Everyone recognized who they were. They were some of the Death Eaters who pleaded that they were under the Imperious Curse. The Aurors grabbed all the Death Eaters and escorted them away. Another Auror walked to Kayan. "Thank you, sir, for your action. But next time, please allow us to handle it." With that, all the Aurors left. Kayan turned to see the two blonde girls were standing there. "Are both of you okay?" "Yes," the older one said. Thank you," the younger one said. "It was my pleasure," Kayan said. "What's your name?" "My name is Fleur Delacour," Fleur said with a French accent. "My name is Gabrielle," she said, also with a French accent. "Both beautiful names," Kayan complimented. What's your name, sir?" Gabriella asked. "Kayan Shiba," Kayan said. "Artoria Shiba," Artoria said. "We're in your debt, both of you," Sebastian said as he walked his daughters away. Kayan cracked a small smile as Artoria presented a portkey. Kayan grabbed the portkey and they were whisked away. Scene change, Diagon Alley Portkey Terminal. Kayan and Artoria appeared at the empty portkey terminal in Diagon Alley. Kayan immediately walked towards Gringotts. "Why are we going to Gringotts?" Artoria asked. "The goblin should know how to arrange a private meeting with some reporters or truthful Auror," Kayan said. As they entered Gringotts, the lobby was mostly empty. It has one teller looking down at his desk. Kayan immediately approached the goblin. The goblin looked up and immediately recognized them. "Allow me to arrange an escort," the goblin teller said. A few minutes later, Kyan and Artoria were sitting down with King Nagnok. "So Kyan, what can I do for you this late?" King Nagnok asked. "Can you arrange a meeting with a trustworthy orer and a reporter?" King Nagnok smiled, showing his sharp teeth. "Very well. I will arrange everything. I will have 2 goblins escort both of you to a private room while I arrange everything," King Nagnok said as they were escorted to a private room. Kyan and Artoria sat down and waited. A few minutes later, the door to the private room opened. A goblin escorted an older woman with a square-jawed witch with close-cropped gray hair and a monocle walked in. She was dressed in the red robes of an orer, but it had 3 golden stars on the shoulders. "I assume you are Kyan and Artoria Shiba?" she asked. "We are," Artoria replied. "And you are?" Kyan asked. "I am Madame Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE. She introduced. "I see," Kyan said as she sat down at the table. "Are we expecting 2 more people?" she asked. "Yes. 2 reporters from the Daily Prophet." "I see," Madame Bones said. A few more minutes, the door opened again, and a wizard and a witch were escorted in by 2 goblins. Kyan turned to the 2 reporters. "Hello. My name is Kyan Shiba, this is Artoria Shiba. And you 2 are?" "I am Michael Carniris, a reporter from the Daily Prophet." "And I am Rebecca Almeidas, also a reporter from the Daily Prophet." They immediately noticed Madame Bones in the room. "Though we weren't informed that Madame Bones was going to be here," Rebecca said. "Nor was I," Madame Bones said as she glared at Kyan. "I did this so both the media and the DMLE know my perspective of the event." Smart. It prevents other reporters from being creative with their speculation, Madame Bones said. "It also prevents the pureblood from trying to get sympathy from the public," Michael said. "Anyways, let's begin the interview," Kyan said. Madame Bones nodded her head as she pulled out a sheet of parchment. "Here are the questions I will be asking. Are you fine with these questions?" Kyan looked at the sheet. All these questions appeared to be standard questions. Kyan thought. "It does," Artoria commented. "We are fine with answering these questions," Kyan answered, as he handed the parchment back to Madame Bones. "May we get those questions?" Michael asked. "Very well," Madame Bones said as she handed them the parchment. The 2 reporters quickly wrote a copy of the questions. They handed the parchment back to her. With that, the questioning process began. She asked Kyan and Artoria the question on the parchment. Kyan would be the one answering the questions while Artoria would comment if Kyan missed anything. After 30 minutes, Madame Bones concluded the questioning. She looked over the reporters' notes to verify that their information matched hers. Kyan turned to the reporters. "Do you have any further questions?" "As of right now, we got so much information to work," Michael said. "We need to make sure this gets published correctly and nothing gets altered," Rebecca added. Rebecca, Michael and Madame Bones were escorted out of Gringotts while Kyan and Artoria returned to King Nagnok's office. "Oh, you need something else?" "I do. I was wondering if you have a mail screening service?" "We do have something like that. Why do you need it?" "Knowing my luck, we will have wizards and witches trying to harass us despite the article in the DMLE's report." "Very well," King Nagnok said as he wrote a parchment on a sheet of paper and put it in one of his trays. A minute later, a goblin entered with 2 stones and a wooden box. King Nagnok took them from the goblin. The nameless goblin bowed before leaving them alone again. This stone projects a mail redirection ward around a person that it's keyed to. The mail will be redirected to Gringotts where it will be screened for any charms, potions or portkeys. Once the letter is clean, we will put it on a box on our end. That box will teleport the letters to your box. King Nagnok explained. "So how much do I owe you?" Kyan asked. "That will be 200 galleons in total with a monthly 50 galleon fee." Kayan rolled his eyes as he handed King Nagnok the 200 galleons. King Nagnok handed the stones and the wooden box to Kayan. He handed one of the stones to Artoria. "Is there anything else I can help you two with?" "No," Kayan said as they left Gringotts. Chapter 40, Arc 9. Time skip, 1 week. It has been a week since the Quidditch World Cup Finals. Kayan and Artoria received a lot of letters from witches and wizards. Many of them thanked them for their actions at the Quidditch World Cup Finals. They also received a few letters criticizing their actions. Kayan used those letters as targets for Artoria to practice her spells. Despite being significantly stronger than those wizards, Kayan had Artoria continue her studies with magic. Once Mysteria found Artoria to be at her standards, Kayan started to duel Artoria. She could use everything except for Avalon, while Kayan was only allowed to use his staff. They dueled 3 times a day, all of them ending with Kayan's victory. Kayan and Artoria were once again staring at each other. Artoria had her wand in her hand. She quickly learned that Excalibur and Rhongomyniad were useless to her against Kayan, while Kayan had Mysteria, the staff, in his hands. Mysteria, the embodiment of Kayan's magic, stood in the middle. "Begin!" she shouted. Kayan fired a large wave of fire. Artoria dodged the attack by firing a concentrated blast of water to the side. Kayan fired a gust of wind at the large wave of fire, growing it bigger and transforming it into a fire tornado. Kayan had the fire tornado chase after Artoria. Artoria stood her ground as she summoned a tsunami of water and sent it towards the fire tornado. The two attacks hit each other, canceling each other out. The room was covered with steam, obscuring the view of each other. Artoria stood her ground, waiting for the inevitable attack. Suddenly a blue lightning bolt shot out of the steam towards her. Artoria brought up a wall of stone in front of her, blocking the attack. Suddenly more blue lightning bolts descending around her. Artoria quickly transfigured the stone wall into a stone dome around her. All the lightning bolts hit the stone dome. Artoria took this time to slowly recover from the constant spell casting. Suddenly a pillar of metal shot up from in front of her, destroying the top of her stone dome. Artoria's eyes widened. She quickly opened the stone dome and tried to escape, only to be blasted by a blast of water, sending her back to the metal pillar. She slammed into the metal pillar, severely denting it. Before she could move, the solid metal changed into a liquid state and quickly wrapped her in metal tentacles. Artoria tried to break free from the liquid metal. The liquid metal's tentacles swatted her wand away from her and returned to a solid state. Artoria struggled to break free from the metal binding. From above her a white lightning bolt shot down and hit the metal pillar. "Gra!" she yelled as the lightning coursed through her body. Soon she saw black. Artoria opened her eyes to see a smirking Kayan and an amused Mysteria. "Winner, Kayan," Mysteria said. Artoria groaned. "Damn it," she said as Kayan lent his hand to her. She grabbed his hand and Kayan pulled her up into a hug. Occasionally, they would go out and explore London together. During this time, their relationship grew closer. They were more than friends. Kayan's aware of Artoria's feelings toward him, however, he wants Artoria to be the one who tells him. He could still tell that Artoria still has problems showing her feelings. "Alright, lovebirds. It's 10 right now," Mysteria said. Artoria was lightly blushing at Mysteria's tease. They let go of their hug. "Come on then," Kayan said as everyone left the trainer. Scene change, hotel room. Kayan and Artoria appeared in their hotel room. They moved hotel rooms every week to make it less suspicious. In his hand was a letter from Professor McGonagall. She informed them that they will be sorted into a Hogwarts house. This is for formalities regarding points and any classes they wish to take this year. They checked their room one more time, making sure they didn't leave any of their belongings. They left their room and checked out and sat in front of the lobby. A few seconds later, a taxi pulled up in front of them. "Kayan and Artoria Shiba?" the taxi driver asked. "Yes," Kyan said as they entered the taxi. Morning. How can I help Cha? The taxi driver asked. King's Cross Station please, Artoria said. Yes, young lady. The taxi driver said as he pulled out of the curb. They sat there in silence as the taxi driver drove to King's Cross Station. They soon arrived at King's Cross Station. That will be 27 pounds. Kyan pulled out 30 pounds from his pouch and handed it to the taxi driver. They quickly left the taxi. They walked up the stairs and into King's Cross Stations. With some directions from an employee, they found platform 9 and 10. There are a few wards around the platforms. Kyan detected. There is an illusion ward, some kind of teleportation spell embedded to the wall and a barrier spell. Artoria guessed. Correct, Kyan said. They walked towards the stone wall, between platform 9 and 10. They crossed the barrier. In front of them is a giant maroon train. They looked to see a metal sign which read platform 9 3/4. They could see many families were there. Some parents were hugging their children while other students were entering the train. Kyan and Artoria weaved themselves through the crowd and onto the Hogwarts Express. They found it an empty compartment. Kyan cast a privacy spell and a notice me not spell. Kyan added a compulsion spell on the door, targeting 3 students who will no doubt be on the Hogwarts train. Artoria and Kyan each pulled out a book and began to read it, waiting for the inevitable encounter. They didn't have to wait long. The compartment door quickly slid open to reveal the intended 3 students. Kyan. Artoria. Hermione said as she quickly hugged them. Kyan and Artoria returned the hug. You managed to get in. We did, Artoria said. Harry and Ron entered the compartment and closed the door behind them. Man, so many people are still mad at what you two did at the World Cup, Ron said. I know. We received the letters. Luckily Gringotts scanned my letters beforehand. Gringotts could do that? Harry asked. Yes. Goblins offer many services to those who pay them very well. Kyan said. According to one of those goblins, those idiots tried to send us a lot of curses in some letters. Oh yeah. Bill mentioned that. Bill? Yeah, one of my older brothers, Ron said. Interesting. They all sat together, talking about various stuff. Harry and Ron showed Kyan and Artoria some wizard games to pass the time. Soon it began to rain. Ron would leave to talk with the other boys. Hermione pulled out a large book and began to read. Harry took the time to take a nap. Kyan and Artoria were staring at the window. In the distance, they could see a castle. Hermione closed her book. Kyan, can you please wake Harry up? She asked. Sure, Kyan said as he gently shook Harry. Harry, wake up, Kyan said, as gently as he could. His body feels so thin. Could he be malnourished? Kyan thought. Harry soon woke up. Are we at Hogwarts yet? He asked. Close. Maybe 20 minutes or so. Hermione said as he pulled her robes out of her trunk. Kyan and Harry understood what was happening and stepped outside of the compartment. Soon the girls were done, and they switched. As Kyan changed, he took a good look at Harry. So, he is malnourished. Could he be abused at home? Kyan thought. Soon everyone sat back inside the compartment. Kyan and Artoria soon got a better look at the castle. Kyan had a feeling of déjà vu. Did I see this castle before? For you, who only seen my memories of it, may not be able to recall it, but I who helped build it could, Artoria said. Wait, you mean? Yes. The castle that we are arriving at is Camelot. I see, Kyan said. To think it still stands to this day, now being used to teach the future generation. Murden would be very happy. Artoria thought. The train soon stopped at the Hogsmeade station. The rain continued to pour down on them. Kyan created an air dome around them. Kyan spotted seeing a gigantic silhouette at the far end of the platform walking toward them. "Hi, Hagrid!" Harry yelled, recognizing his friend. "All right, Harry?" Hagrid bellowed back, waving. Hagrid turned to Kyan and Artoria. "You must be the two new students?" "We are. I'm Kyan Shiba." "While I am Artoria Shiba." "Glad to meet ya. I have instructions from Professor McGonagall to take you two with the first years." "Very well," Kyan said. "See you guys at the feast," Kyan said as they followed Hagrid in taking his air dome with him. Hagrid had gathered all the rest of the first years. All of them soaking wet. Kyan took pity and covered them all with his air dome. He then removed all the water from them, making them dry. All the first years were amazed by Kyan's feats of magic. They followed Hagrid down what seemed to be a steep, narrow path. "Ye all get your first sight o' Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder, "just round this bend here." The narrow path had opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black take. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. "Oh hoo!" all the first years said. "No more and four to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. "Well, except for you two, both of you occupy one boat together." Kyan and Artoria could sense the slight disappointment from the first years. Soon everyone was inside a boat. "Everyone in?" Hagrid shouted from his boat. No one replied. "Right then, forward!" And the fleet of little boats moved off all at once, gliding across the lake, which was as smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead. It towered over them as they sailed nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. "Heads down!" yelled Hagrid as the first boats reached the cliff. They all bent their heads and the little boats carried them through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. Suddenly Artoria flinched as they crossed the wards. Hogwarts wards slammed into her. She could feel the weight of them on her shoulders. She began to feel nauseous and her head began to ache. Kyan was by her side as he gently stroked her back. Slowly the nausea and the headache began to fade away, replaced by a warm feeling. A warm feeling of home. She could feel Camelot's wards which were buried by stupidly constructed ward, reach out to her. Artoria cracked a small smile as they soon reached an underground harbor. Slowly everyone began to exit the boats. Once everyone was out, Hagrid let them up a passageway where they reached the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge, oak front door. Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The door swung open at once and Professor McGonagall greeted them. She escorted them down a passageway. Kyan and Artoria made small talk with Professor McGonagall. They soon were greeted by a parade of ghosts. It seems that none of them have a chain of fate, Kyan thought. The ghost quickly greeted the first years before noticing Kyan. The ghosts all have a subtle nod to him before disappearing once again. The doors opened once again, and Professor McGonagall escorted them into the Great Hall. It was lit by thousands and thousands of candles that were floating in midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were sitting. These tables were laid with glittering golden plates and goblets. Professor McGonagall silently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she put a pointed wizard's hat. Professor McGonagall slowly began to read the names of each of the first-year students. The student would go up and she would place the hat on their head. The hat would quickly call out a house. Soon enough it was only Kyan and Artoria left standing. Many of you would notice the 2 students left standing. Headmaster Dumbledore said as he stood up. "We were graced with the opportunity to accept 2 Japanese students for this year. Though they are officially adult wizards with newts, please treat them like students." "Shiba, Artoria," Professor McGonagall called out. Artoria walked up to the sorting hat. Artoria didn't need to sit on the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on her head. She could feel someone in her mindscape. With a sigh, Artoria entered her mindscape. Scene change, Artoria's mindscape. Artoria opened her eyes to see herself sitting on her black and red throne. Around her throne were many knights in full-body suits with their face covered. All of them were kneeling at her presence. She could sense the foreign presence in her mindscape. Knights, apprehend the intruder, she ordered. The knights all stood up together. They all slammed their armored first on their breastplate. Yes, Your Highness. They all shouted as they all ran out of her throne room. Artoria looked to see her castle, Camelot, still standing strong. Though, one of the castle's towers was replaced by a giant night piece. The castle was shrouded by the black sky and the shining stars with a red moon. She heard her knight approaching her throne room. She turned to see her knights holding the limbs of a struggling man. The man appears young with a black wizard robe. I assume you must be the Sorting Hat, Artoria said. Your mind is the most complex I've ever seen. The Sorting Hat said. Do you have a name, Hat? I do. It's Gideon the Sorting Hat. Gideon answered. Well then, Gideon. I will allow you to watch my memories. But you must swear to the magic that created you and the magic of Hogwarts that you will never reveal in any shape or form of what you see in my memories. Very well then. I, Gideon the Sorting Hat, swear on the magic that created me and the magic that I am granted from Hogwarts, that I will never reveal anything that I learned from Artoria's memories to anyone in any shape or form. So, MOT it be. Gideon glowed golden as the oath took effect. Guards, stand down. The knights let go of Gideon. Follow me, Artoria commanded. Artoria and Gideon walked down a corridor. They soon arrived at an empty wall. Below the wall was a stone but with an incision in it. Artoria manifested a sword. The sword was beautifully crafted with blue and golden. Artoria stabbed the sword into the stone. The wall began to glow golden as the bricks began to move away. Before you enter, I must warn you. What you learn from my memories cannot be unlearned. Gideon rolled his eyes. I've seen many things from my time as here at Hogwarts. I'm pretty sure seeing the memories of a young adult girl isn't that bad. Gideon said as he entered Artoria's memory room. The doors closed behind him. Artoria sighed as she summoned a chair to sit in. She could hear Gideon's various emotions from in the memory room. So, you're showing him your memories, Kyan said as he appeared next to Artoria. I am. I hope he would be a great ally in the future. Artoria reasoned. Kyan nodded his head. Agreed, but could you tell him to hurry up? It has been 10 minutes, and everyone is staring at you. Artoria sighed. I can't force him to go faster. He's going to watch everything in the memory room. They didn't have to wait any longer. The memory room door opened again, and a tired Gideon walked out of it. Your Majesty, if you need anything please let me know, Gideon said. Thank you, Gideon. We'll call you if you are needed. Artoria replied. If both of you are done, we all should go back to the Great Hall. Everyone is staring at both of you. Kyan said. Gideon looked at Kyan. You're here too? I was curious to see what's taking both of you so long, Kyan answered. Very well, Gideon said as he left Artoria's mind. Kyan smirked as he left her mind. Artoria rolled her eyes as she exited her mind. Scene change, Hogwarts Great Hall. Kyan and Artoria opened their eyes. Artoria could see everyone was staring at her and the Sorting Hat. Everyone watched as the Sorting Hat opened its eyes. I have finished looking at her mind and I am unable to sort her. She embodies all the features of the 4 houses. Gideon announced. I see. Professor McGonagall said as she took the Sorting Hat off her head. Sheba, Kyan. Kyan walked up towards her. He stopped a few steps in front of her and turned around. Professor McGonagall barely managed to put the Sorting Hat on. Kyan sighed as he heard the Sorting Hat's screams of agony in his mindscape. Kyan entered his mindscape to guide Gideon. Scene change, Kyan's mindscape. Kian opened his eyes to see all Gideon was surrounded by the various spirits in his mindscape, all of them ready to attack Gideon. Guys! Let him go. Kian said. Are you sure, King? Zangetsu asked. Zangetsu, you should know why he is here. Very well, Zangetsu said as he got off of Gideon. I'll be watching you, Hat, Zangetsu growled before he shwinpaed away. Everyone else also disappeared. Follow me, Kian said as he walked away. Gideon followed close behind him. They soon arrived at the bottom of a mountain. Before we continue, I would wish for an oath from you as well, Kian said. Gideon sighed. I, Gideon the Sorting Hat, swear on the magic that created me and the magic that I am granted from Hogwarts, that I will never reveal anything that I learned from Kian's memories to anyone in any shape or form. So, MOT it be. Gideon glowed golden for a moment before it disappeared. Kian cut his finger and wrote "Memories last forever" in kanji with his blood on the wall. The kanji glowed red before it seeped into the wall. The wall began to shake and reveal a cavern. They walked inside the cavern and reached a pool filled with clear water. Gideon approached the pool and slowly submerged his head in the pool. Kian sat by the cave and waited. A few minutes later, Gideon pulled himself out of the pool. How was it? Kian asked. Gideon looked at him before leaving his mindscape. Kian rolled his eyes as he left his mindscape. Scene change, Hogwarts Great Hall. Kian opened his eyes to see Artoria looking at him, amusement on her face. Just like before, I am unable to sort him into a house, Gideon announced. Professor McGonagall took Gideon off his head. Professor McGonagall, where should we sit? Artoria asked. She turned to Headmaster Dumbledore and he didn't know how to answer the question. Why don't we sit at a different table each day? Kian suggested. That would work. Professor McGonagall said. With that, Kian and Artoria walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat with the first years. Soon the feast began. Kian grinned as Artoria resisted the urge to grab everything and devour it. She gave herself a plate with a bit of everything on the table. As Artoria ate, Kian answered a few of the first year's questions while asking some of his own. Soon the feast came to a close. Artoria managed to devour 6 plates full of food. Dumbledore stood up again. So, Dumbledore started. Now that we are all fed and watered, I must once more ask for your attention, while I give out a few notices. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to tell you that the list of objects forbidden inside the castle has this year been extended to include screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. Do wizards and witches really create stuff like that? Kian thought. Apparently, Artoria replied. The full list comprises some 437 items, I believe, and can be viewed in Mr. Filch's office, if anybody would like to check it. The corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. He continued, as ever, I would like to remind you all that the forest on the grounds is out of bounds to students, as is the village of Hogsmeade to all below the 3rd year. Headmaster Dumbledore took a breath before continuing. It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Interhouse Quidditch Cup will not take place this year. Kian could hear the outcry from around him. Dumbledore waited for everyone to quiet down before continuing. This is due to an event that will be starting in October, and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teacher's time and energy. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts Dash, but at that moment, there was a deafening rumble of thunder and the doors of the Great Hall banged open. Everyone looked to see a man stood in the doorway, leaning upon a long staff, shrouded in a black traveling cloak. He lowered his hood, shook out a long mane of grizzled, dark gray hair, then began to walk up toward the teacher's table. Everyone could hear a rhymed dull clunk every step this person took. He soon reached the top table. There was a flash of lightning, revealing his face to be covered with many scars. The stranger finally reached Dumbledore and raised his hand to Dumbledore. He cracked a small smile and shook his hand. After that, the man walked to the remaining empty seat at the teacher's table and began to eat dinner. May I introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Moody? Everyone in the Great Hall was silent. No one knew how to react. Only Dumbledore and Hagrid knew how to react, by clapping for him. They quickly stopped when they noticed they were the only ones clapping. As I was saying, we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year. Once again, the Great Hall erupted with chatter. Kyan and Artoria remained quiet. Soon the student quieted down once again. The Triwizard Tournament was first established some 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the three largest European schools of wizardry, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the three champions competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities until, that is, the death toll mounted so high that the tournament was discontinued. This confirmed that these wizards and witches really are stupid. Kyan thought. Agreed, Artoria replied. There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament, however, none of them had been very successful. However, the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Games and Sports have decided that they should try again. The head of those departments and headmasters/headmistresses have been working hard over the summer to make sure no champions will find themselves in mortal danger. Dumbledore said, calming some of the potential contenders. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their potential contenders in October, and the selection of the 3 champions will take place at Halloween. An impartial judge will decide which students are most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons. With the prize announced, many of the students got excited to enter the tournament. Dumbledore, spotting this, chuckled and continued his speech. I can see that many of you are eager to enter the Triwizard Tournament. However, everyone agreed that only students who are 17 years old will be allowed to enter the tournament. Some students let their outrage be known in the Great Hall. Dumbledore ignored this and continued. This was done because the tasks that were designed to test the limit of our wizards, and we all believed that only 7th-year students would be capable of handling the tasks. I will personally make sure that no underage student will try and trick our impartial judge to making themselves the Hogwarts champion. I hope this warning will prevent you from wasting time trying if you are underage. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October and remaining with us for the rest of the school year. I know all of you will treat our foreign guests with the respect that they deserve, and all of you will give your full support to our Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. It's getting late and all of you have your lessons in the morning. Bedtime for all of you, Dumbledore said as he sat down. The Great Hall was filled with benches scraping as students stood up and began to file out of the Great Hall. Kyan and Artoria stood up to see Professor McGonagall walking towards them. Allow me to escort you to your chambers for the duration of your stay. Professor McGonagall escorted them to the 4th floor, and they arrived at a painting. The painting depicts a knight dressed in full black armor standing on a grassy plain. The armor covers the identity of the knight. Hello, Professor McGonagall, the painting said. Hello, Black Knight. I have brought you the 2 who will be staying in the chambers behind you. I see, the Black Knight said as he looked at Caton and Artoria. The Black Knight and Artoria stared at each other. You can set the password to anything, you won't just tell the Black Knight. Kyan and Artoria nodded their heads as Professor McGonagall left. The password will be Erudite, Artoria said. The Black Knight nodded, and the portrait opened up, revealing a spacious room. Kyan and Artoria walked inside the room. The room has a small living room with 2 doors which lead to a private room with a bathroom. Kyan and Artoria quickly inspected the room. Found it a few listening spells on the furniture, Artoria said. Should we remove them? Kyan smirked. No. This allows us a significant advantage. We can control what the enemy knows, Kyan replied. He gathered all of the listening charms and placed them on objects in the private room. Kyan added a perimeter silence charm on each object. If Kyan wished to share something to the speaker, all he had to do was to cross the perimeter and speak. All clear now, Kyan said. Artoria turned to the Black Knight who was standing there staring at them. It has been a long time, hasn't it, Lancelot? Artoria said. The Black Knight took off his helmet to reveal a Caucasian man with purple hair and hazel eyes. Indeed, my king, Lancelot replied. Are any of the knights here? Artoria asked. As far as I know, I am the only one, Lancelot replied. I see. Artoria replied. But what I want to know is how are you still alive? Lancelot replied. That my old friend is an interesting story, Artoria said as she began to tell her story to Lancelot. Kyan let out a yawn and went to bed. Time skip, next morning. Kyan opened his eyes to see Artoria was laying on his chest, peacefully sleeping. Kyan sighed as he gently shook her awake. No, let me sleep. Artoria moaned. Come on, Artoria. We'll miss breakfast. Kyan said. Artoria growled as she got out of bed and into the bathroom. Kyan rolled his eyes as he spotted Lancelot with a small smile. She's finally acting like a human now, he said. Kyan smiled. She's is, Kyan said as he went to the other bathroom. After that, they both walked down to the Great Hall. The Great Hall was full of students eating breakfast. Kyan and Artoria walked over to the Hufflepuff table. Excuse us, can we sit with you? Kyan asked. Sure. The name is Cedric Diggory, 6th year. Cedric said. Kyan and Artoria sat down with them. I'm Beatrice Haywood, a 7th year, Beatrice said. I'm Susan Bones, Susan said. Any relation to the Madame Bones? Artoria asked. She's my aunt, Susan said. Kyan nodded as they started eating breakfast. More of the Hufflepuffs introduced themselves. Kyan and Artoria Sheba? Someone called out. Kyan and Artoria could see an older little witch with short, gray, wavy hair. She had sheets of parchment on her hands. Yes? Kyan asked as he raised his hand. She walked over to them. I'm Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House, and I teach herbology. Nice to meet you, Kyan said. I have a copy of the 7th year schedule for all 4 houses for you too. She handed them both 4 sheets of parchment. I'm glad that you two are following up with your idea, she said as she walked down the table, looking for another student. Kyan and Artoria pocketed their schedules and returned to eating. So, are both of you considering entering the tournament? Hannah Abbott asked. Kyan stared at her for a few seconds to see if she was seriously asking him the question or as a joke. Why would I enter the tournament? I'm not technically a Hogwarts student, Kyan said. Oh. I'm sorry, she said. Hannah, my goal wasn't to embarrass you or anything. I just believe that the staff already explained it to you, all of you, why we're here. Why are you here then? Cedric asked. I just wish to learn Western magic, Kyan answered. I see, Cedric said. Suddenly a loud bell began to ring, signaling time for class. Kyan and Artoria, do you want to join us for defense against the dark arts? Beatrice asked. Sure, Kyan said. Kyan and Artoria joined the 7th year Hufflepuffs to the data classroom. They were joined by the 7-year Ravenclaw. The classroom was littered with various equipment. Kyan and Artoria sat in the middle of the classroom. The students were chatting with each other while they waited for Professor Moody. Kyan and Artoria could sense him standing by the door under an invisibility cloak. Why is he standing there? Kyan thought. Perhaps a surprise attack to see who would be able to react in time? Artoria thought. Their thought were quickly answered. As soon as the late bell rang, Professor Moody threw off his cloak and began to cast spells at the students. Many of the students shrieked in fright. Many of them were frozen in shock. Kyan kicked the table up, blocking the spell. Artoria summoned her wand and cast spells at Professor Moody. Ichigo made sure none of their spells hit the scared students. The two dueled for a minute before Professor Moody called out. Enough! Both of you pass this test. Artoria stopped her spells as she smirked at Kyan. A test? One of the Ravenclaw students asked. Exactly. A practical test to see all of you would react to a surprise attack from a dark wizard. Professor Moody said as he walked to the front of the classroom. He waved his stave and the damage was repaired. And all of you except for those foreign students managed to do anything in that attack. He said as he stared at Kyan and Artoria. He then looked at the rest of the students. Until the end of class, each of you will pairs up and began to duel each other. No lethal spells. Everyone began to pair up with each other and began to duel. Kyan and Artoria were casting spells at each other. To the students, they were firing an impressive number of spells. However, Professor Moody could see that they were playing with each other. Interesting. There's more than meets the eye. Moody thought as he blew eye focused on them. Soon the bell rang, signaling the end of class. He slammed his staff into the ground, regaining the students' attention. Here is the most important thing to remember: constant vigilance. He yelled. Be aware of your surroundings. You may appear to me in a friendly area, but you can never be too careful. He said. All of you will write me one sheet of parchment on possible ideas to booby-trap this classroom without making it appear out of place. He said as the students began to file out. Mr. and Miss Shiba. Stay back for a moment. Kyan and Artoria grabbed their bags and walked over to Professor Moody. Yes? Kyan asked. I've noticed that both of you were playing around with each other earlier. Professor Moody commented. We were, Kyan confirmed. Why? When we duel each other. Kyan started. It usually gets wild and messy, Artoria said. I see. How did you know about the surprise test? Artoria cracked a small smile. Yes. We were able to detect you hiding by the door. Kyan said. How? Professor Moody asked. Kyan smirked. That wouldn't be a good idea. After all, that isn't being constantly vigilant, isn't it? Kyan replied. Professor Moody let out a laugh. Smart lad. He said as Kyan and Artoria left the classroom. Kyan and Artoria were walking up the corridor towards the stairs. Which class are we going to attend next? Artoria asked. Maybe Transfiguration. Kyan said, though we don't have a map to find the class. Kyan soon spotted a ghost floated up from the ground. Good morning. Kyan greeted the ghost. Good morning. The ghost replied. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington at your service. Resident Ghost of Gryffindor Tower. Can you point out the way to the Transfiguration classroom? Kyan asked. Sure. Allow me to guide you there. Kyan and Artoria followed Sir Nicholas to the Transfiguration classroom. Mr. Shiba, the residential ghosts wish to talk to you later tonight. Very well. Where will we meet? I will guide you there from the Great Hall. Very well. They soon arrived at a closed classroom door. Well, this is your stop. See you soon. Sir Nicholas said as he floated away. Kyan knocked on the door. The door opened to reveal Professor McGonagall. Ah, Mr. and Miss Shiba. Come in. I was just about to start my lecture. Kyan and Artoria entered the classroom. The classroom was filled with 7th-year students. Kyan and Artoria sat on the side as they listened to her explain the theory regarding human transfiguration. Kyan knew about a few theories on why transfiguring inanimate objects to animals and humans to something else is very difficult. Kyan decided to ask her about it when he could arrange a private section with her. Soon the class ended with her assigning a foot of parchment explaining why human transfiguration is very dangerous. Professor McGonagall, Kyan called out. She turned to see Kyan standing there, waiting for her. Yes, Mr. Shiba? I have a few questions about transfiguration. Would it be possible for me to ask you these questions tomorrow? Kayan asked. I don't see why not. Professor McGonagall replied. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Kayan said as they left the classroom. What class should we visit next? Artoria asked. Time skip, evening. They soon visited the charms class, which was taught by Professor Flitwick. They watched as he demonstrated nonverbal spells. By the end of class, Kayan had a few questions about the lesson, questions that he felt would complicate the class. He decided to ask for a private meeting with him in 2 days. Professor Flitwick quickly agreed. After that was lunch. Kayan and Artoria sat with Ravenclaw. After introducing themselves, they all asked Kayan and Artoria all kinds of questions. Some asked about where they're from. Others asked about the spells they cast in data. Someone even asked if they were single. Kayan and Artoria tried their best to answer the questions or dodge the questions. Eventually, lunch was over, and it was time for the afternoon classes. Kayan and Artoria decided to see the 5th-year arithmancy class since the 6th and 7th years attend the advanced arithmancy studies. The first math problem she wrote on the board almost made Kayan laugh. She was teaching them algebra. Kayan tried to calm himself down as she explained how to solve 3 variables by hand. Glad we have a calculator. Kayan thought. Artoria, on the other hand, was lost. What sorcery is this? Artoria complained. You know that is kind of ironic. We are in a school that teaches magic. Kayan said. Soon the class ended and Kayan was curious to see what the students learned in advanced arithmancy studies. Artoria decided to head back to her room. When the class started, Kayan almost groaned in disbelief. They were learning statistics and they had to do it by hand. Man, I was really lucky to have been able to use a calculator. Kayan thought. Soon the class ended and Kayan met up with Artoria at the Great Hall for dinner. They sat with the Slytherins. Many of them stayed away from them, staring at them as if they're aliens. Kayan sighed as they continued to eat there. Artoria, do you want to come with me to meet the ghosts? Kayan asked. No thanks, Artoria replied. I'm going to find a place where we could spar, Artoria replied. Kayan didn't have to wait long as Sir Nicholas soon floated out of the Great Hall. Ready to go, Mr. Sheba? Sir Nicholas asked. I am. You could call me Kayan. Kayan said. They stayed silent as they walked down the corridor towards the lower levels of the castle. Sir Nicholas passed through a door. Kayan opened the door and was greeted with many different ghosts in the room. Kayan entered the room and closed the door behind him. So, Reaper, why are you here? One of the ghosts asked. He dressed in robes covered in silver bloodstains and carried chains. Isn't it rude to not introduce yourself? Kayan asked. I am known as the Bloody Baron. Well, call me Kayan then. Are you here to put us to rest? An older woman ghost asked. She has waist-length hair and wore a long cloak. And you are my lady? Kayan asked. I'm known as the Grey Lady. She replied. My actions will release the one who will help all of you lay to rest. Your action? The Grey Lady said. Exactly. I am an agent of the gods tasked with assisting the completion of someone's destiny. Kayan said. I see. The Grey Lady replied. So you're not going to attack us ghosts? One of the younger ghosts asked. Please. He doesn't have a weapon to attack us ghosts. One of the older male ghosts replied. Kayan summoned Kokogitsu from his mindscape. Does anyone want to test out that theory? I'm willing. Sir Nicholas said as he floated down. But can you do something for me? Sure. Decapitate me. He said. Sure, Kayan said. With one fluent strike, he decapitated Sir Nicholas. His decapitated head was quickly caught by Kayan. He handed it back to Sir Nicholas. Finally. Sir Nicholas yelled with joy. Kyan looked mildly amused at the ghost dancing. Allow me to explain. One of the ghosts said. I'm known as the Fat Friar. Sir Nicholas wanted to join the headless hunt. But he couldn't because his head is still attached to his body by a small sliver. And my action allowed him to join the headless hunt, Kyan said. Correct. Kyan could see Sir Nicholas floated over to a group of ghosts on horses and showed his headless body and separated head. Good night to the rest of you, Kyan said as he left them. He returned to his room to see Artoria was fast asleep. Kyan rolled his eyes and joined her in bed. Time skip, next day. The next morning started the same, this time they sat with the Gryffindors. With some help from the other 7th year, they found the Ancient Runes classroom. Kyan and Artoria sat in the back as Professor Babbling started her class. She did a review of the runic alphabet and tested her students with several objects with runes on it. Many of the runes that Professor Babbling was showing were runes that Scathach has shown him. Upon further inspection, Professor Babbling's runes appear more roughly drawn compared to Scathach. Professor Babbling only showed using runes on an object and charging it with their magic. Strange. Scathach was able to write her runes in the air with her magic. Is that a lost skill or something else? Also, does the neatness of the runes change how powerful they are? Kyan thought. More questions to dissect. Kyan thought. Soon the class ended when Kyan decided to ask her about it. Professor Babbling, Kyan said. Yes, Mr. Shiba? She replied. I have a few questions I would like to ask you about runes. Sure. Go ahead. I noticed that the runes you wrote appear rougher than the ones my teacher taught me to write, Kyan said. Oh? Kyan began to rewrite a sentence that she wrote earlier in class. She looked to see that Kyan was right. His runes appear neater than hers. I was wondering if the quality of the written runes affects the performance of the runes? I'm not so sure. Professor Babbling said as she activated her runic sentence. The runes began to glow a yellowish light. She then tried Kyan's runic sentence. The runes began to glow white light. I believe your theory is correct. Professor Babbling said. When this runic sentence is normally done, it would create the yellowish light you've seen with mine. I've seen students have a dull yellow light. But yours shines a bright white light. My runic teacher also showed me that runes could be written in the air and work. I've heard about this before. It used to be a skill many Celtic druids were able to perform in the past. Over time, wizards lost the ability to perform those feats. Professor Babbling said. Could it be that those wizards lacked the skill to write the runes that neatly? Kyan theorized. Possible. If only we could try out that theory. Kyan focused his magic on his pointer finger and began to write the runes in the air. The runes were glowing red as he wrote it. When Kyan was done writing it, he swiped the runic sentence. The runic sentence spun away from him and activated, blasting white light towards the wall. Kyan carefully broke the runic sentence, ending the white light. Amazing. Professor Babbling said. I need to make a note of this. She said as she went to her desk and found it a blank sheet of parchment. She began to write down everything that just happened. Go ahead. Just make sure that I get some credit for it. Kyan said as he walked away from the classroom. Kyan sighed when he realized that it was lunchtime. Kyan walked to the Great Hall to see it was partially filled with students. He spotted Artoria eating with the Hufflepuffs. Kyan joined them at their table and began to eat lunch with them. After lunch, they went down to the greenhouse to look into herbology. Herbology was an interesting class. Professor Spouts taught the class in a hands-on approach. The students would essentially help her take care of the school's greenhouse. Kyan chuckled when he discovered that his glare causes many of the intimidating plants to become docile. After herbology, they had a short break to wash up before heading over to care of magical creatures. That class was also interesting. Professor Hagrid was showing the class unicorns. While the class was interesting, it became sad for Artoria when she tried to pet the unicorn and it would try to get away. Kyan sighed as he went over to comfort her. It's all right, Artoria. You don't see me being depressed over not petting a unicorn. Kyan said. But Kyan, unicorns normally go to girls because they are pure in the eyes of the unicorn, Artoria said. Does it mean that it doesn't consider me pure? Kyan sighed as he realized that Artoria wanted to pet a unicorn. Kyan slowly walked over to the unicorn. Kyan began to release a calm holy aura. The unicorn spotted him slowly walking towards the unicorn. Mr. Shiba, Hagrid called out. Kyan ignored him as he continued to walk towards the unicorn. The unicorn stood its ground. Kyan was within touching distance from the unicorn. May I and my sister touch you? Kyan asked. The unicorn stared at him with its eyes for a few moments before it nodded its head. Kyan gently petted the unicorn and led it towards Artoria. Artoria didn't notice the unicorn until it licked her in the face. Artoria looked to see a smirking Kyan, who was petting the unicorn. You. Go and pet her, Kyan said. Artoria walked over and gently pet the unicorn. Kyan smiled upon seeing Artoria's happy face. Hagrid walked over to them. Amazing. I've never heard of a man being able to pet a unicorn. Guess I'm a first, Kyan said. Hagrid soon ended the class. Kyan and Artoria washed their hands before joining the Ravenclaws for dinner. After that, Artoria went to explore the castle. Kyan walked over to Professor McGonagall's private quarters and knocked on the door. The door opened up to see Professor McGonagall. Ah. Mr. Shiba, come in. Professor McGonagall said. Please call me Kyan. I'm not for formalities. Kyan said. Very well, Mr. Kyan. Kyan sighed as he entered her office. Her office is small but comfortable. He sat by her desk, which is covered with paperwork. Do you want some tea? She offered. Sure, Kyan replied. She pours 2 cups of tea and Kyan took one of them. Earl Grey? Kyan guessed. Correct. Professor McGonagall replied. So why have you requested a private meeting? For a few things. The first is regarding transfiguring inanimate objects to animals. Continue. I've read that transfiguring inanimate objects to animals is difficult because it requires more power and more focus on performing the spell. Professor McGonagall nodded and motioned for him to continue. Is it also hard because the student doesn't understand the biological aspect of the animal? Biological aspect? Yes. Such as the animal's organs. Some animals share similar organs as humans, so we subconsciously know what some of the organs an animal has, but there are other parts that humans don't have, such as a bird's beaks, talons, and feathers, or a fish's gills, or an animal's claws or skin. Interesting theory. We could test the theory out. How? We could have maybe a 5th or 6th year student tasked with transfiguring a chair to a bird. We only show just the picture of the bird with no other description. Later on, we teach about the bird, including an autopsy of the bird. After that, we ask them to attempt to redo the transfiguration again. This is an interesting experiment. Professor McGonagall said. I believe that lack of knowledge would also cause many difficulties in human transfiguration. Kyan mentioned. Professor McGonagall nodded her head. Also, a possible theory. Have you also thought about the other thing I mentioned earlier? The one about that Muggle law? Yes. How would we test it? Professor McGonagall asked. Have just the thing. I just need to grab it from my room. Kyan said as he left her office. He went back to his dorm and summoned out a large clear box with an airtight seal from his mindscape. He walked back to Professor McGonagall's office. He placed the box on the floor. He opened the box. Do you have something that would fit in the box? Kyan asked. Professor McGonagall placed a cup in the box. Kyan closed the box and sealed it. Try to transfigure to something larger than the cup that isn't living. Professor McGonagall nodded and transfigured the cup into a large towel. Now turn it back. The towel returned to a cup. Can you vanish the air in the box without opening the box or touching the cup? Kyan asked. Unfortunately, no. But Professor Flitwick should be able to. Kyan nodded his head as she left her office. She soon returned with Professor Flitwick. Hello, Mr. Shiba. I thought we agreed to meet up tomorrow. Kyan cracked a smile. I'm aware of that. However, Professor McGonagall said that you would be able to banish the air from the box without opening the box or touching the cup. I can. Professor Flitwick flicked his wand and banished all the air in the box. Though I am curious to see why. Professor McGonagall, if you please. She flicked her wand at the cup and transfigured the cup into the same towel. Unlike the last time, the towel appeared much smaller than before. It worked. Professor McGonagall said. What worked? Professor Flitwick asked. Kyan quickly explained to Professor Flitwick the law of conservation of mass and his theory regarding transfiguration. I am curious to see the significance of this. Professor Flitwick asked. It shows that the magical world and the non-magical world may not be that far off from each other than believed, Kyan said. I see. When I was in arithmancy and the advanced arithmancy, I recognized the math that Professor Vector was teaching. It was taught in my non-magical school. Really? They asked. It is, and in my non-magical school, they teach much harder math and have tools that help solve many of the arithmancy problems. I see. Professor Flitwick said. Anyways, Mr. Kyan, I will write our discovery today and I will publish it in your name. Professor McGonagall said. Both our name and a special mentioning of Professor Flitwick, Kyan said. Mr. Shiba, that is unnecessary. Professor Flitwick said. It is necessary. You helped banish the air in the airtight box. That was a very important step in the experiment. It was something that I nor Professor McGonagall were able to do. Kyan replied. Professor Flitwick sighed. Very well. He accepted. With the experiment done, Kyan walked back to his private room to see a smiling Artoria also walking back. What's with the smile? I found it an old corridor that we could train in. She replied. Great, Kyan replied. They soon entered their private room, showered and called it a night. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo Left Karakura Town. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. Just a quick reminder, the story What If There Was a Different Luffy is going on hold soon as we have almost caught up with the author. So once again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the next project should be here on the channel. I'm currently considering these 3 fanfics. What if Ichigo awoke his true powers? What if becoming a mangaka in One Piece world? What if Reborn as Gohan in future timeline? Let me know which one you'd like to see next by voting in the poll. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.